don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at 8, I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
We need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook. Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form,
As submitted.
as submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. And
And
then the second item is,
since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay,
Second.
we have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year, with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? Do you think we should separate them out by building?
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
we have to-
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then
Perfect.
the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll split.
Okay, and then the last thing, we wanna just do two resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's gonna resign effective the end of the 2021 school year, from the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract, as she's relocating. And then this is, to the River Valley Board, please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement. It's a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher. It's the end of the 1920 school year. And Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn. Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it.
Yes, absolutely.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're out of here. Good meeting. Excellent meeting, guys.
All right, good evening. This is the Newfane Select Board meeting, March 16th, 2020. We welcome everybody here, and for the people at home, we really hope everybody's doing well and taking good care of themselves. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, and the first thing is for the amendment to call to order, which I am. And the second item on the agenda is additions or amendments to the agenda. And I am an addition to the amendment and that, to the agenda, which will be covered under approval of minutes. And that addition is that we are going to be voted on the amended bylaw, Article 3, Section 343, for the conditional use of the amended bylaw for the natural burial ground. And we're going to take a second vote on that, another vote on that tonight. Okay. So may I have the motion for approval of the March 2nd town meeting preparation?
I make a
Minutes.
motion to accept those
I'll
minutes.
second it.
Okay, is there any discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is approved for the March 2nd minutes. I just have to interrupt myself and say that Shelley is not here in person, but she is here via telephone tonight. The approval of the minutes for March 6th, the organizational meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept it.
I'll second them.
Okay, is there any discussion on those minutes? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are passed. And now we move down to the March 9th public hearing meeting. And that meeting did not have an agenda because it was a public hearing meeting. And we did not have an agenda for that meeting. And at the end of the meeting, before we closed, it was requested that we vote on the amended bylaw for conditional use of the natural burial grounds. And we did so, we voted on that during the meeting. Later on, we were informed that actually because it was a public hearing and the purpose of the public hearing was purely to discuss the issues, but not to vote. And if we wanted to vote, we could have voted after that meeting ended that night, or we can vote now with it as a part of the agenda. So we're going to do a vote on that now. And so anybody, Mike, you made the motion last week.
Yeah.
Can you repeat it? Do you remember?
I got it somewhere.
I made a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay, and the amendment was to add to the bylaws that natural burial grounds under conditional use would be acceptable in that. So, any other, you
In a
second it?
resource area.
In the
Yes.
resource district, yes, thank you, Mike. So is there any discussion on that? Okay, we can take a vote. All those in favor of passing that added to the amendment, please say aye. Any opposed? No. So the ayes have it, and that amended bylaw now is accepted. So thank you very much for that.
You also have to approve the minutes. of
Excuse
that.
me?
You have to approve the
Yes,
minutes.
and
of
now
that.
we can go on and approve the minutes of the public hearing. Is anybody,
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
No second.
okay? Right. Any discussion on those minutes? No. So all those in favor of accepting the March 9th minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, those minutes pass. Thank you very much. The next item is road business, and we have road foreman and road commissioner's report. So Jay Wilson, would you begin, please?
We updated more signs on the Depot Road, Dover Road corridor. I think we're waiting for 6 more signs, and then that road will be completely done. And then, of course, once the warm weather comes, we'll do the painting for the stop bars and the speed limit painting. The sand salt shed project has received the V-Trans comments for the engineer and now is on to the environmental review process. The Depot Road Box Culvert project is on to the Army Corps of Engineers and the state wetlands permits, which the engineers are working on. We have posted Parish Hill, Baker Brook Road, and South Wedge Road areas for mud season. We received the building inspection report from VLCT for the garage. He didn't find anything too exciting, and everything is either that he suggested is either done or in the process of being done. And Pete's Tire Barn was the low price on the greater tires when we figured out the installation. They were about $120 a tire cheaper. And that's it.
And that's it. Okay, then you just, we have to have a motion first.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on Jay's report on the road conditions and road?
Only thing I'm gonna say is, we've got some dirt roads that aren't the greatest, but they're all passable. They're in pretty good shape. These guys have been working 7 days a week on these two roads the last couple of weeks. And I appreciate it. And they've done a good job. You've got a few complainers, but you always have them, so.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so let's vote on accepting the road foreman's report. Please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes appear to have it, so we accept the road foreman's report. And thanks, Chris, for
Did you
adding.
put the tires on the grader yet?
Just gonna order it.
Did you have a question?
Just asked it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your report, and thanks, Chris, for your comments. So we're up to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please.
I've been working on revising the appropriation letters, thanking people for volunteering. These should be finished and sent out by the end of the week. I've completed 16 overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. On last Wednesday, there was a V-Trans audit here with Megan Brunk, Mark Pickering, Tyler Birchmore, Christopher J., and myself. As a result of the audit, there's a form that requires the select board signature, stating that we certify that our standards meet or exceed the requirements from the state, that we have a current inventory of highway-related conditions and estimates cost of repair for standards on bridges and roads. I will then email it to Megan at V-Trans tomorrow. At this point in time, all activities that were previously scheduled for Williamsville Hall have been temporarily postponed. Do you have any concerns at this time as to following the other towns in limiting access or suspending meetings by keeping the office staff to help by phone or emails?
Okay, can we move that into when Jay talks about the
Okay.
emergency?
And that's the end.
Okay, thank you, Juanetta.
Make a motion to accept their report.
I'll
Thank
second.
you. Second. Is there any discussion on anything that Juanetta said? Juanetta, you said that we have to sign this,
Yes,
and so this is the budget.
we had previously adopted it last year. That's the result of the audit that they gave us.
Okay. So we have two places to, okay, Chris, do you want to start? Any other discussion? So can we vote on accepting Juanetta's report, please?
We just did that, didn't we? I thought we just accepted the report
I
Mi-
thought we were
Mike
under
made a
discussion.
motion and Angela seconded it, but
for Juanetta's report.
Yeah, and then, this is the discussion. So
Oh,
we didn't vote on it yet, right? We have
to
the
make a motion to sign the annual financial plan for the town highway?
Yeah,
No, a separate
No.
report too.
just the.
Aye. There you go.
So it's,
Ms. Winetta. And
Thank you.
we move on
Mhm.
to scheduled members of the public. And Jay Wilson is here. He's emergency management coordinator, and you're also on the committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Carol Hasselbeck, town clerk, is here, and she will probably be adding or suggesting some things. And also, Winetta will be discussing your questions. Okay, Jay?
So the town's emergency plan doesn't address this kind of, it's more suited for when we have to shelter people or infrastructure's damaged, so this is a whole new thing. So there's been, oh God, I can't tell you how many hundred of emails have been floating around about it, but the only suggestions they had for the town at this point was to potentially close the office to the public and to consider whether or not you want to still hold your meetings in public and or do them electronically by phone or whatever. Other than that, we did make sure that if for some reason the office has to completely shut down, Melissa is able to still do her work from home. And I guess we determined the rest of them could, you know, either come in as needed or whatever to do there. So we're gonna meet tomorrow night at 7 just to get together for a few minutes. But there's really a lot of it's being done by the Vermont Department of Health, and that's where people should be getting their information, is from their website. There's a lot of internet information out there, but it's best if you go to the Vermont Department of Health and get your information from them. Other than that, I just didn't know what your thoughts were on whether closing the office would be appropriate or.
Okay. Anybody have a comment, question? Carol? Mike?
Would you close it just so they can't come into here, or is still everybody still working in your office in here, right? I guess if that's what you want to do, maybe if the people come to the thing, just check with them, make sure they don't. I just don't know what to believe about this whole thing right now anyways. I mean, I know it's serious, that's for sure, but Jesus Christ, everybody can't stay home.
To be available by phone and then put a sign on the door that you're closed to people coming in.
And if attorneys absolutely have to come in to do a title search, they have to make an appointment with me and only have one of them here at a time.
Yeah.
And then clean up after,
That makes
sanitize everything after they're finished. But,
Well,
cause
do
that
people-
protects them as well as us.
Right.
Do people generally call you before they come, or they just come on their own?
Most of the time, people just come. However, today I was getting phone calls. Are
Oh.
you there? Can I come in and do my dog
Oh, I see.
license? And the Vermont Bar Association and some realtors associations and stuff were asking people online, are your offices open? Should they call? What should they do? Now, our land records are online. They can go back to the early 1980s online through Record Hub and do most of their title work in their offices. And that's what I'll tell them, but if they need to go back further than that, then they'll have to make appointments.
Yeah.
And then if it turns out at any time that you're totally closed, everybody would have to put that on their voicemail.
Yeah.
Winetta, as somebody who works here, how are you feeling about keeping the offices open to work in?
That's fine. I'm good.
You're good?
We're good with it.
I mean, as far as a dog license or something like that, if you had to, if they'd give them an extra 30 days or whatever, if you don't want them, I'll just flock in here, you know?
They can mail me a check and I'll mail them the license. They can call and find out if the dog is up to date on the rabies, and if they are, all they have to do is send me the check and where they want me to send the license, and I'll do that. Otherwise, and I definitely don't think we should be charging a late fee if they don't make it by April 1st. A lot of the towns are extending the date till May 31st. Instead of April 1st, I say we just go with the flow and see what happens. But definitely not start charging the late fee on April 1st, because there are people who are not gonna wanna come in and not gonna want me to mail them things, so.
And truthfully, I'm one of those people who gets a dog license, and I'm glad you reminded me because, you know, we're so inundated with all the rules and regulations we're supposed to follow now. It has slipped my mind, and I'm sure, you know, other people would forget too. And not want to be late, but you just don't think about it because there's so much else to think about.
And we will, have Bauman put a notice on the website that
Okay,
the
that's good.
office is closed to people coming in. Call us and we'll talk you through what you have to do. And,
I also think that it's important for employees that are working here, if they're experiencing any symptoms and if anybody in their family are experiencing symptoms, they stay home
Mhm.
so that it doesn't pass.
Yeah.
What about, is there any plans if you need to clean the office? You know, if somebody did come in that was ill, do you have any plans? Anybody in mind that would come and do that?
For us, they just started a cleaning service. Industrial cleaning service, let me tell you what.
Well, how are things going here in the office? Are you telling people that you need to have social distance? Are you wiping surfaces?
but I think we're doing all of that, sure. People come in.
So that's good to know.
Yep.
That kinda gets me with this whole thing, I mean, yeah, it's bad, but everybody's worried about catching it. But they're all flocking into the stores by the grove fighting over a roll of toilet paper and can of water, you know, I mean, thousands of them in there. They wipe right off the shelves as quick as it hits. But they're all worried about catching this disease, you know, well, this is throughout the whole country. Walmart and every one of them flocking in, it looks like Christmas time going on around there.
Well, it's important to remember that anybody can become a carrier and not even realize it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you're right, people are concerned about themselves, but we have to also be concerned that we might unknowingly be a carrier, so we don't want to be close to people who could catch something that we have, even if we don't know it
First
yet.
thing is young children can carry it and they don't even really get it, but they can carry it on to somebody else.
Right, exactly. Is there any more discussion about this? Jay, when you meet with the committee tomorrow, would you let us know the results?
I'll be attending the meeting too.
Oh, you will?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We did cancel bingo just because felt that was probably a gathering that didn't need to happen,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, all the cancellation, what's it for, just 2 weeks or something, is that what this is, I don't know.
Schools through April 6th at least. Yeah, I think they're kind of, I mean, it changes daily, but at least it's a couple weeks.
I think right now it's to the beginning of April and then they'll decide what's happening at that point.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Well, that's what they're saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
There is something here. I have something I can read now. This is called 15 Days to Slow the Spread, and it's the President's Coronavirus Guidelines for America. Listen to and follow the directions of your state and local authorities. If you feel sick, stay home. Do not go to work. Contact your medical provider. If your children are sick, keep them at home. Do not send them to school. Contact your medical provider. If someone in your household has tested positive for the coronavirus, keep the entire household at home. Do not go to work. Do not go to school. Contact your medical provider. If you are an older person, stay home and away from other people. If you are a person with a serious underlying health condition that can put you at increased risk, example, a condition that impairs your lung or heart function or weakens your immune system, stay at home and away from people. So those are the guidelines. Anything else that we need to add? So I think in summary, what we're saying right now is, right now, the town hall and the employees in town hall can come to work. Anybody who wants to come in for an appointment with Carol, if you're listening to this, please call her first and make sure you're in good health. And anything else that,
Oh, with all the offices, taxes, zoning.
yeah,
All the offices within the town office.
exactly.
Call, make an appointment to come into the office, and then
Exactly.
they can screen them the way they wanna screen them out, and
Right. We have Melissa, who's the treasurer, we have Winetta as the assistant, administrative assistant report, and also Merle, zoning administrator. So the best
And the
thing is to
listers.
call first, and the listers, of course.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, sure.
That someone should be posting something on the door of the building.
Yes, that's a good idea, Shelley. It was mentioned already, but thank you
Okay.
for repeating it. That's, okay. Anything else? Okay, so I think that's it for now, Jay. Basically, things change from day to day, as we all know, and we'll just have to be careful, listen to the Department of Health reports that you can get online or on TV or the radios. So, that's it for the scheduled members of the public. Thanks, Carol, for being here, and Jay. Okay, we do not have any, oh, are you, we do not have any unscheduled members of the public. We do have a visitor here. Okay, old business. Town Office Building Committee. Do you want to discuss that? I think there's only 2 out of the 3 of you here, or do you want to postpone that?
We can reschedule it, cause I did give the plans to David Cotton today. He's gonna do a proposal. I told him what the budget was. He does have to file certain standards with the state for access for handicap development and different things. So if we could reschedule that for another meeting,
And can we
Okay.
invite him to come to that meeting?
maybe by phone.
Perhaps.
What did you ask?
To have him come to the rescheduled meeting
Oh, that's a good
to
idea.
discuss.
Yeah, of course.
And
Excuse me, so is there something that has been decided on the building committee?
Nothing that's been permanent other than the plans that you were already given back 2 months ago on the proposed,
so this is essentially the proposal.
yeah, but
Okay.
there's certain guidelines the state requires being a commercial
Is
building.
there, yeah, but is there a proposal that we need to vote on? I just saw a sketch or something.
No,
Whatever.
David's gonna be working on the proposal.
Okay. Have we
Okay.
committed money to that?
We have in our building fund for the town office, a certain budget that's already been allocated for it. We're
Was
not,
that voted on then?
it's been put aside year after year after year.
what we're
Right.
actually trying to do is just trying to come up with a rough estimate of what we think it might cost, and then we're gonna put it all out to bid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, it's just a 3-sided wall with a foundation and the
Right.
roof and everything, and, what we was actually looking at too, we weren't sure if we wanted to put a room up over it, like this one's got, or just have the stairways going up into this with a cathedral ceiling, which we could almost lower the roof a little bit at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know we've been talking about it, but I didn't ever get understand there was a formal vote or anything on it.
no, we haven't,
We're not there yet.
we got that, like the
Okay.
committee did, we're just trying to come up with a rough idea what we might cost to just throw something like that up,
Okay.
Yeah, there's no vote, no vote.
And then we'll put it up to vote and see if we've got money enough to do it, or if we gotta borrow money to do it, or whatever.
Right.
I think we've got probably close to money enough to do it, but.
So have we agreed to expend a certain amount of money on the preliminary proposal?
I don't think anything's been agreed on or voted on right now. This is just the beginning process in the new.
Yeah, but is there any cost associated with the proposal, I guess, is my question.
Haven't had one so far, no. Not yet, not yet.
So we haven't agreed on any of
No.
the preliminary drafting cost?
No,
Okay.
no.
Any other discussion? No. Okay. The next one is the volunteer committees. Whenever do you have the list there? The vacancies for the different committees that the town has, the openings for positions or committees.
Animal control is available.
Okay.
Planning commission? 2.
Wyndham Regional is another one.
Is that, because I signed up for one of those positions, is still a vacancy?
There's still
Yeah.
one, because there's 2 positions available, and you
Okay.
took one and Pete resigned.
Right.
Planning commission.
Yep.
Has 2 spots available.
Town Energy Coordinator. The Senior Solutions, Doris has resigned from that one, but she will stay on as the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. So that Senior Solutions has a vacancy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at this point. That are vacant. Yes, 5.
If anybody watching television would like to have something to do to support the town of Newfane, we do have the vacancies that Lynetta just named. And please feel free to come in. Just call first at this point to see that the office is open. Or you can call Lynetta at 365-7772, extension 4. And you can ask her about the positions that are available and let her know if you're interested. Okay, and that can be put on line again, right?
Yes.
In Town of Newfane. Thank you, Lynetta. And also, thank you for writing those acknowledgement letters. That's really important. Do you want to say that again?
I'm revisiting and revising the appropriation letters to thank people for volunteering, rather than just, will you resign? I'm thanking them and
That's very nice. I think it's very important to acknowledge.
yes.
So thank you for that. Okay, so the personnel policy, you said that we need to,
I forgot to do that today. I'm
we
sorry.
adopt it and sign it. Do you want to do that today or not?
I forgot to do it today.
Okay.
We'll
Well,
do it at our next meeting.
we could do it the next meeting.
Thank you.
Just one other thing, doesn't have to do with this, but I just wondering,
Sure.
is school board still having their meetings for the budgets and stuff?
We were just talking about that, whether they'll postpone the meeting or.
Because it's supposed to have like a public meeting up front and then the votes of next day or something, is it, or 2 days later?
As far as I've seen, they're still on and haven't been rescheduled.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Regarding the appropriations, I know Lynetta was talking about appropriations letters, but it reminded me that there was a vote on the floor at the town meeting of special appropriations, and there was an increase, and I'm just wondering if that got resolved as to which organization was receiving money.
Lynetta? Is that it's something that Melissa is more aware of?
It is something that Melissa's more aware of. I know there's going to be a deficit of about $2,000 because the figures that they came up with amongst themselves at town meeting didn't match the appropriations. And there's a question as to whether they were including the appropriations that didn't request funding.
Mm-hmm.
Are we appropriating for that?
I believe there was only one that was excluded that didn't get any.
All the
Send a
ones
letter.
with zeros shouldn't get nothing, right?
Well, the only one that was mentioned that I recall was Newfane and New because they didn't send in a letter, and Lynn Forrest had stood up and said that it should be this without them because I do recall that,
Right.
but I don't recall any of the others.
I would make a suggestion that when Melissa comes back, Winetta,
Mm-hmm.
maybe she can attend a select board meeting and we can work on it then. Is that okay with everybody on select board?
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't want it to go, we forget about it or whatever.
Because I see 5 in here that did not have a request.
That's what Winetta said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that will be addressed when Melissa is available to be at our meeting. Okay. New business, water quality at town office. And that's something that I'm bringing up, if it all can be fixed. Because particularly at this time, where all one hears about is how many times a day one has to wash their hands and make sure everything's clean and use water for washing and unfortunately, the water in this building in Town Hall is not the greatest right now. It is, I don't know how you would say it, it's filled with sulfur, it has a lot of sulfur in it, and it's odorous, and it's very unpleasant. And
Has it been tested?
Last fall we had treatment done, but I don't know that it was actually sent out to the state for testing. I know there was work done in the well itself.
so, first of all, we have employees and people who work here every day. Then we have the public who comes in here to see people, and in case they request washing their hands or using the restrooms, it is very unpleasant. And so my thought and hope is that maybe we could have a plumber come, if that's the way to start. And apparently we have a town plumber, is that correct? That we could call and have him just come in and check it and see what he suggests. So I would like to know if people are willing to do that.
Well, I have a question. Who had done the treatment and what treatment was done on the water?
I can't think of his name. Melissa recommended him because she used him before, and they did some chemical in the water itself.
Okay, can we get a report on that?
I don't know if she has a report, but we can get a.
We could probably check the invoice and see what was done, but
Right.
Yeah, might as well check with that first and see what they did do to it and what it does need.
Even if you had to call the plumber and ask him to write out what he did. So in layman's terms, so we understand.
mm-hmm.
I mean, you could probably, first thing you do, if nothing else, just go get one of them things, a test kit, and you fill the bottles up and you take it to that place in Keene, they test the water for you.
In Keene?
You can test it for minerals and for.
They'll tell you what's wrong with the water, if it needs and what it does need. And at that point, then you put it out to whatever it needs, and if it's gotta go out to bid to hire somebody to do it, or if it's just something simple or what, maybe you gotta put a whole filter on it.
Yeah, I have no
Filter
idea.
system with the salt and all that
Right.
stuff to clean the water.
Well, I know that's something that people do. I don't know if that's the only choice we have. I don't, so I really think, so if you want to, what?
There is concerns, you know, for water in this area. I mean, it does have issues,
Right.
so it's not abnormal. I don't know if it's something that's happened over several years, it's changed, or if it's always been that way.
I don't know what it is, but my feeling is that people work here for many hours each day, and I think that it would be great if we could have clean, acceptable water for them.
Well, if the water's tested and if the water's good, unfortunately, there's a smell to it, and, you know, we can look at, as a select board, we can look at what we can do for it, but there is water that we pay for drinking, you know, and, you know, any kind of, you know, preparation for food or for lunch or whatever. But, I'm just wanted to get the facts of what's going on currently, what's been done, and what, could possibly be done. And then we can vote on it, you know, as to what we want done.
So we should start with the report from the fall and go from there.
Yeah.
Yep. Do we have to make a motion about this? No.
No,
I don't
because we're
think
just,
so.
we just need the report from the
Right.
fall, and then we make a motion when we want somebody else to come in and look at it.
Okay, any other comments or discussion about this? Okay, thank you. We are up to correspondence.
The highlighted part down at the bottom is, at the bottom of the page, the highlighted,
Yeah, so
that's,
this is the
yeah.
one.
And then there's two
You
paper
know, I'm in a
clips.
meeting, I can't talk on the phone every minute.
Hope that ain't his girlfriend later, huh?
Yep, bye.
Wasn't me.
Renetta,
Yes,
this is all the, I just need
All right, I gotta
the,
go. Bye.
I just need the original letter, not all the comments made after.
no, it's all this right here.
But she's the most
This
important.
is,
No, Dave, that's not,
Bye.
that's not. the
Hope you
letter.
weren't expecting dinner tonight, Chris. When you get home. I just went out the
this is
window.
Kirsten.
Good thing Rick's is on the
Yeah, but
way.
she's responding, this is what's the same.
I got some dinner
Yeah,
out in the garage
this is
anyway.
Kirsten writing to,
Deborah,
but I
but
don't,
that's not the one for select board.
this is the one that she forwarded to us from her. And then this one was Lisa Harris.
Yeah, I hope that old virus don't get too bad, 'cause I can imagine being quarantined in my house
That's
for
the
2
one
weeks.
for-
All bundled up there.
That's the one for executive.
I know.
Okay.
But not the. Oh, yeah.
So I just
Then sit on the
highlighted
porch and watch guys go by.
from Lisa Harris. And
But
then
after
what
you're
she's
locked
saying
up
about
2
the
weeks,
ramps and
the old
stuff.
ladies,
Okay.
you're
Well,
running
you
for
know
one
what?
of them cars that have
This is not the letter we got. I'm sorry, I don't know why it's written together, anyway.
She forwarded it to me from the email. We never got a letter. This was just forwarded.
Okay, well then this is really correspondence.
Okay.
Okay.
And
What's
then
this?
that's the thing from Brattleboro.
Okay. This is a letter to the select board from an organization called Compassionate Brattleboro. And it's written by Jim Levinson for Compassionate Brattleboro. Does anybody?
Is that the one from Lisa Harris?
No.
No,
No.
I said from Jim Levinson.
Yeah.
I think we've discussed this in the past. This is about being compassionate, stating that Newfane, do we want to be part of this compassionate Brattleboro?
I'm compassionate.
That Newfane, as a town, would join in with compassionate Brattleboro. As you know, the town of Brattleboro voted overwhelmingly in 2017 to join the International Charter for Compassion. 125 cities and towns around the world, a movement initiated by Karen Armstrong and the Dalai Lama. And it continues with, while much that we do uses Brattleboro area, there may be considerable value in having towns in the area sign on officially to the charter. This will permit many joint endeavors and also provide these towns with a recognized means of addressing local compassionate issues. Might you be interested in considering this? I know this came up in the past.
I'm not really sure what they're asking, and
Oh, Dalai Lama?
I'm not really into the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to join that or not. Probably not.
I
don't
think what
so.
we'll do is have this
If the worst comes to
available.
worst, they're compassionate to let us in on the. Jesus.
I think what we'll do is leave this for the select board to look at it privately, because it's something that was asked a while ago, and we didn't join in at that time. Perhaps we might want to join in, but I think people should read it on their own.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there is a letter from Lisa Harris that was sent to Deborah Luskin about town meeting day, and that there was a problem. She said, Lisa Harris responded to Deborah, because Deborah reached out to her and said that she heard there was a problem, that there was snow, and the ramp was not cleared. And so Lisa responded to Deb and say, I wasn't actually able to attend town meeting as I was sick. But then I voted later in the day. I noticed that the accessibility ramp for the hall had some snow in front of the entrance. It might have been tough for a wheelchair to make it through it, as well as some of the less mobile on foot. So the concern was
The snow in front of the ramp.
that there was snow
I
and
think they
ice.
kinda handled it a little bit that day there.
Yeah,
There's one or two people with wheelchairs, and I think I see Jay and a couple of them out there one time helped them through the snow.
yeah,
I mean, it was clear off to one side, there was a little bit still
yes.
on the ice, but
So
it seemed to
there,
me that everybody seemed to get through everything all right that
Yeah.
day, all right, but.
I mean, what I noticed in going up the ramp and up the steps was there was a lot of salt on the steps and on the ramps to make it easy to go up. And that doesn't mean, as Mike said, that there wasn't any snow or ice, but it was taken care of in the best way that could have been done that morning.
Well, they assisted the people with the wheelchairs, so.
Yes,
No, it definitely should have been cleared off the
I
rest
know,
of the
I
way.
know
but
people
the ice
actually
was
were
bad.
assisting wheelchair people, and
Yes, they
they
were.
didn't have any complaints.
Right.
yeah. Well, the only thing that we can say is we will try our best again next year, and whenever that building is used. I know that people who take care of the building are very committed to make it as safe as possible, so I'm very sorry that that happened to some people, that they didn't feel safe, and we will do our best again next year. Any comments about it? Other things to say? Okay, I think that's it. We have one other item on the agenda. I'm gonna put the correspondence away, and that is, we are going to go into executive session.
So there's another one, Kristen Turner.
Yeah, I mentioned that name.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Kristen Turner, and that there were two people who wrote about the conditions.
Oh,
Lisa Harris. I just had the one for Kristen Turner.
Kirsten.
Hmm?
It's Kirsten Turner.
Kirsten Turner, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it now.
so
Here, wait, I have it.
Okay.
Kirsten Turner. Hello, Deborah. This was the scene last evening. Access to the handicap ramp was covered with ice, so my wife had to pull herself up the stairs to vote. Anyone in a wheelchair would probably have needed help to get through the snow and ice to the ramp. We recall that this happened the last time we voted at Union Hall. While we did not attend town meeting and likely will not in the future, if the ramp and the path to it were clear of snow and ice, then people who use canes, walkers, and wheelchairs would feel more welcome. Thank you for all your fine work. Kristen Turner, South Newfane. Sorry, I mentioned the name, but I omitted reading the letter. Any comments about that? Okay, again, we will try our very best to make everything safe. So the next item on the agenda is executive session. And thank you, Jay, for being here.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I make a motion to go into an executive session.
Okay, I need to read,
Oh, I have to read the.
yeah.
Gotta bring the phone up.
Okay, the reason for executive session is, basically,
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The United States is slowly shutting down thanks to coronavirus. We're seeing more and more states do what the federal government has been way too slow to recommend as we continue to be led by the blind and the incompetent day after day after day. The dishonest, blind, and incompetent Trump administration, I should add. And this is simply going to be the new reality for a while. And I know that it's horrible. It's horrible what's going on. But if we don't start doing these things, it's going to get much worse. The stock market and the economy will likely suffer far more than what we've already seen. Stocks down 12% intraday as we are filming right now. My prediction is we could be down 40% from the peaks of a few weeks ago by the time this is all said and done. Although who can ever predict the bottom? But once again, although I hope it doesn't happen, we have to be responsible, whatever the consequences. We have to do what your state says if we want a shot at turning this around. And part of the reason why we now are increasingly going to more extreme measures is because the initial reaction was so incompetent from day one. It'll go away on its own. This is no big deal. We have no cases. The United States, even with the little amount of testing that we are doing, are rapidly heading in the direction of being one of the countries with the most cases in the world. Now, of course, we have a really large population, but remember, we had, quote, leaders telling us we would likely see very few cases here. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, he now is saying straight up, cancel or postpone any event with 50 or more people for 8 weeks. 8 weeks as a starting point. That's a long time. I get it. But understand that the way these infection curves go, every day that it grows is another day on the tail end you need for the decline. Without a vaccine or treatments, if you have 10 days of case growth before you turn it around, you need 10 days of declines to get back to where we are today. If you delay slowing down case growth for 15 days, you then need 15 days on the back end before you get back to where we are today. Meaning for every day we don't deal with this, we are actually losing 2 days minimum, not to mention the exponentially disastrous effect on the medical system as ICUs become overwhelmed, as we lack ventilators. So this will add up quickly. Today is day 14 in the United States of that steady case growth. Imagine where we will be in another 14 days if we don't turn it around. So in that context, states are starting to shut down. The federal government is not doing what they need to do here. They have been far too slow. They have been far too dishonest. They're just making things up whole cloth, which I will talk to you about momentarily. So Ohio is shutting down bars and restaurants, period. Now, remember, some places may be ignoring the decrees at their peril. And it's true that there are places which will say shut down and people won't do it. And local police are not going to be able to necessarily enforce every single bar or restaurant following the rules. It requires people doing it. It requires restaurants doing it. Illinois has ordered bars and restaurants to close starting tonight until March 30th. That's a couple weeks almost. Here in Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker says all gatherings of more than 25 people are banned. Restaurants can be takeout only until April 6th at minimum, and possibly all the way until April 17th. Some conflicting reports about the exact dates. Schools are closed. Things are closing down. California Governor Gavin Newsom says California will be closing bars, nightclubs, and wineries, and that everyone aged 65 and over should be self-isolating. Do not go out in public. Washington State is shutting down restaurants, bars, entertainment, and recreational facilities. Restaurants will be allowed to do takeout and delivery. There are people who still say, you know, there aren't that many cases. We have 340 million people and we have 3,500 cases as of right now. Number one, understand that we don't have 3,500 cases. By some estimates, we likely have between 1 and 500,000 cases. We are just not testing. We're not testing. We don't know how many cases we have. There are people who will say This is simply going too far. When you understand the math of viral contagion, you realize you have to do it before it's too late, because otherwise it's too late. It needs to feel like it's too early, because otherwise you're going to be behind the curve. And look at what happened in Italy. It's a tragedy what's happening in Italy. They did too much too slowly, and now they have more active cases than China, despite having a population that's 96% smaller than China's. Think about that. And that's because of delays. Every day matters. You've got to turn the corner on the new case number, meaning you need to change the inflection of the curve from more new cases each day to fewer new cases each day. When you look at new cases in the United States, it's up every day. This is the time to shut it down, because otherwise in 10 days, the US could look like Italy. If this comes to your state, and it likely will at the rate that we're going, be part of the solution. Don't be part of the problem. And by the way, don't hoard, okay? The hoarding situation's getting very bad. There was no toilet paper shortage expected. Rumors swirled that there would be a shortage. Think about it. Why would all of a sudden there be a shortage? Doesn't actually make sense. People buying all the toilet paper they see creates an artificial shortage. And you have tragic stories of elderly couples driving around all over the place, not feeling well in many cases, looking for a roll of toilet paper, because you have people, and I'll play you videos momentarily, people fighting. It's like Black Friday looking for the cheap TV over toilet paper. I went to a couple local grocery stores. All yogurt was gone. All eggs were gone. All meat was gone. Frozen vegetables, frozen fruit, all gone. Fresh produce, by the way, plenty of. People, I guess, completely ignoring that at this point. Don't hoard. Build up a strategic supply of a couple of weeks of food, which most of us should have anyway. A couple of weeks is reasonable and non-perishables. And understand that you will make the problem worse. It's really, really bad what's going on. This next story has absolutely exploded, and it's as detailed as it is disgusting. As we're discussing today, a whole bunch of companies are working on coronavirus vaccines. That's a good thing. One of the companies is a German medical company named CureVac. There are now widespread reports with corroboration that Donald Trump offered $1 billion to this company to secure the vaccine for the United States only. Now, the reaction from Trumpists was totally predictable. First, they denied it was true. Fake news, fake news, fake news. Oh, it's been confirmed by German officials and authorities. Well, they said, good for Trump. He's watching out for us, America first, which is exactly what you would imagine a Trumpist would say about this. So let's go through the details. Trump was interested in buying this future possible vaccine for the United States for $1 billion. This became known inside of Germany to the point that the German government was almost negotiating against Trump, offering money to the company so that the vaccine would stay in Germany and be available to everyone as it should be if and when it is ready to go. Germans were understandably outraged. The world is understandably outraged. Trump wanted to get the vaccine here and only here somehow to help him politically. That's what this is about. That's what Donald Trump was trying to do. Now, of course, U.S. officials can't deny the story because it's been corroborated so widely. What they're saying is it's been misreported. For example, U.S. officials are saying, we're talking to lots of companies who are working on vaccines, and we can offer money to them to help them. Of course, that's not what this what this is. And any solution that is found, they say, should be shared with the world. What they're not saying is, would it be shared with the whole world at the same time, or would the United States get it first, giving Trump the opportunity to announce, I got us the vaccine. Americans are getting vaccinated before anybody else. Now, adding to the intrigue here, last week, this company, CureVac, weirdly announced they were changing CEOs. This was unusual. CEO Daniel Menechella was replaced by Ingmar Hoare just weeks after Menechella met with Donald Trump. The hypothesis is, and again, this part is more speculative, the hypothesis is that Menechella may actually have been willing to accept the $1 billion from Trump to give the vaccine only, or at least first, to the United States. The board and stockholders of CureVac caught wind of it, fired the guy, put in a different CEO, and said very clearly, if we are successful in developing a vaccine, it should help and protect the entire world. The German health minister, Spahn, said that a takeover of CureVac by the Trump administration is, quote, off the table, that CureVac will only develop a vaccine for the whole world, not for individual countries. Look at where the world is today. Donald Trump offering cash to give him the vaccine, to let him get the benefit. And of course, after denying that this happened, his supporters predictably started saying, hey, this is good. Trump's president of the United States. Trump is not president of Italy. Trump is not president of Germany. His first priority should be get us the vaccine. But of course, this is as immoral as it is stupid. The disease didn't start in the U.S., yet we are now increasingly ravaged by it. Vaccinating only Americans wouldn't help, since no vaccine is 100% effective. Not everyone would get the vaccine, and the disease would simply keep spreading if only Americans were vaccinated. This is, aside from this being utterly disgusting, it's also very, very short-sighted. This is that sort of dumb America first mentality that's not only immoral, but it's also idiotic in this case. And as I read this, I realized, if Trump wasn't born to a rich family, instead of trying to buy a vaccine for $1 billion from Germany, he'd be the guy buying the hand sanitizer in order to start price gouging by then selling it at 30 or 40 bucks a pop. Understand that Germans are shocked and appalled by this. People in Germany can't understand, how is Trump even a person that exists in the world? Never mind, how is he president of the United States? And sadly, these low information Trumpists who see him as unable to do any wrong say, love it. Go Trump. Make America great again. Keep America great again. It's a nightmare hellscape of embarrassment made worse every day. And just to put a final point on this, imagine for a second the reverse situation. Imagine a pandemic was spreading all over the world, and it turned out that a U.S. company had a vaccine ready to go. And imagine that the U.S. company sold rights to the vaccine to, I don't know, Italy or Germany or France or China or Russia or whoever. And maybe later they'd make it available to Americans. The same people who are saying don't regulate businesses and what a good job Trump is doing trying to get us the vaccine would be saying, take over that business, put the executives in prison. It is a disgusting double standard. It's truly a stunning story. And my guess is over the next few days, we'll learn a lot more about the details. Make sure you're following me on Twitter for all the latest COVID-19 updates. A lot is happening on my Twitter account @dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Robert Little and Stephen Moncrief. Robert and Stephen, thank you for your support. I also want to say thank you to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. That's Paul Foster. Paul's been a member for almost 5 years, and we are now just days away from our first 10-year David Pakman Show members. Incredible. Join them at joinpakman.com. Grab a membership. You get the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show, as well as the bonus show available only to members. You can also get a 40% discount off of your membership with the coupon code THISIS2020. You all know I call things as I see them. And right now, it's time to call the virus situation as I see it. Idiots and bad people are destroying our ability to curb this virus as soon as possible. Their behavior is putting people at risk, and it will cause people to die unnecessarily, people who didn't need to die. Now, I'm not just talking about the people in our government. I'm also talking about just regular old people. You might remember, and by old, I just mean regular people, not elderly. I did a story back in February of last year, about 13 months ago, called "It's Time to Admit That Many Americans Are Stupid." And clearly this struck a nerve. It got more than 600,000 views, a very positive reaction, more than 16,000 likes. But a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people felt that it was an attack on them to some degree, or on people who just lacked education. And this is not what we are talking about. We have never had a clearer case of bad and dumb people will be the death of us than what is happening now in the era of coronavirus. Coronavirus has exposed the deficits in our systems, the deficits in our healthcare system, in our economy, in our president's capacity to deal with a crisis, a total lack of capacity, that is. But we're also hurting because of bad and dumb people. And I'm going to go through some examples with you today. Of course, the context being to stop the spread of the virus, absent functioning antivirals, a vaccine, antibody treatments, all of which are under development. It's going to be a while. We need to reduce exposure and transmission. Stop gathering in large groups. Work from home. Stay away from other people. All this stuff, many states are realizing it, shutting down bars and restaurants and gatherings even as large as 25 people. Look at just a sampling of what happened over the weekend. This is just a handful of examples. There are hundreds or thousands of these. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt posted a tweet of himself out with his kids in a very crowded restaurant saying, "Eating with my kids and all my fellow Oklahomans at the Collective OKC. It's packed tonight." This is the exact opposite of what medical experts say we should do. And of course, we live in a world where one party has decided medical experts are basically just people with opinions, which we can ignore if we don't like them, because it's just like saying, I think low taxes are good. It's just an opinion. Our Republican governor here in Massachusetts is taking this seriously, activating a system to get nurses from out of state licensed in state within 24 hours to keep up with demand, saying close schools, work from home, starting a restaurant and bar closure other than takeout and delivery starting tomorrow. And meanwhile, the Oklahoma governor is bragging about being at a packed restaurant with his kids. Is this weaponized ignorance, or is this a bad person? You tell me. Governor eventually deleted the tweet because of the obvious blowback. People are hoarding. People are hoarding food of all kinds. People are hoarding toilet paper. This is creating an artificial shortage. There was no expectation that the supply chain was actually going to be disrupted for toilet paper, nor that toilet paper usage would actually go up. But people are going crazy, and they're doing it with food as well. Here's video of people rolling around on the ground, pushing each other, yelling at each other, and fighting for toilet paper at some big box store. I don't even know where this is. Doesn't matter. It's happening all over. For toilet paper.
One per person. One per person, one per person.
Again, this is all started by rumor about a shortage. People go fight for toilet paper, and they cause a shortage because people are hoarding it. If people just kept buying toilet paper at their normal rate, using it at their normal rate, there'd be no shortage. There'd be no scuffles for people pushing each other in order to grab toilet paper. Are these stupid people, or are they bad people? I don't know the answer. More and more in blue states, people are staying home. St. Patrick's Day parade here in Boston canceled. If you're from the area, you know just how big of a deal that is. Not everywhere, though. Here's a girl at some kind of St. Patrick's Day street party talking about, well, I'm 21, I'm immunocompromised, but I don't care because I take supplements.
I have a compromised immune system, but I'm still only 21. But I'm not even worried because I just take supplements and I self-medicate, so it's fine.
Is this a dumb person or is this a bad person, for lack of a better term? South Korea has tested large numbers of asymptomatic 20 to 29-year-olds and found that a whole bunch of 20 to 29-year-olds who feel fine have the virus, and they are spreading it all over if they do what this girl is doing. It has to stop. Here is Republican Congressman Devin Nunes going on Trump brown-noser Maria Bartiromo's program on Fox and saying, hey, you know what? This is a great time to go out to a restaurant. It's not that busy. You can get right in and get a table.
And there's a lot of concerns with the economy here because people are scared to go out. But I will just say, one of the things you can do if you're healthy, you and your family, it's a great time to just go out, go to a local restaurant. Yeah. Likely you can get in easily. Let's not hurt the working people in this country that are relying on wages and tips to keep their small business going.
We're very sympathetic.
Don't run to the
Understood.
Yeah, just don't run to the grocery store and buy $4,000 of food.
Right, they're cleaning off the shelves.
Go to your local pub.
We want to be very sympathetic to what's going on.
No pushback from Maria Bartiromo. Should that be criminal? What Devin Nunes said. I tweeted asking, should this be criminal? A whole bunch of my Twitter followers said, yeah, what Devin Nunes is doing there should be criminal. Now, Devin Nunes isn't wrong to be concerned about the economy. The economy isn't a free fall. But the problem is a systemic structural one. The solution isn't to now say, well, we have to just keep going to bars and restaurants. What we need is a system of paid sick leave so he can be less concerned about the restaurant employees, not having disbanded the pandemic response team, having a functioning healthcare system. These are structural problems that they don't get solved by saying, go at the individual level and continue to engage in the behavior that's spreading the disease. If we are going to have this level of both stupidity and just straight up disregard for others, we are in very, very serious trouble. And as we see the partisan divide, Republicans have to a third as likely to be worried about coronavirus as Democrats, to be taking action around coronavirus as Democrats. We are in a situation that is only going to get worse. That's where the data is pointing right now. Okay, there's a ton of disinformation and straight up propaganda floating around about coronavirus. So I want to go over the actual science around cures, treatments, and vaccines that are being investigated, what's most promising, timelines, etc. Before we jump in, remember, drinking silver won't cure coronavirus. Prayer won't cure or prevent coronavirus. Buying a 2-year supply of toilet paper certainly won't help. Black people aren't immune, as was floating around. This is not a Chinese bioweapon created in partnership with Kim Jong-un. We'll get to that. This is a virus, and as such, we can look at vaccines, antivirals, and antibodies. And then in the meantime, the treatment of symptoms and, of course, social isolation in order to prevent transmission. The treatment of symptoms, of course, includes things like breathing assistance through ventilators and other things that can be done while the body is attempting to fight the virus off naturally. Let's first talk about vaccines. Vaccines take a while to develop. There is a large range being cited for how long it might take until a vaccine is ready for public use. You have to get through development, clinical trials, approval, production, distribution. There are some vaccines that are ready for trials. The timeline that is most realistic for a vaccine being ready, optimistically, we're looking at 8 months. Less optimistically, looking at 18 to 24 months, sort of at the most conservative. There is already a vaccine from the Israeli Migal Galilee Institute because they've had a poultry coronavirus vaccine for a while. They've modified it to be a human version. It should be ready to test any day. But again, the testing is the beginning of a very long process. There's a bunch of other vaccines in development subject to the same timeline. The vaccine is, of course, for people not yet sick in order to make them immune. No vaccine is 100%. The idea is If lots of people get it, you can build herd immunity, reduce what's called R0 or R naught to below 1, meaning one person is infecting no more than one other person on average. Right now, the R naught of COVID-19 is between 1.4 and 3.9. And obviously, until we get that below 1, we will continue to have more cases. Second, antivirals. COVID-19 is a virus, not a bacteria. So antibiotics would not work against it. Antivirals are used to treat viral infections. Antibiotics go in and destroy the bacteria. Antivirals instead tend to prevent the virus from developing, replicating, or spreading. There's a few promising ones being tested. They all have their side effects. One is called remdesivir. It's made by Gilead Sciences. It was developed for Ebola. Didn't really work well for Ebola. It's being tested in clinical trials right now, including, I believe, in South Korea. Now, there are conflicting reports about how well it's working. There was a report last week saying it's working well, other reports saying it's not really clear it's working better than placebo, and it has significant side effects in a large portion of patients. We just need more data. Maybe it's an antiviral that could be modified to better work on COVID-19 with fewer side effects. There's another antiviral being tested in Japan called Avigan. Now, this was actually developed by Fujifilm, and it was developed as a broad spectrum flu antiviral that Japan stockpiled, and it can have serious side effects up to and including birth defects. So women 18 to 40 straight up shouldn't even be using it at all. Experts think this is probably Avigan not going to work well enough to justify the risks. And then we have the possibility of giving people antibodies. Antibodies actually neutralize the virus pathogen, the specific one. When you fight the virus off naturally, you develop antibodies. The idea is take the antibodies from patients who have recovered and transfuse them into a serum, which you can give to another patient. The issue is the logistics are tough because right now, the antibodies you can get from one patient in the tests that have been done are enough to give to one patient. 1-to-1 is not a great ratio in terms of the logistical task that's required. It's being looked at. There are also side effects, fever, allergic reactions. You can also transmit infections. That's being tested in China. At the earliest, it looks like fall. Then Dutch researchers have found another antibody, which they say seems to be working against the virus in lab settings and could be used to develop an antiviral. It's also early. Could be a while until that is developed. So as all of this comes together, what we're quickly learning is the social distancing, work from home, avoid crowds, shut down restaurants, going out only for necessities like groceries and medications, otherwise remaining isolated. That's all we have right now. And until some of these things can be developed, we have to do that. Unfortunately, too many Americans aren't taking it seriously. I don't want martial law. I don't want police lockdowns. That will get very, very ugly. So people have to start cooperating. Otherwise, it's going to get even worse. We'll be continuing to cover this on our Instagram account. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
So we've gotten to the point where any attempt to do actual journalism and hold people in positions of power accountable is going to be written off as an attack by a huge portion of Americans, because that is exactly what their fearless orange leader, Donald Trump, is doing. Donald Trump was asked by reporter Yamiche Alcindor during his coronavirus emergency declaration on Friday about how he shut down the pandemic response team. Trump called the question nasty, claimed to have no idea what she was talking about, but also sort of blamed Anthony Fauci, who was standing behind him, who just said, I don't know anything about it. This is just disgusting and stunning. And watch Trump say, well, I don't know. That's a nasty question. Maybe ask Anthony Fauci. I have no idea.
My first question is, you said that you don't take responsibility, but you did disband the White House pandemic office, and the officials that were working in that office left this administration abruptly. So what responsibility do you take to that? And the officials that worked in that office said that the White House lost valuable time because that office wasn't disbanded. What do you make of that?
Well, I just think it's a nasty question, because what we've done is, and Tony had said numerous times that we've saved thousands of lives because of the quick closing. And when you say me, I didn't do it. We have a group of people. I could ask perhaps my administration, but I could perhaps ask Tony about that, because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
You don't know about the
I
reorganization that happened at the National Security
It's the administration.
Council.
Perhaps they do that. You know, people let people go. You used to be with a different newspaper than you are now. You know, things like that happen.
But this was
Please go ahead. We're doing a great job.
Notice Trump slipping in there. Well, you changed jobs, so like maybe the pandemic response people also just changed jobs. Nothing to see here. Denying it happened, but saying if it did happen, maybe Anthony Fauci knows something about it. Now, there's something special that I have for you today on this. Back in 2018, Trump was asked, why did you cut the pandemic response team? And at the time, Trump knew exactly what he was being asked about, and he didn't deny doing it. And in fact, he defended what he did. He said, hey, we haven't used those people, and I don't want to pay people that we aren't using. Remember, Trump 3 days ago saying, pandemic response, that's nasty, maybe ask Fauci. Here is Trump right after he did it saying, oh yeah, I did it, and here's why.
Some of the people we cut, they haven't been used for many, many years. And if we ever need them, we can get them very quickly. And rather than spending the money, and I'm a business person, I don't like having thousands of people around when you don't need them.
So Friday, it's, I didn't cut anyone. That's a nasty question. If anybody did get cut, maybe Fauci did it. I don't know. When he did talk about it back in 2018, he knew exactly what he had done. He defended doing it. But the real thing here is, listen, Trump being a liar and Trump being incompetent, that's not new. The treatment of journalism is what is actually nasty here. Calling journalism nasty is very, very nasty. Donald Trump has framed up a situation where, as far as he's concerned, he's done everything right and Obama everything wrong. Questioning him about it is nasty. Asking questions like, you did this and it didn't work out well. Are you responsible? That's a gotcha question in this era. And of course, there's always the question, is he more likely to refer to women as nasty? Is he more likely to be referring to black women as nasty, as is the case in this particular instance? I don't know. We'd have to run the numbers on that. One never knows, but what's nasty is Trump's behavior, his competence, which is incompetence, his treatment of others, and absolutely and totally weaponizing delusional narcissism. Weaponized delusional narcissism maybe should be the tagline of this administration. Let's talk about lying. I'm against lying. And I know that that's a quaint statement to make at this point, but I want to hear the truth from our politicians, even if it's not good. But not all lying is created equal. Lying about, I reduced the deficit, when in reality, you reduced the rate at which the deficit was growing. Okay, I mean, listen, these are lies. They're provable lies, but it's very different than the pandemic is under control. It'll go away soon. No one will die. We will have few cases. Donald Trump cannot and will not stop lying about coronavirus. And this included, and it continued when he announced the national emergency for coronavirus on Friday. A national emergency for something he said 2 weeks ago was nothing and would be going away. No, he announced it at a White House press conference on Friday. And one of the things Donald Trump announced was that Google is making a national coronavirus testing website where you can type in your symptoms, follow a flowchart process to be told, do you need a test, and then be directed to the closest testing location to go and get tested for COVID-19. Let's take a look at what Donald Trump said, and then we'll look at what the truth is.
I want to thank Google. Google is helping to develop a website. It's going to be very quickly done, unlike websites of the past, to determine whether a test is warranted and to facilitate testing at a nearby convenient location.
Notice that Trump even interrupted his lie there to say that other websites weren't developed quickly. He was referring to healthcare.gov, the Obamacare website. Again, just obsessed with Barack Obama, even as we're in a national emergency. Now, the real problem is Google had no idea what Trump was talking about. They had no idea Trump was going to announce this. Trump even said Google has 1,700 engineers devoted to this project. It was all a lie. First of all, Google's doing nothing. Alphabet, which owns Google, has a unit called Verily. Verily is working on a triage tool for coronavirus testing meant to be for healthcare workers in the Bay Area who may be exposed in the process of working to treat coronavirus. Google immediately started getting a flood of inquiries and questions when Trump announced this. They had to put out a statement that included clarifying, quote, statement from Verily, we are developing a tool to help triage individuals for COVID testing. Verily is in the early stages of development, planning to roll testing out in the Bay Area with the hope of expanding more broadly over time. Trump can't stop lying. Remember that in the Oval Office address last week, he said we're shutting down all travel from Europe. Turns out U.S. citizens and U.S. residents can go back and forth. Wasn't true. Trump said the Europe shutdown includes cargo and trade. It didn't, but it still rocked the markets. Trump said insurance companies were waiving copays on coronavirus treatment. Turns out it was only copays on coronavirus testing. The man cannot stop lying. It is life or death for many people. It appears that Donald Trump has put not only Mike Pence in a position of power in this entire fiasco, but also Jared Kushner, who knows absolutely nothing about infectious disease or pandemics or public health or outbreaks. He just knows nothing about it. We're dealing with bad people who are also incompetent and are in way over their heads. How would you expect garbage in, garbage out? How would we expect to get anything but garbage coming out when everything that is being put in is garbage by people who don't know what they're doing, are in over their heads, and seem to care more about optics and elections than actually preventing death? That's the bottom line.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpacman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I have a really interesting video to look at with you today. We are truly seeing the worst of what a dishonest and incompetent administration is capable of. Dr. Seema Verma was interviewed by Fox News' Martha MacCallum. Now, Dr. Verma is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the Trump administration and part of the coronavirus task force. She went on Fox News and was asked 6 times by Martha MacCallum very specific questions about the number of tests, ICUs, and ventilators available for coronavirus, okay? Trump has been insisting for weeks anyone who wants a test can get a test. They can't. That's not true. Trump has been saying people who are flying into the country are being tested. No, they're not. They're sometimes just having their temperature taken. Trump says there are more than enough tests. There are not. Trump pretends like our cases numbers are accurate because we're testing so many people. We're not. The numbers aren't accurate. We might have 500,000 people currently infected. And I have to say, this is not praise of anything other than Martha MacCallum in these 5 minutes, okay? It's not praise of Martha in general. It's not praise of Fox News. It's merely Martha MacCallum realized she was being snowed. She does a good job of exposing this Trump robot who can't stop lying and can't answer a single question. So I'm going to play for you a bunch of questions, which essentially ask the same thing. What is the number of actual tests available? What about the ICUs? What about the ventilators? And you will notice how every single time Dr. Seema Verma just talks about something different. And Martha MacCallum tries to bring her back, and Dr. Verma just again answers about something else. When even Fox News hosts have to expose a Trump bot for obvious lies and deception, you know they're being more deceptive and dishonest than usual. Let's get right into it.
My pleasure. How are we doing on these tests? So I remember last week, I believe, Alex Azar, the HHS secretary, said that there would be millions of them out there by the end of the week. Has that happened?
You know, our focus is on making sure that people that need tests can get tests. And so one of the things that's already available is that at every public health laboratory across the nation, these tests are available. What we're working on now is to increase the capacity in the private healthcare system, because most of us, when we go get tests, we don't go to a public health lab. You're used to going to your doctor's office, they order the tests, and that usually is handled through our private healthcare system. And so we've been working with the private system to essentially ramp up so we can make sure that those tests are available.
Our focus is on making sure people who need the test get it. So we're working on capacity at private versus public. It's not an answer. So Martha MacCallum tries again. You promised millions of tests by now, and we don't have them, right, Doc?
So is it true that there are millions of those? It's now almost the end of the week. So has that mark been met that we heard about from Secretary Azar? Because I was at a doctor for something else the other morning and asked, and they said, you know, we can't get them. We've been calling. We called the state. We called here. We can't get our hands on them. And then I heard it from another doctor earlier today with the same story with a patient that she wanted to test, and she tried to get a test for that patient and was unable to do so.
Well, today, one of the things that we did, Dr. Hahn and I hosted a call with over 1,600 representatives from hospitals to work with them around how they can do the testing inside their hospital laboratories. The other thing that we're focused on is preparing the entire healthcare system. Some of the conversations that we've been having with hospitals is making sure that they have.
Again, no answer. Question is, you promise millions of tests. My doctor says they have none. She answers, well, listen, we've been having phone calls with hospital reps about testing in hospitals. We've issued guidance, no tests, no answer. And Martha MacCallum is starting to get irritated. She filibustered there for more than a minute. Eventually, again, Martha MacCallum manages to get a word in and asks another time. And this time she says, well, we have ICU shortages. We have ventilator shortages. We have shortages of equipment to do tests.
Okay, but in terms of actual equipment, We heard Bernie Sanders today, for one, coming out and saying that there's a major shortage of ICU units. We've heard that there's a shortage of ventilators, even swabs and equipment for the actual tests. What's being done about that? And how concerned are you that when these numbers do start to rise, which Dr. Fauci has told us to expect, that there'll be enough ICU units, enough ventilators to help the people who do get sick in this country?
Well, that's why we have an emergency prepared system. We're used to dealing with disasters. If we look at some of the disasters that have happened around hurricanes in Puerto Rico and Florida, there is a system in place to make sure that folks that are on the front lines have the equipment and the supplies that they need.
So are you saying that we
do have enough?
do
One of the
have
things that
enough?
we're doing at CMS is to have rapid dialogue with healthcare providers. So we're meeting with providers.
Well, we have a system, but the question was about equipment. Oh, but there's no answer to that. We have a system. We have meetings. We have guidance. They have plenty of dialogue and guidance, clearly. But what about the equipment? More filibustering about tests and equipment. Martha comes back in again. And this time, Dr. Seema won't even let her ask again, just talking over Martha McCallum.
The needs that they have.
Yeah, I understand
the other
that.
thing that we've
But
really
can I
focused
just
on
ask you one more
is
time?
telehealth
Will there
and
be
making
enough?
sure that people understand, hey, before you go into your doctor's office, you can call your doctor on the phone and have a discussion with them. And they can tell you whether you need to come in or not. And that's really important because we don't want to have people have to travel unnecessarily if they're not feeling well.
No, absolutely.
And if they come into a healthcare facility, they could also be putting others at risk.
Martha tried to ask again, and the doctor just said, call your doctor, have a discussion. Eventually, Martha McCallum gets to ask one more time. And this one is just nuts. Dr. Verma goes directly into saying Trump has been bold and decisive, and check out the look on Martha McCallum's face. She can't believe it. It's a smirk of disgust as the last big lie is told. And Dr. Verma knew it was a 5-minute interview and this was the last 30 seconds. Praise Trump and avoid answering the question.
Making sure that providers can use telehealth and telemedicine to serve their patients.
We've made that point here quite a bit, and I think it's a very important point to make. But before I let you go, I want to ask you one more time. Are there going to be people in this country who don't get a ventilator if they need one? Are you concerned that the actual physical equipment that is needed to serve the people who will get sick is out there? Can you reassure everyone tonight that there is not a shortage of ventilators or ICU units?
And that's why the president has taken such bold and decisive action, right? We're not waiting for this to get worse. We're not waiting for this to be a crisis in our healthcare systems. And that's why the mitigation strategies that he announced last night, limiting travel from Europe, not allowing that. We've given travel advisories on cruise ships. That's why we're taking all of this action, because we don't want to put stress on the healthcare system.
Okay, that's not a direct answer to the question, but it sounds like a hope that there won't be enough sick people and we won't run out of ventilators because we have mitigated, and we certainly hope that's the case.
Guys, this was 5 minutes. Martha McCallum asked 5 times, tried to ask 6 times, was only able to ask 5 times about tests and ventilators and ICUs, and there was not a single factual answer from this Trump bot who it's almost like her software malfunctioned and she just kept repeating the answers to a different, she was working off of a script for a different interview. It didn't matter. She loaded up that script and read it for this interview, and it's dishonest, it's disgusting, and this is nothing other than saying, at least here, Martha McCallum kept asking and said, those aren't really answers to my questions. What else can we do? They're just not going to be straight with us. Fox News, now going to a very negative Fox News story. Fox News allowed lunatic Christian Jerry Falwell Jr. to suggest that North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un may have created coronavirus as a weapon to attack the United States. We need to listen to doctors. We need to listen to pandemic specialists. We need to listen to scientists on coronavirus. We don't need lunatic Christian preachers who come from a line of lunatic Christian preachers in their family, like Jerry Falwell Jr., to go on television and say these things. And if they say them, we need them to be held accountable, which Fox News did not. So this is a clip of Christian pastor Jerry Falwell Jr., associated with Liberty University, son of the late Jerry Falwell Sr., who once said 9/11 happened because of gay people and abortions. His son, Jerry Falwell Jr., goes on Fox and Friends, which Trump regularly watches, remember that, and check out not just what he says, but how the Fox News clowns don't even push back at all about it.
It's just strange to me how so many are overreacting. The H1N1 virus in 2009 killed 17,000 people. It was the flu also, I think. And there was not the same hype. It was, you just didn't see it on the news 24/7. And it makes you wonder if there's a political reason for that. It's you know, impeachment didn't work, and the Mueller report didn't work, and Article 25 didn't work, and so maybe now this is their next attempt to get Trump. But I had the owner of a restaurant asked me last night. He said, "You remember the North Korean leader promised a Christmas present for America back in December. Could it be they got together with China and this is that present? I don't know, but it really is something strange going on."
Well, Jerry, so regarding the fact that you're going to continue to have classes.
People are overreacting. There's too much news coverage. This is politicized. Coronavirus is just like impeachment. And isn't it possible this was a weaponized virus created by Kim Jong-un and China to attack the United States? Fascinating, Jerry. And you guys are continuing to hold classes. That's the reaction from the Fox News people. Now, let's go through it at two layers. At its face, this is absurd, first and foremost. But think about it a little more deeply. Other countries so far, there's still time, but so far other countries have been hit way harder than the United States. Italy, Iran, China, Spain. So why would Kim Jong-un punish the United States by creating a virus that disproportionately kills people in Europe and Asia, at least for now? Every aspect of this appearance is weaponized ignorance, and it's irresponsible. It's InfoWars level stuff that is being allowed on Fox News. I told you last week, attorneys general have been sending out notices to people selling fake coronaviruses like drinking silver. They should be sending out the same notices of cease and desist to Fox News for allowing known disinformation to spread, which will cause panic and misunderstanding and potentially cause even more cases of coronavirus and deaths. Now, one other thought to consider. Jerry Falwell is simultaneously saying this is all an overreaction and it might be a North Korean bioweapon. Think about that for a second. If this really was a North Korean bioweapon, aren't we underreacting? That would be insane and effectively an act of war. If it is the case that this is a North Korean bioweapon, we're not overreacting. We're drastically underreacting. But Fox News just says, oh, yeah, right. And you're continuing to hold classes, Jerry, at Liberty University. Fascinating, fascinating. They've all failed us. The people that elected Donald Trump have failed us, as he now is completely in over his head, lying uncontrollably, diarrhea of the mouth, can't tell the truth. It's like Pinocchio with Donald Trump, except the more he lies, instead of his nose getting bigger, his face becomes more orange. And meanwhile, Fox News is allowing this stuff and continuing to have people on saying this is a great time to fly. The planes will be empty. This is a great time to go to nice restaurants. The restaurants will be empty. These people will be our undoing. And we are working against not only the virus, but we are working against the disinformation viral spread that is happening simultaneously. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. I got a bunch of these questions about the connection, the possible connection between coronavirus and the election in November. Take a listen.
Hello, David. The name is Gerard, longtime follower. Question for you. If the coronavirus should keep going on until November election time, could Trump declare the election postponed, canceled, and essentially go on as president without an actual election?
Not really. So here's the thing. First of all, Trump couldn't postpone the election by himself. You would need congressional support to do it. Even with congressional support, it would be difficult to do. Trump could say it, but that would not make it so because Congress sets the time, place, and manner of federal elections. But the thing is the following. Congress would need to rewrite 3 U.S. Code subsection 7, which has the timeline for electors, which are chosen by states, to vote in the Electoral College. Remember, when we vote in November, each state is saying we want our electors to vote in this way at the electors convention. That is set for December 14th. So if lawmakers manage to delay the election, they really couldn't delay it beyond, a few days before December 14th without having to rewrite the Constitution itself, which says the president can hold office a term of 4 years. The election is happening at this place, so on and so forth. Now, here's the other thing that a lot of people are worried about, which is imagine that Trump succeeds in doing it. Does he just remain president? And the answer is no, because this has been researched. The 20th Amendment terminates each presidential term at noon on January 20. So even if at the federal level, at the states level, things were delayed, Trump as president would be terminated on January 20th regardless. Now, of course, it would all be a legal fight. It would be unprecedented territory. But the idea that Trump could do this to just stay in power for some period of time seems extraordinarily unlikely and not something that I would put too much time into worrying about. The real question now is what's going to happen with the primary. Louisiana and Georgia already deciding to delay primaries. There's now a fight about whether the primaries happening in March should even be delayed. That is a much more present thing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will actually talk about Georgia and Louisiana postponing their primaries. We will talk about Trump saying that he's going to waive federal student loan interest due to coronavirus. And we will also talk about Trump considering a full pardon for ex-advisor Michael Flynn. We knew it would happen. All of those stories and more on the bonus show. Get access instantly by becoming a member at joinpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week. Today is the 19th of March, the first day of spring. Unfortunately, because of the coronavirus, BCTV studios have been closed. I had originally thought that it would be a good idea to work the Energy Week show with Tom Fennell via Skype, but Tom isn't prepared to do that quite yet. Hopefully he'll be on with next week, and we'll be able to continue it. I'm sorry to say that Tom is not going to be involved in this because I think everybody will miss him. But nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and provide an Energy Week show for you, I hope. We're starting on the 12th of March. Today is the 19th, and we always start a week before. That's why it's called Energy Week. And we start with a photograph of pump jacks. The pump jacks are the devices that are used in conjunction with pumping oil out of the ground. And sorry, I should say first of all, the Energy Week comes from my blog, geoharvey.com. People who have been familiar with watching Energy Week in the past would know that. You can go to energyweek.com and find the stories that I'm talking about by looking at the calendar, clicking on the date of the story. The first stories are appearing on the 12th of March. The date on the calendar, which is on the left side of the screen. Our first story comes from CNN, and it is titled, "The Oil Industry Doesn't Want to be Bailed Out by Trump." This is from CNN. And the synopsis that I've got is the shale industry that made the United States the world's leading oil and gas producer is facing its deepest crisis yet, triggered by a trade war and the coronavirus. Reportedly, the Trump administration is considering federal assistance. Industry leaders, however, say they don't want a bailout. They don't want a bailout because they don't want the strings that would be attached to a bailout, along with other reasons, not the least of which is the fact that they're fundamentally, well, they're conservatives, and they don't think that the government should be bailing businesses out, and even their own, I guess. But nevertheless, the backstory on this is the shale industry is producing lots of shale oil, and the fracking industry is actually not just producing gas, it's also producing oil. And those two industries, between them, have got a lot of oil coming out, making the United States the biggest producer. The United States has gone past the production of Russia, which used to be the biggest producer, which in turn recently had gone past the production of Saudi Arabia. With the coronavirus, people are staying home. And when people stay home, that means that they don't use oil or gas they don't use oil in their cars. They don't use aviation fuel, for example, for flying around in planes. They stay home. They're not even using fuel for industry and so forth. So the oil industry, because of the United States shale and gas industry, is way past what was already needed. But and we had a glut of oil on the world markets. But the coronavirus came along, and the consumption of oil went down. So did the consumption of coal. Well, the result of that was that OPEC had to address the problem. They went to meet and asked everybody to reduce the amount of oil they're producing in order to keep prices up. Russians refused to comply, and the price of oil dropped to about $30 a barrel. The problem is that the shale industry needs to be able to sell oil at $50 a barrel or thereabouts, or it can't make money. And it is deeply in debt already. So it can't make money. If it produces oil, it's going to be producing it at a loss, and they don't have the ability to do that. So we'll see where that goes going forward. We'll get back to this, I'm sure, in fairly quickly as the story goes on. The next story that I've got for today is from the Sydney Morning Herald, and the title is "Renewables to Make $1 trillion," that is Australian dollars, which are worth about 25 cents each, 75 cents each American. Renewables to make $1 trillion in a new coal-fired plants uncompetitive. That is to say, $1 trillion worth of coal-fired power plants are not competitive with renewables. Analysts published by the Carbon Tracker found that more than half the coal-fired power stations worldwide were more costly to run than building and replacing them with renewable energy. And by 2030, all coal capacity will be uncompetitive with renewables in all markets. That is an analysis by Carbon Tracker. And I think that is a likely scenario. Okay, we have a picture now of offshore wind turbines. This is in conjunction with a story from Renews. Renews puts out a lot of news on renewable energy. I use their stories very often. They're short, though. There have actually been occasions when my 50 to 55 word synopsis was the entire story. But in this particular case, it's a little bit longer. The title of the story is U.S. East Coast Offshore to Deliver 83,000 Jobs. The U.S. offshore wind sector could deliver up to 83,000 jobs and $25 billion in annual economic output by 2030, according to a report by the American Wind Energy Association. The report assessed the impact of 30 gigawatts of projects expected to be developed off the east coast of the United States by 2030. 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power. Offshore wind power in the United States is expected to have a capacity factor of about 50%. And that is approaching the capacity factor of combined cycle natural gas, which is, as I recall, about 60%. American nuclear power plants have capacity factors that are slightly upwards, usually, of 90%. The capacity factor, to figure the capacity factor, what you do is you take the nameplate capacity of a plant or a technology, and you multiply that by the number of hours in a year to get the number of watt hours that you would get in the course of a year, and then you look at the actual production from that facility or technology, and divide the actual production by the nameplate capacity the nameplate output that you would have expected. So, for example, if a nuclear power plant runs at 100% capacity 90% of the time and is off 10% of the time, then its capacity factor would be 90%. Wind turbines have capacity factors that are a little bit more difficult to determine, or I should say to guess at. It's easy enough to measure their output and find out what the actual capacity factor is, but the wind turbines, particularly offshore wind turbines, tend to run almost 100% of the time. That is, they'll run 98% of the time, typically. The problem is that the wind doesn't blow at the speed at which they will produce their maximum output. So their capacity factor, they're usually producing something along 50% of the amount that they might. So the capacity factor is close to 50%. This is for offshore wind. Offshore wind has a slightly higher capacity factor typically than onshore wind. So what I'm getting at here is 30 gigawatts of offshore wind power would be the equivalent of a little over 15 gigawatts of nuclear power, which means basically 15 large nuclear reactors. And we will get back to that business of the capacity factor and the effect on the grid in a few moments. Okay, the next story is from Friday, March 13th, and it comes from Clean Technica. The title is 39% of toxic air emissions in the USA came from 100 facilities. The Environmental Integrity Project is made up of former EPA enforcement attorneys, public interest lawyers, investigators, analysts, and community organizers. These are people who have in the past, obviously a number of them, many of them, were in the Environmental Protection Agency and were either forced out or resigned because the Environmental Protection Agency wasn't protecting the environment anymore, in their opinions, and in my opinion. They have issued a report showing that 39% of all toxic air emissions in the United States came from just 100 facilities in 2018. And that's important also because air pollution kills people. And in fact, air pollution, as we will see later on, kills more people by far than the coronavirus. So that was from Clean Technica. Also on Friday, March 13th, we have an item from Renews on FloatGen. And there is a photograph of this, which is a FloatGen photograph. FloatGen has a product that you can mount a wind turbine on and take it out to sea and leave it there anchored. So you can have the wind turbine floating in the sea in a fixed location, and it doesn't need to have a foundation on the seafloor, which means that you can put these things out in the ocean in places where you otherwise wouldn't be able to build wind turbines. And this is technology that's just being developed now. The title here, this is from Renews, FloatGen output soars in February high winds. The 2 megawatt FloatGen floating wind pilot off the French coast has had its best month for production to date in February. Ideol, or Ideol, I don't know how that's pronounced, IDEOL, which developed the floating foundation, said it achieved a capacity factor of 66.3%. This is the capacity factor that I was just telling you about. 66.3% is actually very close to, or possibly higher than, it is higher than some natural gas, combined cycle natural gas power plants. So this is a pretty good capacity. It produced 923.2 megawatt hours of clean electricity. The time availability stood at 95.7%. That means that it was actually running 95.7% of the time, but it was not running at full speed, obviously, that much of the time. Okay, our next item comes from oilprice.com. An interesting site for information on energy, general energy. It's not all about oil. And the title of this particular piece is "The U.S. is ramping up its wind power production." While solar power projects have become supersized, The size of wind turbines has also grown rapidly. In particular, the growth of the size of wind turbine blades over last decades have greatly transformed the power industry for the better, producing much larger, what are called swept areas. The swept area is the area that if you go edge to edge on the wind turbine blades, that they run in a circle, and if you figure the diameter of that circle, or if you just take the wind turbine blade and plus the amount of the hub that is there, you can figure out the size of the swept area. It's just the circle that the thing will run in. And that swept area is very important for determining the output of the wind turbine. So there is, what they're doing is they're building bigger and bigger blades. I don't think this article actually mentions it, but it is a problem that, and it's a problem that's being talked about. These blades don't last forever. They're made of fiberglass generally. And when they are broken or otherwise damaged to the point where they can't be used anymore, they have to be disposed of, and they don't exactly fit on the schedule of landfills very well. Our next item has a photograph of Stromness, which is a town in the Orkneys. It's not the biggest town, but it is a rather picturesque town, sitting on the water. This is an item from CNN, and the title is "This Small Island Chain," referring to the Orkneys, "is leading the way on hydrogen power." The Orkneys are a group of islands just north of Scotland, and they are they're not heavily populated, but they have faced the problem of having to deal with very expensive electricity because their electricity has historically come from diesel power, from a cable running from Scotland, and that has to be paid down. And they've been adding renewable power, and they've got to a point where there are a lot of people who understand renewable energy on the Orkneys, and they have started putting that into trying to do research and development, and they've been very successful. Let me read the synopsis. A group of islands off the northern coast of Scotland is a uniquely it is uniquely set up to pioneer in hydrogen energy. Orkney, better known for its breathtaking coastal scenery and some of Britain's oldest heritage sites than for cutting-edge approach to energy, has been quietly leading the way on hydrogen technology. Now, clearly what's happening here is hydrogen technology, for anybody who has not kept up with this, and I think most of the people who have watched Energy Week probably understand, hydrogen technology is something that makes it possible to store energy as hydrogen. And the deal with the hydrogen is if you're dependent on wind power and solar power, obviously there are times when you don't have enough power because solar is intermittent and wind is variable. But what you have to do in order to have the power, the energy that you need all the time, is overbuild the solar power and the wind power, and then have a way of storing energy. And that overbuilt power plants can produce electricity that you could just shut the plants down. But what you really want to do is have them run whenever they can. And that the excess energy, because you cannot put on a grid more energy than the demand. You have to do something with that energy in order to increase the demand. You take it and use it to make hydrogen. And there's been a lot of work on how to make hydrogen into reliable energy over the years without costing too much money. And the result of that is that in the last few years, the cost of producing hydrogen has declined. Now, that hydrogen can be used for all kinds of purposes. It can be burned to make energy to heat a house if you had a house set up for that, or drive a car, or provide electricity. It can also be put through a cell fuel cell device to get electricity. And aside from the fact that hydrogen is a little difficult to store because the molecules are so small that they'll actually fit between the molecules in a steel alloy and they'll just work their way through. So if you have a bottle of hydrogen and you come back in 10 years, it's going to be empty. Anyway, the on the short term, storing it is not too bad. And, if you've got lots of renewable energy, you can make hydrogen. And that means that you don't need fossil fuels at all. People are building airplanes that run on hydrogen, and we've talked about that. Anyway, the Orkneys have a lot of research and development going on into how to deal with hydrogen energy. Okay, the next item is entitled "Wind Plants Can Provide Grid Services Better Than Gas Hydro, Easing Renewable Integration." And this is based on a study that was done by CAISO. Now, CAISO, C-A-I-S-O, is the California, what they call an ISO, which is an independent operator. Basically, the grid is operated by these ISOs. We have an ISO in New England, and the ISO is in the position where it has to balance demand as the demand appears with the supply, and that balance puts you into if you've got too much supply, you've got to create a demand, or you've got to shut something down. And this is something that this is not new. This is not just something that has happened because of renewable energy. You cannot operate a grid with just baseload power. You need to have something else because the baseload power is inflexible. It cannot be ramped up or down to deal with changes in grid demand. So with a baseload paradigm, you have peaking plants, which produce very expensive electricity in some cases. And as the baseload power plant cannot meet demand, those peaking plants and other types of plants that come on for short terms come online, producing high power at higher cost. In other words, renewable energy needs backup. Wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. It's getting to be boring to hear it. So we have batteries, we have pumped hydro. Hydro doesn't have that problem, and neither does geothermal. But, we've got to have backup power for renewable energy. Well, they need backup power for baseload power too. And it happens that right now the backup power for baseload power is more expensive than the backup power for renewables in many or most cases. Here what's happening is the California ISO says this: the wind plants have a potential to provide grid services that match those of gas plants or hydroelectric facilities. The California Independent System Operator, CAISO, has found in a test wind provided services as least as well as conventional power plants. Okay, that addresses the question of can we depend on something if the wind doesn't always blow? Can we depend on it? Well, there is an answer to that, and that is the wind always blows. I had mentioned that the amount of time that a wind plant might be generating is something, might be 98%, but more to the point, if the wind isn't blowing in Central California, it's blowing in Southern California or Northern California, or both. And it never shuts down everywhere all at once. So they tested this to find out about, we are moving to a new paradigm. We're moving to a point where baseload power is not going to be our primary source. In fact, in the end, it's not even going to be a secondary source, because it's not going to be a source unless the baseload power is renewable. And I'm going to exclude nuclear for a very simple reason, which is that it's too expensive. Even the nuclear plants that have been paid down are closing down under pressure from natural gas and renewable resources. And now natural gas is being the renewable resources compete successfully with natural gas. Anyway, that was from Utility Dive. Now we have a photograph which is just entitled Energy Transmission. It is more of those pump jacks and a wind turbine. And this goes with a story from Green Tech Media. And the title of it is, Could the Oil Price Collapse Drive in More Investments into Renewables? Okay, this is kind of counterintuitive. The oil price has collapsed. It's declined maybe 50% from a price that in the standards of the last few years, it has not been terribly high. The oil price has been down because of the American production of shale oil and the oil that comes from fracking. And what they're asking is, as the price of oil goes down, are we in a situation where the law of supply and demand really doesn't work quite the way you expect it to? We would expect that as the price goes down, people will buy more oil. But for a number of reasons, that may not be the case. And in fact, what this says is low oil prices will test the resolve of the majors' energy transition plans. But analysts expect the company's long-term commitments to decarbonization and renewable energy to remain intact. It might even speed up the transition if they aren't going to find any profit in oil. And at $30 a barrel, a lot of American companies are not going to be finding profit in oil. Then they've got to move to something else. It's just a matter of economics. If they can't make money on oil, they're going to have to make it some other way. They have thought about making money on plastics because plastics are based on oil, a lot of them. But that, I think, is not necessarily going to work. That story and the two before it were both from Saturday, March 14th. We are up to Sunday, March 15th. And by the way, I'm allowed to touch my face because my hands were washed and I haven't been out today. Okay, Sunday, March 15th, we have an item from WKOW. The title is A Step in the Right Direction. More UW campuses are moving off coal. UW is the University of Wisconsin. The Platteville campus of the University of Wisconsin is transitioning away from coal this month. A total of 8 UW campuses are doing so, and they include Superior, Eau Claire, Stout, River Falls, La Crosse, Oshkosh, and Stevens Point. They are all moving toward sustainable energy. A lot of the reason for that is because of pressure on the universities from their faculty, the students, and so forth, to reduce their carbon footprint. A lot of it is because they know the coal is producing pollution, and a coal plant in the middle of a city is not a good idea. So they are, and of course they could have coal plants that they're using outside of their campuses, but in many cases, this coal is being used for heat, and that means it's going to be local. So our next item has a picture of a grizzly bear in Canada. It comes from Electric, and the title is Bears Are Waking Up Because It's Too Warm Too Soon. And the synopsis says, after a record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the United States, you don't think about European bears very often, but they're there. After record-breaking warm weather in Europe and the U.S. this winter, bears are waking up from hibernation because they think it's spring. Well, of course, today is the 19th of March, so it is spring, but because the 19th, this is the earliest spring we've had in over 100 years, and that is just a calendar thing, but it's warmer than it has been ever, in terms of these guys' memories. So why is this early emergence of bears a problem? And the answer to that is because they're hungry and there isn't any food. And that's a problem for them, and it's also a problem for some people. I actually saw a bear behind the Canal Street School in Brattleboro. And, the bear was in town. I called the police and they showed up, a whole bunch of police cars, and the officers got out and they were carrying shotguns, and they did not want to shoot that bear. They wanted to just, they wanted to make noise and kind of induce it to walk out of town, which is what it did. But they don't like the idea of a bear being in a commercial zone, let alone being in the residential property zones that are along it. So, when bears are out and they don't have anything to eat, that can be a problem. And they will get whatever they can. Okay, our next item is from the Epoch Times. This is still Sunday, March 15th. Trump strikes oil after Russia moves to, quote, cripple, end quote, U.S. shale. At a White House Rose Garden press conference, the President Trump stated that his administration would orchestrate the purchase of large quantities of crude oil to help the struggling U.S. oil industry and build up strategic national reserves. The move is expected to cost $2.5 billion. Well, the strategic reserves were put together so we'd have reserves if the price of oil went up to outrageous places, or because there was no supply from foreign countries. And I don't remember the amount that they were down. It seems to me that they were down way over 30%. And what he's doing is he's buying oil cheaply and putting it into the reserves. And that is a bad idea or a good idea, depending upon your point of view. Certainly it's going to save money if it's the other option is to build up the reserves at a high price. But even so, the purpose of this was clearly to prop up the American oil industry. And by the way, it's important to notice that the money that was used, the Freedom Partners, which is financed, I am told, by Koch Industries and investors in ExxonMobil and other oil companies, and by the coal industry and so forth. Freedom Partners put $865 million. I think that's what they announced. It was a figure that was announced in January of 2015 to elect Republicans into the White House and Congress, with the idea that those people would be beholden to the industry or to Freedom Partners and vote accordingly, which is kind of like buying politicians, and that's something I don't like. I am myself. I voted Republican pretty much all the time from 1968, every even-numbered year until 2002. But this bothers me, and what has happened is that the people who invested in that, who got their money from the coal industry, well, the Dow Jones coal industry index is down 90% from when Donald Trump took office. What about oil and gas? Well, the oil and gas index is down over 2/3. It's lost it's down to less than a third of what its value was when Donald Trump took office. And the last time I looked, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was just a tiny bit lower than what it was when Donald Trump took office. But our traditional energy investment companies in fossil fuels are just suffering. So anyway, that's where we are. Okay, we're up to Monday. Oh, and those investors, I wonder whether they're going to be interested in backing Donald Trump and the Republicans in this next election, because they've suffered under the hands of those people a good deal more than they suffered under Barack Obama and the Democrats. Okay, we have a picture here of white roofs used for cooling. This is Sunday. Let me go back here. I'm sorry, Monday, March 16th. White roofs used for cooling on the island of Santorini. This is from Conversation, the Conversation AU, of course, being Australia. The title is "We Must Fight Climate Change Like It's World War III. Here are 4 potent weapons to deploy." And this is an opinion piece. So, they're talking as people. We are a group of experts in physics, geology, science education, coral reefs, and climate system science. We believe the lack of progress by governments in reducing global emissions means bold solutions are now urgently needed. Yeah, I think that's the case. And I think bold solutions sometimes are not just urgently needed, but they are a possible avenue to success. And when people have asked me, do I think that we can pull off dealing with climate change, I have in the past said, read about the Battle of Midway, because the Americans went out to that battle outnumbered in every category. The Japanese had 6 battleships, we had 3. 6 aircraft carriers, I'm sorry. The Japanese had battleships, but the Americans had none. The Japanese had cruisers that outnumbered our cruisers by, I don't remember what the numbers were, maybe 5 to 1. And the Americans went out knowing that this was going to be, it was going to be a tough thing to do. And every single attack by the Americans failed. The land-based bombers found the Japanese fleet and they dropped bombs, and not a single bomb connected. The torpedo bombers from the American aircraft carriers found their fleet, and not only did they not connect, in some cases they all got shot down. And then all of a sudden, in a matter of 2 minutes, the battle was over. Or not over, but it was basically decided, because the American dive bombers had destroyed 3 of 4 frontline Japanese aircraft carriers in 2 minutes. And that kind of thing can happen. And unfortunately, we're getting to a point where that is going to be needed. We're going to have to, and this article points that out. Okay, still on Monday, we have an item from TruthDig, and the title is "Renewable Energy Could Power the World by 2050. Virtually all of the world's demand for electricity to run transport, heating, and cooling and provide power demands of industry could be met by renewable energy by mid-century. This is the consensus of 47 peer-reviewed research papers from 13 independent groups. And from my point of view, this is really obvious. There is a thing called Wright's Law, and we've discussed this on Energy Week a number of times. Wright's Law says when you introduce a new technology, the price of that technology will go down, because when you introduce it, you're talking about a technology that has no market presence, and you're talking about the first items coming out. It's like, new technology is expensive. The first computer was an expensive device. Today, if you had a device of that power, you wouldn't be able to sell it. You can buy a smartphone for well, I bought a refurbished smartphone for $20, and that thing has probably got more computer power than there existed in the United States in 1961. But the cost of the flops, floating point operations per second, a gigaflops, the material, the hardware to produce a gigaflops, according to an article in Wikipedia. Look up flops, FLOPS. In 1961, it was over $160 billion. Today, it's about 3 cents. And that has been a constant decline in the costs of a very complicated technology in which there are many, many components, including transistors and integrated circuits and things like that. Well, the same thing is true of automobiles, according to an MIT study, and manufacture of chemicals, and any place where you've got a new technology, that is Wright's law. And if using Wright's law, you can actually determine in advance what will happen to the price of solar power, wind power, computers, you name it. And a review from MIT studied that and found in fact it worked. And Tesla, by the way, has been using that as a basis for its operations. Okay, we are now still on Monday, March 16th. We have an item here that is from BW Business World. And there's a photograph here of women carrying coal. These poor women. Look at the amount of coal they've got balanced on their heads in baskets. It's amazing. The title is Coronavirus Outbreak. Coal import declines 14% to 17 million tons in February. India's coal imports registered a decline of 14.1% to 17.01 million tons. That is TONNES, which is metric tons. And a metric ton is about 1.1 short tons that we use in the United States. In February, in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak, according to industry data, the overall trend in coal imports has been increasing until the coronavirus pandemic, and then all of a sudden it started to decrease. We're going to get more back to that again in just a moment, and we will be talking more about the coronavirus. The next item, which is from Tuesday, March 17th, this came from CNBC, and the title is U.S. solar installations shot up last year, but coronavirus could have an impact going forward. Now, this shows you the downside of the coronavirus and the limitations on coal. China uses a lot of coal for its electric power, and that electric power, among other things, is used to manufacture solar panels. A report by the Solar Energy Industries Association and Wood Mackenzie Power and Renewables says that almost 40% of U.S. generating capacity added last year was solar. 40%. And that doesn't, you're looking at just solar here. Much of the rest was wind power. The SEIA is monitoring changes to the industry that the COVID-19 pandemic could cause. Now, the word that I'm getting from people who are in the industry is that, the people I've talked to, they say the solar panels are there. They can get them. But of course, that's just a few people I'm talking to, and it really doesn't say what's going on in the world at large. It's what's called anecdotal evidence. It's anecdotal evidence. It's like the woman who said, I can't believe that Richard Nixon was elected. Everybody I knew was for Who was it that they were for? I don't remember. My mind doesn't work as well as it used to. Okay, we have an item here that is from Power Technology, and it is illustrated with a picture of solar panels. And the title for it is NYSERDA selects Boralex solar projects under request for proposal. Just four solar projects of Canadian renewable energy company Boralex were selected by the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, which is abbreviated to NYSERDA, under a solicitation. You know, it's refreshing to have an acronym that doesn't mean anything. Okay, under a solicitation that took place in 2019. One project is Greens Corners at 120 megawatts, and the others were each 3 projects of 19.99 megawatts. Why didn't they make it 20? I don't know. Anyway, that's Power Technology, and that is from the Tuesday the 17th. We're still at Tuesday the 17th, and we have an item from the BBC, which is entitled "The People Cleaning Up the Oil Spills of the Amazon." And it says, for decades, pits of waste crude have dotted the Amazon rainforest in northern Ecuador. Now people are using resilient plants, fungi, and bacteria to try to clean them up. Bioremediation uses living organisms like plants, fungi, and microbes to break down several pollutants, including crude oil. I do that every day, and I've done that every day for years, so don't be concerned. That was from the BBC, and basically what has happened here is that there was oil pumped, drilled, whatever, in the Amazon, and the companies that did it just left ponds of crude oil. I'm covering my mouth so you don't get this, by the way. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, March 18th. We have a picture of pollution in China. This is from CNN, and there were a couple of really interesting items that day. This one is titled, China's coronavirus lockdown curbs deadly pollution, likely saving the lives of tens of thousands of people, according to one researcher. The drastic measures enforced by China during the coronavirus outbreak have greatly reduced air pollution, potentially saving the lives of 50 to 75,000 people, according to a researcher at Stanford University. And by the way, for people who are concerned about the coronavirus, there has been some really amazing stuff coming up where they are talking about treatments and that really reduce the effects of the virus that are currently being tested on human beings in China. One of them is a medicine that already exists and has been tested for something else. I don't remember what. I don't know that that'll appear in Energy Week next week because it appeared today, but it wasn't energy that they were talking about. So I don't know. Maybe I should include something. But the long and the short of this particular article is the coronavirus is going to be very likely saving lives because of the responses to it. And today, in the news, Donald Trump said that he was going to deal with the coronavirus on a wartime footing. I think he should have done that with climate change. Maybe he will. You never can tell. Our next item is titled "A Red State Template for 100% Renewables." Utah bill unites Rocky Mountain Power, cities, and activists. This is from Utility Dive. Utah got approval from the legislature made up 80% of Republicans, 80% Republican, and the legislature moved more than a third of the state's population will be 100% powered by renewables in 2030. That is a Republican, and this is a pattern that we've seen elsewhere. Conservatives are looking at renewable energy. They're looking at climate change, and they're saying this is not good for business. You know, if everybody dies, it's not usually very good for business. So let's do something about it. Well, everybody isn't going to die from climate change, I don't think, but in truth, a large part of this is the fact that renewable energy is so cheap compared to more traditional energy sources that it does not make sense not to go to renewable energy. Anyway, this particular article is from Utility Dive. And finally, there is one of those articles that Tom Fennell just loves. He loves articles that have a lot of pictures. And there is a picture here, and the title that I have on the picture is Diversity, hard hats, pipelines, waste isolation, and pumping oil. And of course, they all refer to they all refer to energy. And it's conceivable that as I think about it, it's probable that at least one of those I misinterpreted what I was seeing. But there were this is from pictures on a billboard, and this is from DeSmog. A faltering fracking industry on the verge of a bailout mixes patriotism and oil in the Permian Basin. Abundant signs across the Permian Basin, one of the most prolific oil and natural gas displays in the U.S., suggest that supporting the oil industry, that's one of the largest contributors to the climate crisis, is a matter of American pride. And in fact, I think that's the case. It is a matter of American pride. This is a type of thinking that goes back to before I was a kid. You know, the oil industry was going to, and it did, it promoted success in the United States, particularly during the Depression when people were economically in trouble. The oil industry was one of the places where people could make money and they could make life easier for the people around them. The problem that they didn't realize at that time was, of course, that the oil industry was going to have its own a price for our dependence on it that we probably would not be involved in if we knew what was going on. I mean, in terms of climate change. Climate changes to the climate resulting from burning fossil fuels were first suggested, I think, 125 years ago. And by the 1930s, there were scientists who were aware of the fact that this could be going on. And by the 1960s, there were definitely scientists who were aware of the fact that it could be not just going on, but a problem. And in fact, I don't remember the exact date, but there was a group of scientists who went to President Lyndon Johnson and told him, we've got a problem. And that problem is that we're burning too much fossil fuels. And of course, it's kind of like living on a credit card. You can do it, and you can know that there's a limit, and you can just push that limit, and really push beyond that limit by refinancing and things like that. But you're just getting into a position where you're in debt. And for some people, getting out of that debt is pretty difficult to do. Well, now what we have is a debt to the environment, and getting out of that debt is going to require that we do something that these people think is un-American, anti-patriotic, and they make that into a political thing in which they are blaming liberals, blaming socialists, blaming an attempt by socialist governments to take over the world. The Russian government is dependent 65% on its sale of fossil fuels for its international trade. They want to push fossil fuels. They don't want American fossil fuels to be able to compete with them. And you know, I'm not really into conspiracy theories very much, but I find it interesting that there's a trade war going on between Russia and Saudi Arabia, and the biggest loser in this trade war, Russia can live, according to the reports that I've read, Russia can live for years on oil at prices that are in the neighborhood of $35 a barrel. The same is true of Saudi Arabia. But American oil is coming, at this point, over 50% of it comes from sources that are considered unconventional. And that means shale oil, which is basically mined, and fracking. And that unconventional oil is expensive to produce. And when it goes to market, at least the shale oil, goes to market at prices that are well below the prices of good quality crude oil that's just pumped out of the ground, because it's of lower quality. And it has side issues. For example, it's full of sand. I shouldn't say full of sand. It has sand in it. It's very thick. It has sand in it. And the sand abrades the insides of the pipelines. So the pipelines don't last as long as you might want them to. And there are a lot of problems there. And the shale oil industry and the fracking industry are both built on a great deal of debt, which the Saudis and the Russians are both aware of. And my bet is, I don't know that they did this as a conspiracy, but my bet is that privately, the Saudis and the Russians are both saying, yeah, well, it hurts us a little bit, it hurts the other guy a little bit, but the people it really hurts are the Americans. And my bet is that Vladimir Putin just loves that. Anyway, I have come to the end of the rope, as they say, on this particular item, this particular Energy Week. There is a Energy Week final slide, and I don't have on the computer in front of me what it says. But it says, you should have a wonderful week. And next week, hopefully, I'll be able to work with Tom Fennell and get the Energy Week show operating. I think we're going to do it over Skype, which means I will do it at home and Tom will do it from his home, and then Brian and the other people at BCTV will take the Skype material and put it into a something that can be broadcast. Anyway, have a lovely week, and I hope that you come back next time, and so do we. Bye.
So let's call the meeting to order. It's 7:02. Just a technical thing for those of you, we don't have the bandwidth for that, Keegan. For the video. So anyway, just a technical thing. Everybody who's dialed in, you can unmute yourself and speak. If you're on the computer, you can actually, there's a way to raise your hand and I can see you. If you're on a phone, you're just going to have to talk and I'll get to you as soon as I can. That about covers the technicalities. If you're having trouble hearing, let us know. I apologize, but I don't think we have the bandwidth to do this. The early video with the access with this many people on here, we were freezing and hitching and whatever. The meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro TV, so any of the visual presentations we have tonight will be available to anybody, but we're just not going to be able to see each other on this, but we can all hear each other. So anyway, we have two new board members. One is virtual, Keegan, and the other is here, Dana West. We can introduce ourselves for the camera and for the public. I'm Joe Winrick, I'm the chair, and then we can just start down on bottom end there.
Leanne Gilson, Brookline.
Dana West, Jamaica Rep.
Lori Garland, Director of Finance.
Al Clausen, Townsend. Bill Antone, Superintendent.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member from Townsend.
Do you board members on the virtually want to say anything?
I'm Keegan. I'm from Jamaica.
I'm Lindsay Bertram from Newfane.
All right, and I know we have Trish. We also have some principals.
Trish got at large.
Yep. Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? I have one that's not on there. Lori brought me a lease from West River Valley Thrives that we need to add to the agenda down under new business, I suppose, F. Just needs to be hopefully approved and signed. Anything else, folks? All right. Okay. Quick look at the board norms. These are probably especially important tonight to maintain our focus, communicate respectfully, be present, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda, staying on task. Adding the virtual participation to this is going to make that, all that more important that we pay attention to that. Okay, members of the public, if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to join us at that point. If you're here to talk about something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, sir. Please state your name and town for the camera.
My name is David LaPasta. I live in Fountain. I would like to ask on behalf of a number of parents that the current proposed health curriculum be looked at and possibly addressed to accommodate proper education for us parents on the changing subjects that will be discussed prior to teaching our children. As parents play an important role in our children's education, and this is something we need to get right.
Okay.
Could I just ask
could you help us with that?
Sure. Could you just tell me a little bit more? I'm a little bit aware, but
specifically to the amaze.org curriculum.
Okay. And what is your request?
My request is that we look into it a little further. Maybe we educate parents as to what we're going to be teaching our children.
Okay.
Prior to just teaching our children.
Okay.
At the least.
What was that curriculum? I'm sorry.
Amaze.org.
Amaze.org. And what school does your child attend? Okay.
Okay.
One more. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, please.
Would it be okay for the principal of that school to directly contact you to follow up on what
Absolutely.
you? Okay. Thank you. I will make sure that happens.
Task for staff. Sure.
There you go. Thank you.
You have a question?
I'm good.
No, Ken.
Nope.
Okay. All right. The the principal will be in contact with you. You're welcome. Anything else? All right. Moving right along, correspondence. I believe there was a memo in the board packet that went to everybody, and it should be posted as well, from Rick Heggie with regard to posting information on the school Facebook pages with respect to summer programs and things, and just kind of pointing out that we should probably talk about, as an entire district, what we have as a policy on sharing that kind of information and making that available. Right now, it could be, while I'm sure there was no intent, it could be seen as favoritism that a couple of programs got mentioned, and there are other programs that exist, I'm sure, that didn't get a mention and could. So just, in a future meeting, I think we probably want to look at, sort of as a board, a policy about how we deal with this kind of public information posting. Since Rick is here, is there anything you want to add to my explanation of your correspondence, Rick?
Yeah, to me, it's just a matter of being fair. And then I saw the two things from Newfane that were several days apart, even. So I'll be honest, there's too much happening coming out of DC, which keeps promoting this and promoting that as opposed to this and this and this. And I'm all for information for the parents. I think it should be looked at as a whole, so that in this case, every program would have equal opportunity to have their stuff presented at the same time. That way nobody can sit there and scream, well, you forgot me, or you discriminated. Because like I said in the note, there are at least 4, maybe 5 preschool programs that our students attend. And so at the very least, every one of those programs should have an opportunity to put something together for distribution to all the parents. Okay, so it's a matter of fairness more than anything, and being equal to a non-public entity.
Yep. Thank you. So we can add that to a future agenda, talking about what the policy would be on that.
I've got that down.
Okay, great. Does anybody else have any correspondence that they received? It's the only thing I saw. No? Okay. The next piece is the fiscal year 21 budget information. I know Lori put together a presentation. You can project that.
Oh, right.
So take it away.
Okay. Well, it might be easier for the board members if you wanted to go over there to be able to view it. Those of you online, the board did receive the presentation on Friday. I will have it uploaded after tonight. We didn't want to, our IT department was pretty overwhelmed with everything that's going on, so I did not get to them to ask them to upload it to the board site, but it will be up there as soon as possible. Okay. So we're going to talk tonight about the budget development process and how the unified tax rate is established, and then how it flows through to your town and to you individually. But before we do, let's just step back and take a look at what does West River represent. Okay. So the best place to start is with the mission statement. So I'm going to read that mission statement to you. In West River Modified Union Education District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. In West River Modified Education District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. So, where are those students? They are in 3 elementary schools, pre-K K through 5, and 1 middle high school grades 6 through 12. Serving, next slide, serving 546 students in all, right? All of them are West River students. Where are those students? For some new board members and for the public that will look at this online. They are in our southern school, Newbrook, with approximately 98 students. Newbrook typically runs straight grades, and when I say straight grades, I mean 1 teacher per grade. And they run K through 5. Okay, Jamaica, our northernmost school, has 35 students this year, and they run in combined grades. They also run a pre-K program, pre-K through 5. Leland and Gray Middle High School is running grades 6 through 12 this year, and they have approximately 296 students. Some of those students are tuitioned in from sending towns, so this would be Dover, Marlborough, Wardsboro, Athens, Grafton. And then in the center of town, Townsend Elementary School has roughly 117 students this year, and they also typically run straight grades. They offer a pre-K program through 5. So these are the board values, which are also up here on the wall, and they are also on the board's website because you cannot read them on the screen right here. And I asked Joe to speak a little bit about the board values and how they were developed.
Okay, so when this board was first formed, long before we became operational, we came together and spent a day in a retreat where we talked about the different pieces that would make up the new district and the things that were unique about each building and educational community that we were now going to be responsible for that made it special. And we made a long list of the things that we valued based on each different school. And there were a lot of similarities, but there were some differences. And then we started talking about what we wanted for our children, and we started putting down some of that too. And we came up with our first list of the West River Education District values. And then as we moved forward in the next year, when we were making budget decisions and decisions about how things would work programmatically and everything, we would try and refer back to those values and say, okay, how does this support that value? And how are we making sure that this value is being represented? And then before we became operational, we had another retreat where we spent another part of a day, and we took those values that we had operated under for a year, and we started saying, okay, what works, what doesn't work, how does this change, what have we learned, what's the sort of progression here? And this is the second iteration of those values where we try to take. And it took us quite a while to do this. The board did the work as a group, and then there was a small group of people, and we probably devoted 3 or 4 meetings where we had continuing discussion about what they would look like, where we condensed it down to core values and then some specific values based on where you are on sort of the education continuum. And these values are still, I think as a board, we're looking at those things, we're referring back to them constantly as we make decisions and trying to make sure that we remember that that's what we've agreed is important for our children, as well as, I fully anticipate that at some point next summer, we'll sit down and spend part of the day again going through and saying, okay, now what? What's changed? What have we learned? I'm sure that we'll come out of the experience that we're having right now, having learned a great deal, about values and what's really important and what we can make work. And I think, so it's a constantly evolving document, but it just gives the board and the administration and everybody really a way to go back and say, okay, look, here's where our focus really ought to be. Here's what we've thought about. Here's what we like. Here's what we think. They're not carved in stone, but it is a point of reference for us. So we try to use those as we make decisions constantly.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
So, of course, those play into the budget development. So using the values and using these guiding principles, we have a budget process. So I'm going to start, actually, for the good of the group, I'm going to start back. Where does the budget process actually start, right? So it actually starts around October 1st at the SU office, and it is what we call our special ed service plan. So the special ed service plan is due to the AOE by mandate on October 15th. So that's where the whole process starts. In that process, we're planning for, the Director of Special Education is planning for services that will be for the next fiscal year. So about a year and a half in advance is what she's planning. So then, along those lines comes the SU superintendent's budget. So the superintendent's budget is the central office as well as the business office. You gotta love video. It's great.
Like, who is that?
So all of these budgets, the superintendent's budget and the special education budget, and then the agency budget, which is reviewed, not voted on, all feed into the individual district's budgets. So that's where it starts. Around November, December is when the SU board as a whole votes on the superintendent's budget and the special ed budget. They also review the agency fund budget at that point.
Lori,
yes.
Could you repeat that one more time, just so the public knows when WCSU part of the budget is put in place so they can show up for meetings?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So between the months of November and December, typically that is when the SU budget and also special education budget is presented to the SU board. It sometimes will take a couple of meetings of questions and that type of thing, but that is the typical time frame.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So this season for West River, so we're going to talk about West River now going forward. We formed a budget committee, the board formed a budget committee, and the purpose of the budget committee was to take a deeper dive into the budget to better understand where the numbers come from and what the numbers represent. Okay, so following these guidelines, a first draft was presented to the board, the full board on 12/9. So this was the life cycle of the budgets this year. As you can see, the first bar is fiscal year 20. So we're always comparing year over year or against fiscal year 20 in this case. The first draft that came in was a 7.72% increase in expenses. And then the second draft actually came down by 1%, almost 1.5%. But was still over the current year we're in by 6%, okay? And then in the third and final draft, it came down another 3.43% and ended up to be year over year 2.88%. Okay, so that was the life cycle. So let's talk about, I wanted to talk through each of these drafts so that everybody could understand what the deliberations were as we walked through this. So what were the major budgetary impacts of the first draft? First of all, there's the professional and non-professional salary increases for all of West River. Okay, so some of this is part of the negotiations that happen typically every year. Healthcare premium increases and changes to plans. This year alone, healthcare premium increases were 12.9%. The special ed and the ECSE budget increases. Now, remember, this is where I said these come in from the central office or from the special ed budget. And ECSE stands for Early Childhood Special Education. They are separate budgets because they are separate funding sources at this point. And then this year, typically I go around to the principals and I find out their needs for the next year, their needs and their wants. And this year we had the principals actually filled out submitted a budget proposal that tied to the district's values and also how the requests fit into our continuous improvement plan that the SU has. And so these were the first that came out. It was an increase of 5.48 FTEs for $439,000, which included a 0.75 additional math in the high school, an additional nurse at 1.08, an additional technology provider, additional custodial staff in Townsend due to the increase in students there, a 0.20 PE, which brought us more into compliance with the education quality standards, a 0.20 guidance, a 1.0 para support, and a 0.50 duty para. So that was the request that came in. There were also some miscellaneous budget increases, which were some money went into Brown's upkeep, supplies, and then there were some outside tuition costs that we had to put in the budget for $32,000. So that's what was presented to begin with. The board, the full board came back and asked the administration and the budget committee to reduce the budget by 2%. So remember I said that the first draft was about 7.72% over year over year. So they asked to cut 2%. So we went back to the drawing board. Not a lot we can do with putting in for increases. So those stayed the same. Slight variation on the healthcare. We recognized some changes in the upcoming healthcare law. Special ed and ECSE budget does not change at this point. And then we took a look at the leaders' requests and reduced those. So what did we reduce? We reduced nurse, technology, and guidance. And then on the miscellaneous side, there was some money in for capital improvements. One of the items was a Leland and Gray bathroom project upgrade, and that was taken out. So $50,000 was reduced there. All right. So now we're on to the third and final. So this is, again, our top three really don't change very much at this point. And now we're down to cutting down to a 0.80. So what happened between budget 2 draft and budget 3 was the revenues started to come in from the state and also the equalized pupils. Okay, so when I was able to present draft 2, it had revenue assumptions which were decreased. We had a decrease of $152,000 of revenue and also equalized pupils. So between the decrease in revenues and the increase in expenditures, the tax rate was basically not tolerable. So the full board asked the administration to come back with a budget that was $500,000 less and did not affect programming. Okay, so these were the items that were cut. It wasn't that nurse was cut, it was that the additional nursing staff was cut. So it was back to its original level. Same thing for custodial. There was also a professional staff position that was cut that did not affect programming because it was it's a reorganization of students at that point. So some of the bigger cuts down here, which are a little bit hard to read this far out, but we had the bathroom project that we had already cut. All the supply lines across the entire budget were cut 25%. And then the remainder is the removal of the balance of the capital improvement money of $145,000. So this represents cleaning only for next year. No projects, just cleaning. So this was the budget that was approved at that meeting on was January 27th, and yeah, we can talk about where the different functions, what does it represent? So this was the $12 million budget that you see in your annual report, and what are the different percentages of services? So direct instruction is 55% of this budget. Okay, so then add on co-curricular and work-based learning for another 4%. Student support services, which is your nurses and guidance counselors, is another 8%. My numbers are really small. Board and SU assessment is 6%. Administration and front office, this is the principal's office in the budget, is 9%. Technology is 4%. Building operations represents 7% of this budget. Transportation 3%. Food service 1%, and debt service was 3%. So that was the breakdown on the major functions. Okay, so now we get to how do we get to a cost per student, which is what drives your tax rate. Okay, so the total expenses came in at $12 million, you can see there, and there are some offsetting revenues that we have to subtract out. Offsetting revenues are tuition, grants, small schools grant, transportation aid, anything like that that is not ed spending. Okay, so you subtract that off. So a simple calculation gets it down to $10 million. This is what needs to be raised to run West River. We divide that by the equalized pupils that is driving the cost there, and we get a cost per student of $20,000, almost 21. Okay, so now we're going to take the cost per student and we're going to get it down to the unified tax rate. So we start out with, nope, back one. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So we start out with that $20,970, and we have to look at it in terms of the threshold. So the threshold is a basically a containment measure that the state has put into place, right? So it's $18,756. If you're over that, then you're paying a penalty, which this is over it. So the penalty is $2,214. There are some exclusions to the penalty. Capital improvements is actually one of them. So the payment for the bond for the biomass project is actually helps to offset the penalty in this case. It's all broken down on a per pupil basis. So the penalty or the double taxation that is in play here is $1,400, $1,487.
Per student.
Per student, right. Thank you. So that's added to the $20,000 above, and that gives you your cost per student with the penalty. Okay, so that's where we're.
Ma'am.
Mr. Anton.
Madam, could you just explain that in terms of, so the budget is built for expenditures of $20,970, but because of the system, the taxpayer is charged for the $22,457.
Right.
Okay.
That is correct. All right. Okay, so we take that $22,000 now that includes the penalty, and we're looking at dividing it by the yield that is set by the state on December 1st. As you came in, there aren't a lot of people in the audience tonight, but there is an information sheet of frequently asked questions about all of these terms that I'm going through here, and I would ask that you would take the time to read through those to understand what they mean. So we divide it by that, and we get the unified tax rate, which is $2.06. That actually, and I want to just focus on that for a second, because that's your true tax rate. Okay, so you have incentives because you chose to voluntarily merge, which is wonderful, but that really is your true tax rate. Okay, so there were two different mergers that are in play for West River here in this budget. One is the 6 cents, so it was 8, 6, 4, and 2 cent incentive rates that come off your tax rate, comes off the unified tax rate. And we're in year 2, so it's 6 cents. Those are gradually going down. That's why I point out the $2.06 above. Okay. Well,
Oh, sorry.
one more, sorry. So I just want to keep everybody have in mind, $2 tax rate, right? Easy to remember. Okay. Now you can go forward. Okay, there's a whole lot of words on here, and I hate it when slides have a lot of words on them. This is actually, it's another incentive, the 5% incentive, and it is another incentive based on voluntary merger that basically says, in a nutshell, I got to get to the right page because I had to write this out because I want to give you the simple version. In a nutshell, it means that a tax rate is not allowed to increase or decrease more than 5% as compared to the previous year's equalized tax rate. Not unified tax rate, it's a different rate, okay? It comes from the state. Once that rate surpasses, the town gets the unified, that we just talked about, the $2 rate, forevermore. Okay, so once you go beyond that, and I have a chart on the next slide that maybe lays it out a little bit better. This is fiscal year 21, and it looks back at 20's equalized tax rate. Okay, that may not have been the tax rate on your bill. Okay, that was it's a little different calculation that the state is using to compare. Okay, so for this year, Brookline, Newfane, and Townsend are all in the green, which they're not really in the green because I forgot the green. But they're in the green. They still have that 5% protection, okay? Jamaica last year, based on the previous equalized tax rate, surpassed. So they lost this protection. So it says that, you know, you can't go above, so the town ETR is basically the max. Brookline's at the max there. It's comparing it. Jamaica's getting the $2 tax rate as their starting point. This is all before CLA. Newfane is at 1.88 before CLA, and Townsend is at 1.9554. 5.4 before the CLA. All right.
What happens after that 5 years?
So the 5% incentive is scheduled to keep on, I don't know, on task with the 8, 6, 4, and 2, although I have heard that it may be pulled back before then. We just have to take it year by year at this point.
And like, for example, Newfane's taxes last year were actually up 12%, and their tax bill only showed 5%, correct?
Right.
So when does that other 7 come back to haunt you in the end?
Does it come back to haunt you in the end? Well, who pays for the incentives? Everybody across the state is paying for the incentives. So eventually, yes, it will come back. Because think of it this way. The incentive, remember when we were at the $2.06, I think it was, that was your real tax rate? So these two incentives are artificially lowering your taxes. And that will go away and you will see an increase. Or not, depending on the next few years, right? What happens. There's a lot of things in play right now.
Okay.
Okay, so who does this tax rate affect? It affects everybody, right? Homeowners, renters, retirees, parents, guardians, grandparents, and it affects from the following towns, including Wyndham. So everybody understands that. This tax rate affects them as well because they vote on part of the budget. So their tax rate has the secondary rate in it. Okay, and how? There's two different ways that you pay on your homestead or you're going to pay on income sensitivity. So let's go down through and look at each town and what has happened over time. So Brookline, we have Leanne here, she's our representative from Brookline. What has your tax rate done over the last 7 years? Okay, it's gone up, obviously. It's gone up about 28%. And I just want to also point out, what has the CLA done, right? Because the CLA has a big effect on your tax rate, right? We all get to a unified tax rate. West River gets to a unified tax rate, and then it has to go through the CLA, and that can make a big difference in a year's time. So look at what happened to Brookline. Their CLA jumped almost 6%, 5%. So, all right, let's go to Jamaica. All right, Jamaica's gone up 58 cents or 40% in 7 years. But look what their CLA has done, okay? The CLA in fiscal year 15 is starting out at 110%, right? That means that 10% or almost 11% of the properties were selling below property value. So while it's good for real estate, where their CLA is right now, it's not so great for their tax rate. Okay. Newfane. Newfane has kind of jumped around a little bit, but started out at 102 and is down to 96. Great. Things are going well selling in Newfane. Again, affecting their tax rate. When the CLA goes down, tax rates go up. Okay, Townsend. Townsend saw 20% over the last 7 years. I thought this was interesting. When I looked back at Jamaica, for instance, they started out at lower in fiscal year 15 at $1.43, right? Townsend starting out in fiscal year 15, $1.63, 20 cents higher already, right? So, and you can see what their CLA did, particularly from, what is that, 18 to 19? Or 9, yeah, 18 to 19? Yeah. So that was a big hit. Okay, so let's get back to just looking at...
Question from the audience.
Yes.
Townsend has not been reappraised since 2014. And you had it marked as 2019, I think.
Well, that's when the CLA changed.
Well, that's when the CLA dropped to under 100, but we didn't do a reappraisal.
Okay.
Yeah, Brookline didn't have a reappraisal either.
It wasn't a reappraisal?
It was probably one property during the 5 years.
We were one property skewed the whole thing, you know.
Okay, so not a reappraisal, but yeah, that can happen in a town. It does say on the tax website, I'll have to go back and look, sometimes it says reappraisal, I thought it said that, but I'll look and see. So let's go back and just look at the year over year. So the fiscal year 20 tax rate to the fiscal year 21, and these are all estimates, okay? This is, you know, we know that until June 1st or after June 1st, this can still fluctuate, different things that happen. Mainly up in Montpelier at this point. Okay, so we see Brookline, slight decrease, very slight. But you see their CLA went up 5.48%. Jamaica, almost 7% increase. Newfane, 6.38% increase, and Townsend, a 5.24% increase in tax rates. But you can see the other three towns, their CLAs went down. Okay. So now, if you own property in the state of Vermont, there are two ways you are going to pay your property taxes. You are going to pay on, you can pay on income sensitivity or on your homestead. So if your household earns, and when I say household, I don't mean a person, right? If your entire household earns less than $136,500, you qualify for state payments or a property tax adjustment on your property tax bill. If your household earns over that, then you don't qualify and you pay on your homestead. Okay, so I have a couple of examples, but these are really broad overviews of examples, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this, okay? Each individual's tax situation is unique, and there's not a table or a chart somewhere that's going to say this is what your tax credit's going to be, okay? There is now on the Vermont Department of Taxes a tax calculator. It actually works pretty well. I've done it for myself. I've done it for some of the towns here. However, I'll caution, if you do use it, it does not take into account incentives. Okay, so those are nowhere to be found on that. So if I'm from Dummerston and we did not merge voluntarily, so I can figure out my taxes pretty close. But it would be a little bit harder for one of the West River towns people to go and do that. So first, we're going to talk about income sensitivity. So the Smith household earns $75,000 and they live in a house. Their homestead is worth $200,000. Okay. So in fiscal year 20, they would have received a property tax credit on their property tax bill of $1,466. And that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.03%. Now that income sensitivity percentage can be found on the 3-year comparison, which is in your annual report, okay? So for fiscal year 21, seeing that they did not get any big bonuses or anything like that, they are still at $75,000 and their house is worth $200,000. They would only receive a property tax credit of $1,398. Okay, so, and that's based on the income sensitivity percentage of 3.35%. Okay, because the tax rate went up, the cost per student went up, that also went up. So the results are actually an increase in their tax payment of $240. So every single person is affected. Okay, not just people that pay 100%. Not that they can afford it either. Okay, so I want to make that clear because I've had that criticism that people that don't have income sensitivity, it's still a burden on them as well. So this is the Jones household, and they all combined earn $150,000, and they reside in Jamaica, and their homestead is worth $200,000. In 20, they would have paid $3,760, and in 21, they would have paid $4,022, resulting in an increase in property taxes of $262 or 7%. We saw that 7% earlier there. So what are the next steps? Next steps are to vote. Okay, there's an important reminder about Article 17. Okay, and I would ask that you would turn in your annual report to page 16, okay? There are 2 articles on the ballot. One is for primary and one is for secondary. If you vote yes to primary and no to secondary, or yes to secondary and no to primary, and the budget fails, the board is going to come back and look at the whole budget because it's a pre-K through 12 budget, okay? It's not a primary and a secondary budget. The whole reason for Article 17, you can read, I have that article mentioned on page 16 in your annual report. So if you're going to support the budget, vote yes on both. If you're going to not support the budget, then vote no on both. Okay. Future planning. I'm going to let Bill take over here and talk about what is West River, what is the administration doing to look into the future and to just some different things that we have planned on the horizon. So, thank you, Bill.
I'm going to peer into the future. Are you going to click for me?
Yeah, I'm going over.
First of all, thank you, Lori.
Good job.
Yes, thank you, Lori. This is like filming Jeopardy. You know, there's no real studio audience. You do 10 in a day, and then they just bring people in, and then they.
What is CLA for 200?
Exactly. This is the exciting stuff. This is the stuff that people, I believe, got on the board, wanted to get on the board, to think about how to shape the future of 5 communities. This community started discussing coming together 12 years ago and proposed a vote 3.5 years ago and voted in the communities to create one district. And we've been working the last couple of years to just kind of come together. But now we're at an inflection point where, if you could click the next thing, where we're at a point where our planning for the future is going to coincide with an opportunity for leveling of our students. And so this is really it. This is our shot as a community to do the right thing, to do some deep planning, some deep thinking, get feedback from our community, hear what people want to invest in for the next 50 years. Because if we get this wrong, then we're going to keep revisiting what Lori showed us at the very beginning, where we're going through 3 iterations of a budget and we're reducing down $800,000 and we're not doing anything about the improvement of the plant. We are not doing anything beyond what we're currently doing. We are just maintaining the status quo. And our students don't deserve the status quo. Our communities don't deserve the status quo. But we're going to have to do some hard work. We're going to have to make some hard decisions. And we're going to have the community invested in the path that this board is going to lead. That's one of the exciting things I think we have in front of us. It's very, very challenging. But you all have made some high-quality decisions, I would say, over the last few years. You've hired some really good principals. You've hired a really good business manager. You have the people in place that can make this happen. But it's going to take some work. So, what's the next slide? Pretty good one. Yeah. Before that, this is why we're doing the work. We're doing the work for our kids. Our kids now, our kids in the future, and then a reason for our kids to come back. We raise their families here in our community. We have some things that we're going to talk about later on our board, in our board packet, about some future planning. My goal as the superintendent is to support this board in getting to a place in the fall where you all are presenting to your communities a path forward. It might be 5 paths forward, and you want to hear back from the communities which path they want you to take. It's going to be about student opportunity. It's going to be about cost. It's going to be about investment. And I'm pretty excited about it. I know it's going to be challenging, but this is why you all were elected, and I'm happy to support you and bring our team together to make this happen. So, do you have any questions for Lori or I? Awesome.
I'm watching all the unmutes here.
There should be other ways that we should think about getting revenue.
Fantastic. That will be one of the things, if you approve one of our path of planning, that we get to discuss. I love that, Ken. Creative thinking. So, Lori wanted to present this tonight because we wanted to memorialize this presentation. We're going to be sharing this across all of our platforms so that people who couldn't be here tonight, people that weren't watching tonight, get an understanding of what they're voting on, why they're voting for this budget, the path, the tough decisions this board went through to get there. But our work isn't done. This was just to get us kind of to the beginning. And now we got to do the work. So I'm excited to do it with you. And Lori, outstanding.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yep. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Bill.
Policy.
All right, so next on the agenda, unless we have questions, anyone? Is everyone online still awake?
You muted them.
They can unmute themselves.
And her kids.
You're scared to
I'm
unmute
awake
yourself.
and I am so inspired by what I've been listening to. I just kept clicking the wrong button. So now I know which one to click. I'm good and I'm going to mute myself again.
All right. Okay, so we're getting the bugs worked out of this technology. Okay, the next thing on the agenda, unless we have a question here, which I didn't see, is policy. There are some things that some policies that need to be discussed. Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to do this?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, age of admission. We had warned that policy, we need to adopt it.
Right. So we just need a.
I need a motion.
That was the one we warned at the last meeting. I don't think it's in the packet, but it's actually.
Yes.
Is it? Okay. Sorry, I didn't print everything.
Is it admission or attendance?
Age of admittance.
Admission. Age of admission.
Attendance.
It's attendance on the policy itself. It's wrong on the.
It's wrong on what Bill put.
Yeah.
It's
It's
wrong.
wrong on the agenda.
On the agenda.
Sorry.
What do I got?
No, I did
Age
it
of
wrong.
attendance.
You're doing it right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved, Ken.
So we have a motion to adopt policy C35, age of attendance. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Is there any, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Further discussion?
Nope.
All right, seeing
And never
none.
again. We're not going to ever discuss it again.
All in favor of adopting policy C35, age of attendance, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries. Next one, Ken?
Is we're going to warn C5, the weapons policy. There,
Just point out that part.
yeah, there was a few changes in it, and it was under the sanctions where it says any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a firearm to school shall be brought by the superintendent to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Should I read the whole thing all the way down?
I think those two things are
I
the
think
key.
that-
Everything else was exactly the same from all the previous
Right.
districts.
And the second one is any student in grades pre-K through 12 who brings a non-firearm to school shall have the incident reviewed by the principal in consultation with the superintendent may recommend the student to the school board for an expulsion hearing. Those are the add-ins.
Those are the changes from the existing
Changes from the
policy.
original policy that we had warned, yes.
Go ahead.
Can I ask
Wait, 1 second.
Key
We
in
got
here, can I ask
one
a
second,
clarifying
Key. 1
question
second.
about this policy?
1 second. Al's asking a question because he's here, and then you're next. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you.
So when we say non-firearm, I assume we mean non-firearm weapon.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear enough in here? Firearm would be. Could be a pen. It's not a firearm.
A weapon can be any standard instrument.
Okay.
Depending on the intent it is used in.
Right. So just
Under
wondering-
definitions, the second bullet on
Oh,
page
okay.
1, it says weapons means a firearm.
Right.
So is it?
When the policy committee discussed it, they thought that it matched the language that we were given, but the ability to create a distinction between a
Firearm
weapon
and
and
a
a firearm, exactly, and a non-firearm, so that the principal would have some discretion. Because under our old policy, it was an immediate expulsion hearing, and there was no discretion allowed.
Correct.
In the case of like jackknives or
Correct.
something like that.
But I think Al's asking if we should just put that word in, right?
Yeah, not.
Right after
Right after
non-firearm.
non-firearm
Oh, just
weapon.
add the word weapon.
Yeah.
Weapon.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
that's right.
Okay, Keegan,
Thank you.
your question?
So this was actually more of just a clarification. At the school I currently teach in, there are school projects that kids have had special permissions to bring in weapons for demonstration purposes, specifically looking at muskets or bayonets as well as swords. So I'm just curious if this policy leaves room for the student creativity, provided that they have school permission to bring in obviously unloaded weaponry, but at least for this part of the classroom demonstration.
I would say that under the policy as currently under consideration, that no, there would not be the ability to bring in a sword for a high school presentation.
How does this, my follow-up question also includes thinking about our rural students. In my school, we have a hunting and sport and fishing club, and they also go through their hunter safety courses, which on occasion does allow them to meet at the school with their weapons before they head off to the firing range. Is that an interest of point to consider for the kids of this school district? Would that ever be something that the children would want to have access to? Or would this policy preclude that option?
It doesn't. It doesn't. At this point, it doesn't.
If they bring it on campus, though.
But if it's on campus, it still can't be on campus.
It wouldn't preclude having a club. It would preclude having the club bring the items on campus.
Okay. I was just looking for some clarification. Thank you very much.
I have a question about that too.
Okay, go ahead, Lindsay, right?
So after hearing that, I feel like that's something that we should maybe look into a little bit further, that at least leaving the door open for a school-sanctioned discussion to happen. And if the school is on board with it, I personally would trust our building principals to make educated decisions on such matters. And if there was a educational reason or in a club instance, something like that, I feel like that's appropriate, and that we should leave room for that.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a
Yeah,
question?
please.
So, Lindsay, just a clarification there. You are interested in the policy committee reviewing the possibility of adding some exceptions, some narrow exceptions to be crafted into the language of the policy?
Yes.
And then Keegan, clarification, you're interested in allowing if the policy committee could talk about some exceptions in educational presentations, could there be some exceptions in the policy for something like that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. May I say something on the record? Right now, I think we should warn this policy as is, because we do not have a policy in place to cover this in case anything happens, other than our warn policy. So we need to get this policy on board. If these other situations do occur in the future, then it would be brought up to the board, brought to the building principals and the superintendent, and then we will have a chance to readdress them.
Al? Could I ask for a clarification?
Sure.
So, Mr. McFadden, what I hear you say is that you are recommending that the board warn the policy as currently written, but to take the suggestions from Keegan and Lindsay into further discussions of the policy committee while this policy moves forward to become the acting policy, and those discussions occur in a parallel path?
Correct.
Okay.
Your question now.
So my question is, as part of that consideration that we'll be looking at, what are the insurance implications
And that's why we'll have to look at it during policy creation, which is gonna be.
Okay. All right.
Okay, anything else on this policy?
What
Okay.
state does she teach in?
Vermont.
Here.
Vermont.
Vermont?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So.
Yes. Oh, just to
It must be
clarify,
Vermont.
I do have experience with both of these instances that I brought up. And I can tell you that having a student who's part of the fencing club through Norwich, having him come to my school and giving a demonstration was one of the most transformative things that my students had ever seen. They had never seen fencing as a sport before. And it really kind of broadened their awareness of other clubs and extracurriculars that they could get into. As to the bringing in of a musket, this was part of a lesson related to the Revolutionary War and the French and Indian War that I had taught. And a couple of kids came in with their parents to talk about the revolution of weapon development. And that was also another way where some of my students were able to connect on a different playing field. In a very safe, very insured way. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, having had the experience and seeing the positive outcomes that the kids were able to have.
Okay. So,
Are you interested in being on the policy committee? Or at least
I'd
getting
love
us a
to.
copy of your school's policy?
Okay, Keegan's in. Keegan said yes.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so do you want to make a motion then to warn this policy, Ken?
I do.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion to warn the, what's the policy? Code C5, weapons and firearms?
I just actually have one other question.
Okay.
To Bill, what, as far as timeline goes, is there any reason with these discussions happening side by side that is there any this policy needs to be in place for a certain amount of time or anything like that, or would we be able to move right immediately into the other policy if we were to?
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Decision.
We could revisit it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no timeline. Once the board warns and adopts, you could have the revisions ready by the time that you are looking for adoption, and then you could recommend to the board. You don't even want to adopt this one as you warned it. So yeah, you don't have to keep it in place for any amount of time.
Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of warning policy C5, weapons and firearms, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. It's warned.
One more policy.
Okay.
Would like to warn F31, school closings. I think it's appropriate we have this in place before midnight tonight.
Wow.
Although we're overridden by the governor anyway, but.
So under statute, the superintendent does have the ability to take action as described in this policy, but I thought during this time period that we are living through of COVID-19, it would be a good opportunity for the board to have a policy that reflects that statute and has it out for the public to know that we have that.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to warn that policy as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion, questions on that policy?
We let them call school days, might as well let them call this one.
All right. All in favor of warning policy F31 on school closing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. That motion passes as well. That's it for policy? Okay.
Yes.
We have, moving on to the reports, the students did not submit anything in writing, and did a student call in?
No.
Okay. So we don't have a student report. We do have both principals' reports and the cabinet report. We have one principal here and the rest of the principals online. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything in their reports? or questions for Bill. We might as well lump it all together.
If they want to share any highlights, would be.
I have some questions.
Okay.
So in looking at the Leland and Gray principal report, underneath the safe and healthy schools section, I noticed that a lot of your improvements are going to be happening during April vacation. And I'm just curious if these improvements, like the walk-in cooler and the radon testing, are going to be impacted by the current school closure or dismissal practices that we're under.
Yes, Bob.
I can answer that the only one that I think cannot be done, again, depending on contractors' availability, is the indoor air quality testing, because the building has to be occupied to do that.
Did you get that?
I did, thank you.
Okay.
Whether or not the other ones actually get done remain to be seen based on what's happening in the outside world.
Right.
But that one can't be done unless the building is full.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question? Anything in any of these reports you feel that like we just absolutely can't overlook, folks? Well, the principals are all quiet.
They have no highlights to share.
I would imagine that the information in these reports is so outdated from what they've been dealing with in the last few days. And they're all so tired from like trying to put this all together that they're just like, no, just end the meeting. We need to go to bed. Thank you all for your hard work. These reports are great reading, and I believe you guys have been flat out for the last week or more, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. Bill.
So I'll just get to the heart of the matter of COVID-19. I'm trying to keep the board as informed as possible with copying you on all the communication we are doing throughout our district. We have sent a letter every single day for the past 5, so we're not trying to inundate parents and community members, but we're trying to make sure that we keep people updated to this ever changing situation. Basically, what we are doing in the WCSU is we listened to the governor and the declaration of emergency on Friday, and then we heard from the governor about making sure that students were in dismissal mode by Wednesday. Today, we operated school. We emphasized that parents had the opportunity to make whatever choices they wanted for student attendance. The largest student attendance was at Leland and Gray at 51%. The lowest student attendance was at Dover at 20%. On average, we were about 38% of students attending school. Based with that information and the preparation that our teachers are preparing for continuity of learning, we made the decision as a leadership team this morning to not have students attend school tomorrow, which is allowed under the governor's declaration. Students will not be in school. They will be in dismissal mode, which means that we will still have continuity of learning. We will still have meals that will be happening. We will still have connections with our social worker and our counselors for social and emotional health. But we will not have students in the building up until April 6th at the minimum. That is a rapidly changing situation that I will continue to update the board. We are building a COVID-19 WCSU centralized website that should go live at the end of the week. It will be posted on the WCSU site. It'll be the central repository for communications out about how buildings are operating, resources for families, resources for teachers in one central location. That will be posted on the WCSU site, and it will be shared through all the normal communications of schools, through newsletters, email, Facebook posts, Front Porch Forum. If I could, I'd love to have just a couple moments to ask Principal Tebow just to kind of flesh out kind of what the preparations are happening and what kinds of things are going to be occurring for our students as we do a continuity of learning beginning on Wednesday, if that's okay.
I think you're quiet enough and far enough away that people online are having a tough time hearing you. Sorry.
I'm accused of being quiet, but.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
just want to add a little fuel to the fire.
You and me both.
All right, well, I guess, I can come stand over here. Does that help, you think?
Come on over.
Probably.
So, where to begin? One of the things I said to our staff today is that obviously this is such an unusual circumstance. It's not something that any of us, either administrators or teachers, are prepared for. So it's going to feel a lot like doing your first year of teaching all over again. But in essence, what we're going to be doing here is that we have sent, we're sending home information probably either late tonight or tomorrow morning, that we're going to be moving to an almost entirely online learning environment. We surveyed our students last week and discovered that we literally have under 10 families that don't have internet access. So for those families, we'll be dealing with hard copies of things that they'll be able to pick up at the school starting on Friday. In the meantime, teachers are working on establishing a Google Classroom for each class environment and providing work through students that way. We've surveyed our staff around their knowledge of Google Classroom, and tomorrow morning we're starting at 8 a.m. with trainings by some of our more proficient users and experts for the staff that aren't experts, and that'll be right off the bat, and then we'll move into some time for them to actually begin doing that work. A lot of them have already been thinking about it and doing this. We've been talking about this for a week and a half now anyway, so their teachers are really kind of on board with what to do. Yeah, it's going to be pretty different. The other thing that I can say, I guess, which is broader than just the teaching world, but we're also committed to providing lunches and a breakfast at lunchtime for each family that wants to, that needs it. And so we're going to have pickup locations at Newbrook, at Jamaica Village School, and here at Leland and Gray. They'll hand, the families will pull up in their car, identify the kids, we'll give them a lunch and a breakfast for the next morning from 11 to 1. Starting tomorrow in those 3 locations. Chris Parker's done an excellent job of laying out what that will look like. And so the food will be there, the training is happening for the teachers, and the online environment will come. Do you want me to get into the working arrangements, or do you want to talk about that? Or
yeah, sure.
We met with leaders of the association this morning to talk about how we can develop the ability for staff to work remotely, and some compliance checking on our end to make sure that we can ensure that all that is happening and the kids are getting that stuff delivered to them. But we feel pretty comfortable with what we've come up with as a solution that will allow teachers to work remotely if they so choose. There may come a time at which the building might be closed to teachers, and we're telling them in the meantime they can utilize the facilities if they wish for internet, for copying, for whatever. But at some point that may change, and we'll know. When we do, we'll let them know. But at this point, we're going to allow them to do that, log their time, and prepare the lessons for the kids to do online.
Thank you.
So that's where we're at.
Nice. Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Al.
So, I love how your term that you used earlier about memorializing the budget. I think we should do the same thing after all of this happens. 2 months down the road, whenever it is.
Yeah.
What went well, what did not go well, what do we need to put in as part of our playbook. God forbid anything like this ever happens again, but there'll be emergencies where we may have the loss of building or whatever. I think this is, unfortunately, a good opportunity to see what can be done and what can't be done.
And the ability to build teacher skills for using this as an approach too is huge as far as what that can do after for expanded learning opportunities. It's really pretty cool to think about that.
Yep. Leanne, go ahead.
Is there any type of list of resources for parents of, say, essential workers who don't have the option of having a parent, students of essential workers that don't have the option of a parent at home? Will that be a resource that's provided? Is such a thing even exist in this rural area in our current climate?
So are you talking about resources for
For childcare.
For childcare. So during the declaration of emergency, the governor said that he would like the school systems to play a role in that. They have yet to give guidance on what that looks like. But we are prepared. We are, we dove right into the planning of remote working. We dove right into the planning of food preparation. So once we get a little bit of guidance on that, we are game to figure it out.
Okay, I know a couple families in the area, single parent households where both parents are, where the parents are, they both work in health.
One thing I will say is since this has all began the last 2 weeks, 10 days, the amount of people contacting our principals about wanting to volunteer, wanting to help, wanting to assist has come from every single community. We're using the principals as kind of the point people because they are the ones that know their community really well. As an example, I got contacted by a group of people in Jamaica who are creating a rotational child care operation where different people are responsible on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I've had people from Wyndham and Brookline reach out to me. I've pushed them back to the principal about helping with food delivery if that becomes necessary or assisting in that nature. So those kinds of things are happening. It's not centralized right now, but I would say that if you know of anybody that needs assistance, contact the principal in the building that either the child goes to or that the community they live in. I'm finding nothing but abundance of support from neighbors looking to help. So actually I have more people looking to help than people asking for it. So please encourage them to reach out.
Gotcha. Ken.
Also, Bill, this is a question for you. You guys met early this morning between 9 and 11?
Yes.
And 11 o'clock, the governor came on and was talking about, besides teachers, the paras, the custodians, all the rest of the staff.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Support staff.
Support staff. That's the word. That's the one I was looking for. Your support staff.
Yes.
It says that the governor assured or informed superintendents that they're going to be put to work too.
So before the governor made that declaration, we were already planning to make sure that we were going to invest in the people that have invested in our communities. And so
our children.
We have our plans in place to everybody who wants to work. We have a role for them. We are not requiring people that would like to take sick days. Everybody has different personal situations. Right. But anybody who wants to support our continuity of learning and safety and security, social, emotional for our students, we have a role for them, and we're excited to deploy those resources.
Thank you for your fast thinking, and thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Bill? I continue to be amazed at the amount of work that you guys have done, you and your team and your principals, everyone, to put this together and to continue to serve our kids and our communities in this. You're to be commended. Thank you.
You did a great job.
We have a great team.
On short notice.
Yeah, and we're ahead of some other districts.
Well,
too.
and
There's no
it
worry.
changes every day.
Yeah.
I mean, Friday we were going to stay open and Sunday we closed, and it's in place seamless.
Fluid
So
is the
it's
term.
Fluid is the term. That's good.
it is
Constant change.
it is truly a test of your abilities, and right now I'd say you're passing with flying colors. So anyway, moving on. Class configuration.
So at our last meeting, the board heard of some changing demographics that are occurring in Townsend. Just as a little history, we had in Townsend this year, we had 2 teachers for 3, 4, and 5, and the 2 teachers and the principal decided that it was best to serve the Townsend students by combining the 4-5 class, which was 24 kids. And next year we were predicted to have similar 24 kids, so we made that plan in the budget to have it staffed in that way. Since that time, we had another individual come into our current 3rd grade class, which will be next year's 4th grade class, and 2 more that are in our current 4th grade class will be returning this summer to our 5th grade class. So we now have an anticipated 27 students in the 4th and 5th, with 19 students in 3rd. And so my task was to come back to the board and give you guys some thoughts about what to do, because they'll all have budgetary implications. So there are 3 options that we have identified. One is that we do not hire anybody, that we keep 2 teachers for the classrooms in Townsend, and you have 19 3rd graders and 5 4th graders in one class, and you have 5 4th graders and 17 5th graders in another class. So you'd have 2 classes. One class would have 24. Of those 24, 5 would be 4th graders, and the other class would be 22, and in that class, 5 would be 4th graders. So you have almost a 4-to-1 ratio of a combined classroom, which is not ideal for instruction and is not ideal for the students, but it is an option for the board to consider. The second option is to have a straight 3rd grade and have 27 students in one class and hire a paraeducator to support that large class. That would range anywhere from 40, well, with the new healthcare law, it could be anywhere from $45,000 to $55,000 to have a non-licensed support person for that licensed teacher. The third option is to hire a regular ed teacher and have 3 straight grades, a 3rd grade class of 19, a 4th grade class of 10, and a 5th grade class of 17, which could range anywhere from $65,000 to $85,000. Again, all of those expenses are post-budget, so they would start your deficit for next year. But you do have changing demographics from your community that you asked me to come back and give you some options. So those are the 3 options I am presenting to you and looking for feedback from you about what you'd like me to do to proceed.
Can I ask a question?
Al's first, then you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can you give the numbers again on
Sure.
the 3rd option for 3, 4, 5, number of students?
There'd be 19 students in grade 3,
Yep.
10 students in grade 4, 17 students in grade 5.
Okay. And I don't want to jump too far into the weeds, but the weighting study is starting to move in the right direction, even if it's phased in. Maybe there's the potential that this could be covered.
So the weighting study did leave Senate Ed, which is fantastic. The current timeline of the weighting study is a study to be presented to the legislature on July 1st of 2021 and a rollout of 3 years. But because it got out of the Senate, it does now go to the House Education Committee where it can be altered. If it is altered, then there's a committee of conference. So you're right, Al, it is entirely possible that the report could be due on September 1st or October 1st or November 1st, because then if the report came out before we rolled out a budget of February 2021, then yes, it could have a fiscal impact. But again, those are all unknowns that we don't know right now.
Keegan.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you're going to be looking, so for option 1, it's the reorganization. Option 2, you're looking to hire a para to support the 3rd grade teacher. And the third option is to hire a full-time classroom teacher. I'm curious, are these going to be positions that are strictly for this 1 year? Or are you looking to hire the person for long-term FTE status?
It would be a 1-year contract in either situation.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Yep.
Oh, I just had a question. I didn't catch. What was the estimated cost on option 2 and 3?
Option 2 is a para-educator.
Yep.
That is between $45,000 and $55,000. And option 3 is a classroom teacher, and that's $65,000 to $85,000.
Thanks. Dana, you have a question?
Got a room in Jamaica?
That is correct.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hang on. Okay. You had another question? Okay, who was online?
Tina.
Okay.
So, did you say we were talking about?
Could you identify yourself, full name and town of residence for the record, please?
Tina Bills, Brookline.
Thank you.
When you're talking about merging the classes, you were saying third, fourth, or fourth, fifth?
Yeah, option 2 would be to create a third, fourth, and a fourth, fifth at the same time.
Okay. My only comment was if you were going to merge classes, I think you should reconsider doing maybe the younger grades together versus the fifth grade, because the fifth grade has a whole lot to get ready for to be at Leland and Gray, which is a huge transition for them with a lot of things to get ready for. So I think it would be better to have the fifth grade to have their own class so they can really focus on what they need to know before they go to Leland and Gray.
So in developing the recommendations for the board, we did consult with the current principal and classroom teachers, as well as our director of curriculum, and came up with the idea of the more independent the older the students are, the better opportunity it would be to have combined grades of that size. But what you are suggesting was considered, but it is not our recommendation at this time.
Okay. I mean, I just know that the kids that went this year were not prepared for Leland and Gray the way, as well as they could have been, because of course they didn't know what was going to happen for one. But they definitely were not prepared the best that they could have been. So I just like to see the next class be a little more prepared than our class was.
Okay.
Al, you got a question?
Yeah, so I hear you saying this would be a one-year contract, but I don't know if we see any leveling off, or I mean, you pointed to a projection of this, we kind of dipped to the bottom and now we're possibly going up in population, so.
The second grade class, so if you look at 2 years down the road, just one, as in responding to Keegan's question, hiring for just 1 year gives us some flexibility. And the current second grade class only has 12 students. So if everything stayed equal, in 2 years, it would be 12, 19, 10. And the ability to split that into a 3-4 class and a 4-5 class, they would be under 20. It would be a little bit more manageable in that structure. So one is it's always good to hire for 1 year just because it gives us flexibility. And two, the numbers show that if things stayed consistent, it might fit into that configuration.
Based on conversation, go ahead, Ken.
Okay, good.
No, go ahead, it's fine.
I was just gonna say, I know at Newbrook before in the past, if we had an extra large class like that, we would go with the para to help out the teacher, and it seemed to work out very well.
That's why it's one of the suggestions, is that it is a possibility for a positive outcome.
And mixing up classes too much does kind of make it harder for the teacher and the students.
I will tell you that the strong advocacy of the principal is understandably the most expensive option, but having the straight grades, kind of going back to Ms. Bill's question about having the preparation and intensity and focus on a specific grade. But we also understand the environment that we're in, and so we wanted to bring you guys some options.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I have some fairly large classroom sizes with the current kiddos that I teach, but I've got like a 30-70 split when it comes to students within any given classroom that fall under IEP or 504 services. Without getting into specifics, based on the students and the needs that they have, would it be better for the kids based on the number of your kiddos that have those special education expectations and supports? Would hiring a full-time teacher be better for that group, or could a general ed para, in all honesty, be able to do what it is you're hoping for them to do with supporting of a general classroom teacher?
So, of course, not getting into specifics, in our discussions and analysis with the principal, all of those factors that you mentioned were taken into consideration in his recommendation for an additional teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yes.
This is Scotty Toboshnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal. I do have one specific comment on this, and I totally trust Craig and our leadership to make this decision. A few years ago, though, I made a decision about hiring a teacher, and I feel like now, in retrospect, I made it a little too early. And so the only suggestion that I would have on this subject would be that the hiring is the thing you can't undo. So if you are going to err on the side of caution, it would be to not hire and wait for a few months and just make sure that the families in question still have similar placement ideas for their kids.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, the goal tonight was just to bring these options to the board. The board is under no obligation to make a decision tonight. I think that they have to look at all their different options for making this task, and part of it could be to give it some time.
Yeah, I think, Bill, you know what I'm speaking about. I just think that if you can wait just a little bit more, things might change, and it might be helpful to wait.
I don't think there's too great of a risk of waiting a little bit. I just don't want the board to be surprised if we have this conversation in April and a decision is necessary.
Thanks, Bill.
Rick.
Just a real quick sort of off question. Are we in the midst of the choice?
We are.
That's why I was wondering what you've gotten so far.
We've gotten 4 requests. None of them involve this grade level. And that ends on March 31st, so that would be another opportunity to kind of close the door on that and bring it forth to the board.
Oh, I have something.
So, hang on. Dana was ahead of you.
I was just wondering on the school choice if that's going to make, you've answered my question with that.
All right.
So.
Ken?
Let's see, you threw me off my game here.
We can come back to you.
You know, and I know I'll remember it.
Hiring timeline?
No timeline.
So what I'm hearing though is that these are the options that we have, but we don't need to give you any guidance at this point, and that it's actually probably prudent to wait until choice has played out to see which makes sense, and at that point we can revisit the recommendation of the principal and the administration and make a decision.
Yes.
Ooh, I remembered.
Oh boy!
Since this board is so happy to have committees, why don't you put a committee together to study these 3 options with some of the teachers and the principal on this committee to see what would be the best outcome.
Are you volunteering to chair that committee?
Absolutely not. I'm on 2 committees already, thank you.
I think there's your answer. Bill?
While I do think that committee work can sometimes be very helpful, I think in this situation I would ask that a committee not be created and possibly wait till our April meeting to kind of see where things stand and the board can discuss the options put before them.
I think that makes sense. Okay. Any further discussion on this? So, yes, Al.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like we've probably excluded one, right? I don't think we need to go down that path.
The first one?
Oh, option 1?
Option 1, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, because after school choice, option 1 might be the option. It's just the number of students might change.
I agree that we will have a fuller picture after school choice is complete.
Okay. Then we'll take option 1.
True enough. Okay. So no action on that one. Moving along unless there's further discussion. We need, since Jennifer Dorta Duque was not reelected from Jamaica, it would be nice to have another person on the negotiations committee. Jen and I were doing it. We've had our third meeting with the WCEA. We've exchanged some proposals. We're moving along. It's probably not a huge time commitment, but there will be some additional meetings. I can bring you up to speed on where we are and what's going on and sort of what not in public. But is anyone interested in serving on this committee?
I can't.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Al can't either.
No.
So do I get it?
Oh, it's Trish.
Yes, Trish.
Hi, I would help out if you needed another set of hands.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's limited to just. I don't think it's limited to just one. I mean, you don't necessarily get it by virtue of getting the position. If you're interested, that's not how it's worked. That's not how it's worked as long as I've been on this board. If you're interested, you're certainly welcome, and we could have the three of us as well. If you just thought you were kind of stuck with it, I'm happy to have Trish, join me, and we'll finish it out.
Have Trish join.
It's or you can both be on. It's really, I just don't want you to feel like you're being forced. All right, so Trish has volunteered. So I think we just need a motion to appoint Trish to the negotiations committee.
So moved.
Second.
Do you only need help from one person, or are you looking for additional?
It was just the two of us, and it's fine.
Okay.
Like I had said to Dana, I mean, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us.
We're going to make her really busy on the policy committees.
You've already volunteered for the policy committee. You're going to have plenty of stuff on your plate.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that, or shall we just vote? All in favor of appointing Trish to the negotiations committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Welcome, Trish. Thank you.
March 26th, 6:30.
Yeah, March 26th, 6:30 is our next meeting. Okay, the next thing is the lease that Lori gave me. It is it's really effective July 1st, 2019.
Yes.
Okay, so West River Valley Thrives has been using space in the Leland and Gray building since July 1st, 2019. All last year. But they had a lease, and apparently when the lease expired, we just never redid the lease. So we need to redo the lease. This is the same terms as before, right?
Correct.
It's $675 a month. That includes the space on level C, electricity, phone, internet, janitorial services, heat, and AC. There's AC. As well as access to the bathrooms. It's been working for over a year, but in order for West River Valley Thrives to, is it grant driven? They need to show a copy of this lease to somebody.
They do. They need
So-
to show a copy of the lease. They're going out for a 5-year grant to continue services, so
I
they need
move,
this as soon as possible.
I move the chair sign the lease.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody want to see the lease, or is there further discussion? By the way, Craig, I see you have your hand up. I'll get you right as soon as we finish the lease. And if we have to go backwards, that's okay. So, any discussion, questions on the lease for Lori, me? Want to see the lease? All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve the lease and authorize the chair to sign it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. I'm sorry, Craig, you have your hand up. I've even unmuted you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I unmuted you.
All right, thank you.
You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, it was just going back to the configuration situation, and I was trying to find a way to raise my hand for a while, so I apologize for that. I appreciate the thought that has been given to how we can possibly give the best education to our kids. I think Tina Bills made a really nice point of getting students prepped and ready for the middle school. And going through this configuration this year, we sort of lived out the experiment, and I think we made a lot of really nice adjustments. And looking forward, as Bill mentioned, we do have some increase in population for some of the classes moving ahead, and a one-year position would certainly be the best benefit for the education of those kids, especially in 4th and 5th grade. And to Scotty's point of waiting to sort of seeing where school choice plays out, I agree with that. The caveat being that if we wait too long, again, this is sort of the season for educators to be finding new jobs and new positions. If we wait too long, we may miss out on a really good candidate. And so I would just advise the board to consider that earlier may be better. And if the difference is something like $25,000, the quality of education that those 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders will be getting for the year as a trial will be worth it. So that's just kind of my point.
Craig, so clarification. The board meets again April 13th. Are you thinking that it's your opinion that that is too long of a wait? Or are you asking the board to consider making a decision tonight, basically in the context of if nothing dramatically changes at the end of school choice, what would the board's decision be? Which way are you leaning to ask the board?
Good question. Yeah, I think waiting the month to see where school choice falls and see where those numbers fall is okay, because April 13th is still pretty good. But I would hope that we would come into maybe even leaving this meeting and say, if numbers stay the same, let's go into April 13th and hire that one-year position for the 3, 4, or 5 classroom, whichever way we want to shift. But have a better educated guess or an educated decision going into that meeting. There was no answer there, but
Well, maybe I can thread the needle here. What if I ask the board for a preliminary decision based on the results of school choice not changing dramatically what currently exists, permission to post an anticipated opening, the first week of April, so that we could collect, but then confirm on April 13th of the board's confirmation of that earlier decision. That would allow you to collect for about a week and a half prior, but wouldn't put the board in any bind in case they wanted to decide on the 13th that that's not the direction they wanted to go.
Yeah, I would appreciate that very much. That gives us a lot of leverage, the ability to get the resumes in, find a qualified candidate. If it doesn't work out and the board decides to go a different way, we can just cancel it because it's anticipated. But if they approve, we can go right into the hiring process. I believe that's the best way. Thanks, Bill.
All right, so what I hear you saying, Principal Roach, is you're asking the board to consider making a recommendation tonight to me to move forward on the option to post a one-year professional position. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Joe, Chair.
Okay.
I am asking the board to consider that.
All right. I have another hand. Chris. Now you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I found the raise your hand. I just wanted clarification on school choice because in the last two meetings, it was stated and televised that school choice was not open for those two grades.
You mean the class size?
Yes.
Well, we're accepting applications, but I haven't made any decisions yet because I don't know what the configuration of the class is. If there are 3 teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5, then obviously there's going to be room in those classes if there's only 10 in a class.
Right. And I just wonder if people were confused by the way it was presented, that they may have thought that they couldn't apply for that if they wanted to.
I've received not applications, but inquiries about those specific grades, so I'm pretty sure people, if they were interested, at least asked for clarification.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so moving backwards just a little bit, we've had the request from both the principal and the superintendent now to at least give a preliminary recommendation, all things being equal, option 1, option 2, or option 3, so that when choice does close, things can move ahead, with the process, with the hiring process. So, thoughts on that? Al?
I'll make that motion on option 3.
Can I ask? I'm so sorry.
One sec.
No, he's asking for a full-time position. He didn't say which position.
Okay, so your motion is to hire the full-time teacher.
Which I think, Craig, was that what you were advocating for? I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, I was advocating for a full-time teacher.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion. Is there a second?
No second? I'll make a motion to go with the second option, which is to post for a para. There's no second. We move on.
Well, there was another person ahead of you that wanted to speak, but I wouldn't let her because there was a motion on the floor. Now there's no second, so it died.
They should have been here.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, has it been considered, or would it even be an option to look at the current teaching staff you have within the entire SU and reassigning a teacher from a different building to kind of take on this particular role within the school, or would that not be an option?
No, that was considered. There just aren't any extra teachers in which we could move and not have the same situation where we would need to have a consideration of hiring a teacher.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm happy to be the second to the motion that died a few minutes ago. Or does it have to become a motion?
I will temporarily withdraw my motion.
Why don't you remake the motion, Keegan?
I'll remake the motion that we consider as a board a one-year teaching position for grades 3, 4, and 5.
All right. Is there a second?
And I will gladly second that.
All right. Now there's a second. Thank you. Okay. Discussion on that, folks?
If we find, I have. Do you have any hands up on your screen there?
No.
All right, my hand's up and I'm live here. May I have the floor with you? Okay, so what I think is that in the past we have had a lot of good paras in our employees now, and special education paras. That there's more of them out there in the world. We've even let a few go. That it would be possible for us to post a different position other than hiring a teacher and get the same quality in that classroom for $20,000 cheaper. Or excuse me, could be $40,000 cheaper.
Can I offer a thought about that?
Sure.
So while I understand the need and our desire collectively to be fiscally responsible, I think if you have 27 kids in a classroom, 2 adults is not nearly sufficient to meet the needs of almost 30 kids, especially if some of those needs are going to be fairly significant based on the student population within the classroom. So I would just be cautious of relying upon para support to support a classroom teacher. But that's just me.
Thanks.
Any? If no one's got their hand up on your screen.
No, I was actually looking at live
That's
on
okay.
this end of the table.
Go ahead. You
I-
keep
I
looking
don't-
that way. If you
I
see
don't
a
have
hand,
any.
let me know.
Any? You got any? What do you got?
I'm just recalling the days before declining enrollment when our classrooms all had that many students in them with one teacher and one teacher alone. Just pointing that out.
I understand and I hear you. It's been my experience that the needs of our students today is a lot different than they used to be.
Am I that old?
Not necessarily.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, I am.
Alrighty.
It's okay.
Craig, I see your hand. This is great. I'm unmuting you. I'm unmuting you, Craig, but it doesn't want to take.
Unmuting.
How about now?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment that was just said, is that there is one certified professional that can teach a classroom, and at 27, that's going to be really difficult. The tutors and aides that I have run into in my educational career have been fantastic, and they care about kids, but they're not specifically qualified to teach the instruction of Tier 1, especially at the education that we're really trying to achieve here as part of our goals. And if we are looking to achieve, or if we're looking to grow the education and the achievement of our kids, having another qualified teacher provide that Tier 1 instruction is going to be the best benefit. And some of the best tutors could do it. They just probably can't, and we shouldn't rely on that to provide them with the education when we can get a certified teacher.
Thanks. Al.
So I would just say that in having worked with Craig for several years, I would say he's very fiscally prudent. He doesn't ever ask for anything unless he needs it. I'm glad that he has advocated for this, and if he have, I fully believe that it's necessary and vital for the appropriate education of at Townsend Elementary.
Okay. Lindsay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that being especially that we had a lot of comments in the school choice survey regarding the huge jump in class sizes and how that was going. I can't actually see it going well at all to have 27 kids in a classroom, whether you add a para or not, just based on how the community has already responded to class sizes at Townsend. So I guess that being said, I'm on board with the classroom teacher.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you go.
No, I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that point up, because the last meeting we did review that, and that really was a strong opinion of people. And if we can help alleviate and give people what they wanted for school choice and improve education, I think that's the way to go. So I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that back up.
Want a clarification?
Sure, Ken.
Is there enough room in the Townsend building for another full classroom?
Yes, we actually have a whole other classroom waiting to be used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it safe? Fire safety safe, approved.
Yes.
No. All right, any further discussion, or are we ready to vote? All right, all in favor of posting the, what was the tentative?
1 year
1 year
upper elementary position.
anticipated, that was the word,
Thank
position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Gotta count them, buddy.
We're gonna have to count them. On the online, you want to just type you can type your message.
Well,
nay.
so I read the digital open meeting law. They have to identify themselves and say it one at a time.
All right, Trish.
Trish Scott, aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Howie. Howie appears to. Oh no, there he is. Howie. He's on the computer.
Can he wave? Can he?
You can chat.
Actually, he has to do it. He has to do it orally.
Howie.
It has to be heard by.
You
the
have
public.
to. You have to orally vote yay or nay on the classroom teacher. I've unmuted your mic. Talk to us. Okay. Well, we have the other two. We'll wait and see if Howie goes in. Then we
You
have
have Keegan online.
Keegan. I'm sorry, I forgot you.
That's okay. Aye.
Okay. The rest of the ayes.
Tina Bills, aye.
You're not on the board, Tina, but nice try.
Aye.
Howie, you have to actually say it according to meeting law. We have to hear you. I see you typed it. Oh, your mic doesn't work. He says his mic doesn't work, but he's typed I twice.
Have them call it in.
Here, you want to give him my cell phone number?
Yeah, call the cell.
Call
here.
302.
If you can. Otherwise, I think we might be okay. So there's the nays are 2, 4. Leanne?
I was in a,
Okay. So we have 4 nays and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes without Howie's vote.
And the chair doesn't have to vote. Well,
That is
you
with the
can
chair
vote to
voting.
break or make a tie.
That is with the chair voting.
You voted.
I have voted to break the tie 4-4.
Okay.
Well, Howie's an aye, but we can't count him until we hear him. 802, he wants the number. Hang on, Howie.
Now the world knows my cell phone number.
Thank you. I'm texting it to him privately. We're not broadcasting it.
Well, it's not.
I'm not against the position.
Can we edit that out?
Yes. Nope. Thinking that. Oh, yeah, there's 4 on it.
Austin, buddy. Edit me out.
There's 10. Yeah, you gotta have
If it becomes a little problem, we'll figure something. I'll trade you.
Gotta have 6. We gotta wait for Howie to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
Who do we gotta wait for?
Well, we gotta wait for Howie.
Because he's trying to vote, and that's the 10th. You know what I mean? So you need 6 if you have 10
If we don't
voting
hear
members.
from Howie in 2 minutes, we need to move on, then I suggest we table this.
Hi, Howie. Howie? Okay, why can't I hear him now?
Speak.
It's
I
when
got
the,
it on speaker.
oh, okay, you're done. So
Howie?
Is your volume muted way down?
Howie? Wow, I can't hear you on the phone either, Howie.
Well, actually,
It's gotta be 5-4 then. You can't count it.
it's 5-4. Yeah. So it's still.
I'm calling him.
Okay, let's try this. I'd really like to hear from
I would too. But without him, it's
Howie?
fine. Yes.
Yeah. Because he knows the answer in advance.
Yes, sir. Oh! All right. One more try here, and then we just go forward with 5-4.
They put scanners in here for cell phones, like to jam them.
Mine's worked here before.
Yeah, mine worked.
Yeah, mine's worked here before.
Daughters at BBA, they got jammed all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had jammers. So, wow. I'm serious. Yes. Well, they could afford them.
Yeah, and just when donations from one person.
Howie?
If you do get
Does he know how to operate them?
They don't have communication in Wyndham, so you know.
Wow. Can he yell from the hilltop?
Howie?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure what's wrong with his phone.
Okay, we have a meeting to like
All right,
move on,
we've-
so it's
we've-
gonna have to be 5-4.
We've lost Howie. The vote ends up being 5-4 without Howie's vote counting, so the ayes have it. The motion carries, and you have your teacher.
No.
No.
We have the
Well,
ability
you have
to
the ability
post
to
an
post the- yes.
anticipated opening.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to put it on the 13th of
I was hurrying, so I took some words out of the
understand.
sentence.
Okay, go.
Okay, so
And you did let Craig know that he's gotta somehow remove the rest of that money from.
under old business, we had put the parent request for tuition off a month to allow the parent to attend, and they didn't come. We can either give them one more month, or we can take action tonight. What's the pleasure of the board?
No. If they're not gonna show up for 2 meetings in a row.
Right.
You know,
There's a lot.
Deny the request to
Right.
pay tuition.
I make a motion, we deny the request to pay tuition.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to deny the parent request to pay tuition to attend, I believe it was Vermont Academy. Any discussion on this before we vote? I'm looking for hands online. Go ahead.
Joe, I have something to say.
Okay,
when
hang
you
on
get
one
to me.
sec, Trish. I got one here, and then I got you.
Okay.
Just the possibility that the parent received Bill's notice to no school community gatherings, that they didn't show up here, or is that? I'm new, so just kind of throwing it out there.
I would have hoped that they would have connected with Joe or I.
Yeah, I haven't heard
They
anything
didn't show up at
from
the
them.
last meeting.
And they didn't show up.
They didn't show up at the
meeting.
last meeting. They've sent a letter. We needed some clarification, and we talked to them about that, and we haven't heard since then. So.
Plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, I would be sensitive. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Trish?
That's what was going to be my question. Had there been communication between the administration and the family, or if there hadn't been, with the extraordinary circumstances going on right now, I would say let's give them until next month because there is still time. But if there has been communication and it's kind of gone nowhere, then I would support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to deny the tuition request, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Howie's still mute.
Yeah, Howie's still muted. Okay, the long-term planning work calendar. At the last meeting, we were given these two different drafts of possible long-term work calendars where, going forward after we get a budget adopted for next year, we start talking about what, as a district, we can do going forward. The future planning that Bill was talking about at the end of the budget presentation. One of them contemplates having a budget committee do some additional work, and the other has the board doing all the work without the aid of the budget committee, right?
That is correct.
The one where the board does all the work without the aid of the budget committee means more board meetings. These meetings would be in addition to the regular board meetings. We'd go back to most of the time 2 a month. So we should, tonight or certainly at no later than the April 13th reorganization meeting, adopt one of these as the plan going forward for the work that we have in front of us for the next 6 months or so. Thoughts tonight?
I think it would be a very good idea to have a budget committee separate from the regular board meetings.
Okay. Keegan. Yep. Rick. Sorry. I looked at him move and I looked at Mike.
Well, that's exactly what I said last time is what Keegan said, so I'm still on that page.
Okay. Anyone else?
Should have a budget committee.
Okay.
Just another committee though. But.
Yep. Well, we try to keep those to a minimum.
Well, we had one this year, and apparently it didn't work out too well when it worked out, the committee did great work, but apparently the public wasn't too happy with what the committee wanted, and then tasked the administration to go back without the committee.
Okay.
And come up with a budget.
So we've heard support for the budget committee, and again, this can all be decided at the reorganization meeting, but it sounds like, based on the feedback we're getting now, we could have one different member is at the reorganization committee, or we could just be the same as we are now. But the plan, I guess we can give Bill the heads up that he should sort of look to plan with the input of a budget committee, and then that committee can be finalized at the reorganization meeting. You can be volunteered or, if you're interested in serving on that and all those extra meetings, think about it now and then you'll get tapped at that meeting. Does that make sense to you? Yep. Does that work for everyone? Board? Yep. Did I capture it? All right. Great. The next item is blizzard bags. Yes. And there's a link that is supposed to go to some research but when the board packet was put together, the PDF document flattened the link and it doesn't work. So, Bill, could you tell us what that link was?
Well, I will say that this is almost a 2-year-old conversation that I think some creative thinking from some board members about looking to neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts in particular, that received permission from their Department of Education to create blizzard bags, which is essentially what we're going to kind of live through here the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it is prudent to bring the thought back up. In Vermont, the current pathway before COVID-19 was a pretty extensive waiver that had to go through the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education. And I am curious to see what happens on the other side of COVID-19. And so I would respectfully ask that we go ahead and keep it on old business, but kind of with what Al was thinking about, kind of an after-action review. I think the state is going to do that. And so I am happy to continue investigating the possibility for West River to participate in that. I would just suggest if we could wait until after this current situation hopefully subsides, and I might have some more support and thought around it at the people that would have to say yes.
Just want to say that makes a lot of sense. So.
Okay.
Agreed. Ken?
Well, this is not how I wanted to set a precedence for this to happen. Now, the state has a precedence that the governor is turning around and saying, you have to provide blizzard bags, basically.
COVID bags.
Okay, yeah, you know.
So we got a
Whatever,
model,
whatever you
right?
want to call them, virus bags, whatever you want to call them now. But so, well, you know, I came up with a whole bunch of different names for them in this situation. But believe me, I'm going to tell you, the best thing to go with, stick with blizzard bag. Okay, it'll cover any situation. Catastrophe bag, whatever you want. You know.
All right, so we can keep that.
But now that the governor, has set a precedent,
But I'll keep it on.
there should be no reason why we can't keep this learning model that we're using now.
Yeah.
For the winter, so that we don't have to have the problems that we've had in the past with extending the school year. And the board should stay on top of this.
Yeah, what I'll do, as if it's okay with the board, I'll just leave it under old business.
Yeah.
So that we can't get rid of it.
Can we leave it on working on business instead of old business? Old business just seems to get shoved
New and
inside.
refreshing
Yeah.
business?
Yeah, new and refreshing business. Something.
I just want it on the agenda.
Oh,
in perpetuity.
all right, as long as we can keep it on the agenda and
Okay.
keep it fresh in everyone's mind.
All right.
Because it got
Motion
lost
on
for
that.
2 years.
There we go.
And it
No.
got lost for 2 years of it.
Well, for perpetuity.
Well, you just need the indulgence of the chair who sets the agenda.
Chair indulges.
Yeah. New chair, maybe no indulgence, I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we'll keep blizzard bags around, and we will probably learn a great deal in the current situation. I think you've got a number of tasks.
Yeah.
Yes, so, Mike, you're gonna mention one in a sec. I have a request, from, Mr. LaPasta. I will reach out to, Scott Tabachnik, the principal at Newbrook, asking him to contact, Mr. LaPasta to discuss, amaze.org and communication with parents, about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I will. Keegan is going to be on the policy committee. Trish is on the negotiations committee. Class configuration, we have, it will be on the agenda for discussion on April 13th, and permission has been for an anticipated position. Blizzard bag stays on old business. And Mike.
All right, so I saw on a post tonight that from Sarah Wiswell that the Jamaica Town Hall is open for phone business, but closed to the public. So people who wanted to early vote can't, or they might be able to, but I'm not sure how that would work. So I wanted to task Bill to talk to JP Isabel, get guidance there, and if it's not clear, talk to the attorney and let us know. I also heard that Brattleboro did the same thing, so it might happen.
Brattleboro's closing town offices, yeah. We probably do need to seek some guidance. Brattleboro's also recommending postponing elections.
That might have to happen
That
too.
might have to happen, although that would make budget planning difficult if we did, I think.
Well, I mean, how do we even get a fair budget vote on that?
The budget's already been planned. All you gotta do is just make sure you
We
get
gotta
a date, you
get
get
it
people in
passed,
public.
yeah. Okay. So those are the tasks for the administration, and the committee tasks are really just the membership, and then your committee chair will be in touch with you about policy committee meetings, or Trish, March 27th. It's the next negotiation. Is there anything else that needs to get added to that list? I don't think so, but I'll check. Okay.
Can someone tell me when the next policy committee is?
We're looking for a chair of the policy committee. Ken is doing it in memoriam, he's chair emeritus. So he is really looking for passing that baby off. So if you're excited, you could become the chair and call the first meeting.
Did I hear a volunteer down there?
I got a volunteer.
Yeah, Mike says he'll chair it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We haven't had a meeting to have that conversation.
Okay,
It
then
was
why?
an open meeting.
I'll
at
have
this
the
meeting.
old chair call a meeting, and then the policy committee can decide.
There we go.
Thank you.
So Ken will be in touch.
I'll call a meeting as soon as we can meet in public.
Yeah.
All righty. So that's it for committee tasks.
Joe?
Yes.
Sorry, you just said that the next negotiations committee was on the 27th, but Bill said 26th.
26th. Did I misspeak? It is the 26th.
26th at 6:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry.
We're all together on the comment.
Okay, so there are minutes in your packet of the January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th meeting. I just need a motion to approve those.
I noticed that the February 10th meeting has Christina Robinson listed as a board member. I believe that should be Drew Hazelton at that time. Because Jen Dorta Duque was also listed for Jamaica.
February 10th?
Yep, that's a Peter one. Yep, we'll make that correction.
Move to approve the agendas with the corrections.
Any other corrections in these meetings? Okay, it's been moved to approve them. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, discussion, corrections. I see some name misspellings, but nothing huge. I thought, I missed the one that you had, Mike, but, you know, what happened seems correct to me. All right, so all in favor of approving the minutes as corrected, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes pass. Okay, pay orders.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Here.
The pay orders got reviewed?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so
So you ready?
who wants to make the motion?
So moved. Approve them.
I make a motion.
Usually,
How
hang
about
on.
somebody make it who knows the numbers and the amounts?
Do you have them?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so pay order or AP voucher number 46 in the amount of $208,506.05. The second pay order voucher is number 47 in the amount of $17,968.49.
Okay, there's one more that was from the last meeting, that was the pay orders that were paid so that we didn't make late fees. And it just didn't get approved at the last one. So if you could add pay order 42 for $129,980.62.
I will add pay order number 42 in the amount of $129,980.62.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve pay orders. Any questions about them? Discussion?
Everything seemed in order. Didn't see anything that popped out and looked different. So
Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We do not need executive session for anything.
We don't, but I will inform the board after I talk with the Secretary of State if anything needs to happen with the annual meeting and the elections on the 25th via email, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's fine. Okay.
You want to do the next meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Announce them?
Yeah. We don't need the executive session. The next meeting is the annual meeting, March 24th at 7 p.m. At Leland and Gray. And there will be a budget vote and the member-at-large election on March 25th. And then the next school board meeting after that will be April 13th, where we reorganize the board when we've got all the people elected. All of those are subject to change based on current situation. Stay tuned. Any other business?
Move to adjourn.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks for hanging in, folks.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
All right. State law.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Phil Baruch, Chair of Senate Education. I'll take a few minutes while we wait for the list you signed up on to come back to us to have my committee introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Senator Ruth Hardy from Addison County.
Senator Jim McNeil from Rutland County.
Debbie Ingram from Chittenden County.
Corey Parent from Franklin County and Albert.
Andrew Pertzik, Washington County. And we're all here, obviously, to take testimony on pupil weighting in Vermont and potential changes to the weighting formula produced by this study, which is amazingly comprehensive, put out by Professor Colby and her team at UVM. So thank you to them. I know Professor Colby's in the room somewhere. Professor Colby? There she is. Unusual for the author of an academic study to be standing out. So the way we'll work tonight is we do want to hear from everybody. Sometimes these are divided up into people speaking for or against a certain issue. I don't like that approach myself. I think it emphasizes division. So we'll just have you come up in the order that you signed up. You'll have 2 minutes. My friend Jim will give you warning at 1.5 minutes, and then the gong at 2 minutes. I think with the number of people we have, everybody should get to speak, including those who may not have signed up but realize halfway through they would like to say something. So with that said, Daniel MacArthur.
My thanks to the members of the Senate Ed Committee for hearing us today. I appreciate that. I'm not going to express the grievances that everybody else here will be presenting. They'll stand on their own. I'm here to advocate for some immediate tax relief for the school districts which have borne a disproportionate tax burden over the past decades. I present as written testimony a petition that was drawn up by an individual taxpayer in Marlborough and signed by hundreds of residents. It's clear and to the point, and I ask that you read it in honor, and I'll submit it for testimony. I also want to relay a story that illustrates the situation my school finds itself in. My granddaughter's 5th and 6th grade classroom has a bucket on the floor. It's been there all winter, catching the leaks when it rains or snows. A symbol, to me, simple symbol of the impossibility of operating and maintaining a small rural school when students are underrated. So I conclude with a poem. I hope that's acceptable to you, and it's called Weighted Pupils. I am weighted a portion of a pupil. I am weighted about a 0.8. I don't know what part of me is missing or how they came up with that weight. There's a bucket to catch drips in my classroom, sits in the middle of the floor. It fills about 10 gallons a day, seems to be leaking a bit more. We each take bets on the timing. It becomes a math problem each day. But the cold and the mold are getting older, and there's rot in the ceiling now, they say. We try to be philosophical. We don't really mind much the fuss. But if we were 100% pupils, this would not be happening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Korb. Oh, I suppose I should say, everybody on the panel has been told not to shake hands in terms of public safety, so I just commend that to you as advice. I know many of you are here from districts. To the extent that you can avoid that kind of contact, we've been doing this a lot around the building. Recommend that to you.
Thank you very much for hearing this testimony. I'm from the Marlborough School District. I'm chair of the school board. The release of the Equalized Pupil Weighting Study in December of 2019 has finally answered a nagging question that the Marlborough School Board has asked itself for quite some time. Why can we not adequately fund our school? Each year, the Marlborough School has been forced to kick the can further down the road on various capital improvements or bid farewell to student program opportunities. I'm not here to complain to the legislature that my taxes are too high. I'm here to demand equity and accountability. The Marlborough School Board, its community, and the 76 other districts impacted by this oversight and weighting insist upon immediate implementation of the weighting system recommended by the study. We're not a group of towns looking for a handout. We are your neighbors in southern and northern Vermont who have seen increases and penalties, only to find out that for years we haven't been provided the opportunities that so many other districts have. It is an outrage, and if I were on a legislative committee such as yours overseeing the change, I would not be questioning when to implement it, but rather apologizing to us and stating it will be fixed. I assure you that the Marlboro School is not the only school to come before you with a roof that has been patched too many times or has been forced to turn away pre-K students due to lack of space, or hold a Spanish classroom in an equipment closet. Heartbreakingly, this year, we had to consider cutting all special programs from art, Spanish, music, all of them due to an excess spending penalty that has been based on an inequitable system. This is not simply a tough year, it is the culmination of years of compound overtaxation and inequity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter Barris. Did I pronounce that right? Barris.
Thank you. I'll have to, Peter Barris, Whitingham, Recording Secretary, WCSU School Bus Driver, Marlboro Elementary School from 2012 to 2019. Longtime voter, first-time testifier. Commons published my full text last week, so this will be shorter. Thank you for this profound opportunity. I know why you keep showing up in this building. See possibility in public service. You want nothing more than to make a difference. Since well before Act 46, I've taken the minutes from the boards of many schools. Leland, Gray, Townsend, Dufresne, Jamaica, Wardsboro, Brookline, Dover, Marlboro, and since consolidation, the combined Wyndham Central Supervisory Union school districts and their full board at the public meetings. When I first took the wheel of a school bus, the scheme has been going on for more than 12 years. Though I could not know the structural causes, I did see the rise of pervasive sleep deprivation, malnutrition, loneliness, and humiliation as the true face of childhood poverty. Since the study was made public, parents wept openly at recent school board meetings, choked with emotion as awful realization began to take hold. Years of struggle and worry and all unnecessary, and the next town had no such problems. And what are the lessons learned? I mean by the children. The privilege and power. I'm sorry?
30 seconds left.
Privilege and power are the right of the privileged and powerful, and poverty just reward of the poor, and devil take the hindmost. Armed with this hard-earned knowledge, they will decide how to vote. The helpful encouragement of bots and hackers and troll farms, foreign and domestic. Everyone knew the disparities. That's what convinced us to endure Act 46. Wouldn't save money. Nobody believed it would do that. It was to find a way to bring equity to the system. Otherwise, they might have never thought of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Meg Staloff.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Wilmington, and I have students in two daughters at Twin Valley School, which is in the Wyndham Southwest Supervisory Union. So a few of us came up from southern Vermont today, which you might know is a far piece up the road. It's a little over 2 hours, and we came because this testimony needed to be delivered in person. This issue is so critical, and it's so critical that my community be heard on this matter. The current funding structure is hurting our schools, it's hurting our students, and it's hurting the fabric of our communities. So in Wilmington, our residents pay the highest education tax rate in the state. You can sort that spreadsheet for yourself. But despite our high property values, which are driven by wealthy second homeowners, much of our resident student population is living in poverty. In our elementary school, 62% of our students receive free and reduced lunch. Meanwhile, our school is struggling to cut budgets and stay below the excess spending threshold all the time. I mean, we've got buckets in our gym too. We sat there at town meeting listening to the dripping. The result is that our students are struggling. Our elementary school ranks 111th out of 142 schools in Vermont. Clearly, our students are not getting the education that my community is paying for. That's not all. If you know anything about Wilmington, you'll recognize it as a town that was devastated by Tropical Storm Irene. Despite multiple recommendations, 8.5 years later, we still have police and fire services located in the flood zone. I know that sounds crazy, but why? Our community cannot afford to add to our tax rate for a bond to fund critical emergency services, so our community loses again.
30 seconds.
This situation has eroded our trust in government, and it's badly dented civic engagement in our town. Public meetings people are mad, and we feel helpless. I know it's going to take our community a long time to fix what 20 years of inequity have brought on our school, but we are begging you to start that process now. Swift action on the findings in this report can begin to chart a more reasonable and just path forward for our entire state, including Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Clausen.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Clausen. I'm the Vice Chair for the West River Education District in Windham County. I am the proud father of 4 boys who have and continue to go through our educational system, including one who is studying computer science at the University of Vermont. My wife, Tana Clausen, is a physical education teacher and varsity softball coach and has been at Leland and Gray Union High School in Townsend for the last 30 years. Why am I giving you this lengthy bio? I want you to understand that my family is fully invested in the educational decision-making of this government on a personal and professional level. To gain a better perspective on where we are right now, let's look at some of the tragic events that have happened over the last 20 years. 9/11, the longest war in the history of the United States, the Great Recession, Hurricane Irene. On top of these macro events, we also have the current local crises of double-digit increases in healthcare costs annually, higher needs and costs in special education and mental health services, the opioid epidemic straining our social services to the brink, an aging population with a fixed income, and a declining student population. These compound crises serve as a backdrop for the school boards and administrators who, to the best of their abilities, craft budgets in the face of the erosion of our socioeconomic infrastructure. And despite our best efforts at West River with a 2.88% increase in the school budget this year, we have exceeded the spending threshold, sending hard-earned dollars back into the system to be distributed at the discretion of the state government. In the midst of our board's budget deliberations in early January of 2020, we learned of the findings and recommendations of the study of pupil weights in Vermont's education funding formula. One word: hope. Hope that our state government will implement the findings of the study and restore equity for our students and incorporate new cost factors and weights. The time to do the right thing is now. The people of the West River Education District are suffering with a high tax burden. Schools have outlasted their expected lifetimes and have many overdue repairs, yet we continue to kick the can down the road. We need this legislation. This is an opportunity to hit the reset button. Now this cannot stop with the implementation of the weighting study recommendations. The issues are much deeper. Try explaining to your taxpayers how a 3% increase in the school budget translates to a 15% increase in their tax rate. The funding formula is broken. The findings in the weighting study need to be the catalyst for education funding reform. We need to be able to provide this generation of students with the resources, tools, and environment that helps them thrive while balancing the needs of our stretched taxpayers from the West River Valley. Our people work hard and expect a greater return on investment from the state of Vermont, and they want it now, not phased in. The state of Vermont has spent 20 years phasing out rural areas.
We'll have to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aimee Morat. It's a little unclear. Elme?
It's Ime.
Ime, okay.
Ime Morat.
Pretty name.
Good afternoon. I'm Ime Morat from the town of Windham. I'm also the town auditor. Windham is a community of 27 square miles with less than 450 residents. That amounts to about 13 people per square mile. We are one of 53 towns having fewer than 500 residents. These small communities represent 9% of Vermont's population. Many residents saw their taxes doubled, and many homeowners were unable to pay their taxes on time, ending up on the delinquent tax rolls, adding to their and the town's economic difficulty. The new weighting would correct this by providing weights for sparsely populated areas and small schools. We would ask that the committee move forward thoughtfully but quickly on this matter.
Thank you. Kathy Scott.
the school treasurer and the town treasurer. I love the school. I love the nurturing environment. It's small, wonderful. Because the current weighting system, weighting formula has underestimated the cost of educating for impoverished families, as well as small and rural schools for 20 years, Wyndham students have had less access for education equity opportunities than students from larger, less rural school districts. Wyndham sends approximately 61% of its education taxes to the state and keeps a little less than 39% to fund its elementary and secondary education expenses. With passage of 661, which we testified in this morning, House 661, and with your swift action on this weighting study, we could see a reduction in our tax rate for the upcoming 21 to $1.98 from the $2.84 we are staring down at the moment. We ask you, please act on this as quickly as possible. The rural people in the state of Vermont really need this help. Thank you.
Thank you. Russ Cummings.
Good afternoon. I'm a lister in Wyndham, and I'm also on the school board. And what we're finding is that the equalized pupil count in our town is relatively low, and by adopting the equalization study, the equalized pupil count will go up significantly. As a result, right now, without the equalization study, our $535,000 budget is $6,098 over the excess spending amount, which means that that's $12,200 added to the excess spending amount. So our tax rate based upon $30,956 gives a $2.83 homestead tax rate. That's driving people on fixed incomes to put their homes up for sale. It can't be continued at that level. The solution is the higher weighting study that's in your program. If we were able to get that, we would be able to reduce our tax rate significantly. Part of the problem is also with the early childhood special education costs, that when they exceed a certain level, they get added into our education cost. We have no control over that, none whatsoever. And if you were to consider removing some of that excess special education cost out of the weighting, out of the excess formula, it would also allow us to have a much lower tax rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Bill Dunkel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me testify. I'm from Wyndham also. You're getting a full Wyndham treatment here. So last week at town meeting, the voters in Wyndham did something very unusual. They turned down the school budget. That never happens in Wyndham because people are committed to providing a quality education for their students. But as you heard, had we passed that budget, the anticipated school district homestead tax rate would have been $2.84. I don't know if that would have been the highest in Vermont, but it would have been awfully close. Between 2019 and 2020, the homestead tax rate went up 32%. If this budget had been passed at town meeting, it would have had a 63% increase from 2019 to 2021. As you can imagine, homestead rate increases like that are placing an enormous burden on our taxpayers. As Russ said, some people are saying they may have to move out of town to Vermont. Some people have told us that their taxes have doubled in the last 5 years. Like a lot of towns in Vermont, we're an aging town, we're trying to attract young families. We've got some affordable housing. But when people find out that's the tax rate they're going to pay, it's pretty tough to get young people to move into towns. If you've ever been to Wyndham, you know that we are not a rich town. If you drive around Wyndham, you're not going to see McMansions and big designer second homes. Thank you. You're going to see very modest dwellings. 62% of the people, residents in the town are retired or living on fixed incomes. 80% of the residents qualify for income sensitivity when they pay their income taxes. This is not a rich gold town. Like a lot of little towns in Vermont, we've cut our education budget to the bone. We've stretched our taxpayers to the limit, and we really need your help. Please pass the waiting fund as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Cord Scott.
I'll be quick. My name's Cord Scott. I'm a selectman in Wyndham, and I'm the bus driver. As you can see, my teammates have laid out a lot of facts for you, so like I said, I'll be quick. I see this as being videotaped, so I have to shout out to one of our residents, a 94-year-old fellow named Ernie Freely, who's been coming to town meeting ever since basically Act 60 was implemented, telling us that there was something wrong with this funding formula and that we should do something about it. Now I can say that Ernie, we're up here trying to do something about it. You guys are too. The one takeaway, like I said, my teammates here have laid out lots of information for you, but the one takeaway I'd like to remind you about or point out is when we were talking about how much the percentage of money that we send out in our education taxes, I just wanted to give you some dollars. If that budget had passed, Wyndham would send $877,000 into the education fund on top of the $608,000 that it would cost us to educate our kids locally. That's for a town of 400 plus residents. I mean, if you think about that, it defies common sense. How in the heck can 400 people possibly send that much money out of town and still be able to keep their heads above water? So I would ask this rating study would help us and it would help that situation, so I would ask that we implement it as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Catherine Sims.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Sims from Craftsbury. And as a parent, I am shocked and saddened that our communities have been overtaxed and underfunded for so long. Over the years, I've seen our school boards work hard to do the very best they could with inequitable access to resources. We all know that different schools and different communities have different needs. We can't spend the same amount per pupil everywhere and expect the same outcomes. In the Northeast Kingdom, schools are faced with the increased costs associated with serving high-poverty rural communities. That means increased social, emotional, mental health, behavioral, and academic supports, all a part of larger systemic inequities in our society. Tending to these basic needs has stretched budgets to an extreme and left little for caring for our buildings or providing programming. Staff across the region deal every day with septic problems, failing boilers, and old roofs. Children are turned away from pre-K programs because of a lack of space. Students don't have access to the language courses, the advanced placement or travel opportunities available in other districts. As parents, we are tired of seeing vital school programs cut, enrollments decline, and property taxes go up. I want my children, and all Vermont children, to have an equal opportunity to thrive, no matter where they live. These are the long-standing problems that the Brigham decision called out, and Act 60 was meant to address, but it did not by a long shot. My children and my neighbors' children deserve to go to a school with a functioning boiler where they eat lunch in the cafeteria instead of their desk, where music doesn't happen in a closet and the roof doesn't leak. They deserve art classes and STEM programs and foreign travel. They deserve the resources they need to be successful today. We can't keep failing our kids. To overcome decades of inequity in school resources impacting the most vulnerable children, I urge the General Assembly to take action this session to implement the weighting recommendations contained in the pupil weighting factors report.
Thank you. Leanne Desjardins.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Director of Special Education for the North Country Supervisory Union. I've been the director for 26 years. I'm also a Newport Center resident, which is one of the 12 towns that North Country Supervisory Union serves. I wanted to paint a little picture for you of the northeast corner of Vermont, where NCSU is located. 26% of the students enrolled in NCSU are identified as eligible for special education services. Within the last 5 years, we've seen and observed an increase in eligibility in specific disability categories. Our eligibility category of autism has increased by 10%, intellectual disabilities by 33%, and emotional disturbance by 48%. In rural communities like ours, we struggle to meet the intensity of social, emotional, and mental health needs. These students require a continuum of extraordinary and costly supports. Currently, our local mental health agency has no counselors on staff to serve our students and families. This lack of access to quality mental health services places a significant burden on the school system to meet this need. Each school individually contracts with licensed counselors, and we have developed resources at the SU level to support students facing social and emotional challenges.
30 seconds.
20 years ago, NCSU hired 1 behavior specialist. We are now hiring 14 behavior specialists for the upcoming school year. The flexibility of services Act 173 provides is critical to student success. However, we will not be able to meet the growing needs of students without a funding system that provides for students with intensive needs, students who are economically disadvantaged and at risk. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Samantha Stevens.
Hello, I'm Samantha Stevens. I am the Equity and Community Outreach Coordinator for North Country Supervisory Union. I'm also the board chair for Voices for Vermont's Children. Our schools are fighting rural poverty every day on our own, and we need help. It takes much more to teach our students who have barriers to basic needs, because students who are cold, hungry, tired, and worried have a harder time accessing learning. These distractions don't just affect those individuals, they affect entire classrooms. And so we've had to become experts in many fields. We help families apply for economic benefits. We negotiate with utilities and landlords to help keep them housed. We provide meals at school and we send food home. We coordinate and transport families to essential medical appointments, and the list goes on. We have grown our capacity to meet these needs, and we have built up social and behavioral supports that help teachers teach and students learn. The pupil waiting study gave me hope that Vermonters, and particularly you all, might now have the information needed to make a fairer system for all. I am here to ask you to act on these recommendations and make systemic change to fix an unfair system. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Ellis.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I am the outgoing principal of a small rural school in Jay, Vermont. We were probably the last joint contract in the state of Vermont. It's the Jay Westfield Joint Elementary School. And I am here with my colleagues from North Country, and we did a wonderful job of describing some of the challenges that we are facing. And that is what I hope to do, is explain why this waiting study is so important. I think my job is analogous to trying to fit a twin-size sheet on a king-size bed. Anybody who has ever done that understands their frustration. You have two corners on and you put that there and it all falls apart. That's how it feels right now. This growing need that students are coming with emotional, social, cognitive, and linguistic has become very intense. The proposed changes that are driven by Act 173 have just the potential to have such a negative impact on our resources. And I worry that that with that negative impact, we will be forced to make even tougher decisions than we've already made. We've already made a lot of tough decisions. We've already lost a lot of programming. But we do our best to maintain that quality. If we cannot continue to fund programs and the story becomes that it's because of our students with disabilities or because of our students who experience poverty and trauma, then we blame them, and that's very scary.
30 seconds.
So I worry that we'll never move forward with equitable systems if we have a system that does blame the most fragile members of our communities. So thank you for your time. And if you ever have any other questions, please reach out. We're there, and I'll be happy to share our stories. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Karen Chittenbar. Did I say that?
Chitamber, very close. Well done, sir.
So I'm Karen Chitamber, and first, thank you for your service to our state. I'm an automotive technology teacher at the North Country Career Center. I am a foster parent, a farmer, a veteran, a select person, and union representative, and as you might guess, I don't do very many things well, but my superintendent did ask me to be here today, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the kids who are challenging our system because they're my kids. So first, yes, our special education qualification rate is 26%, and yes, we are seeing an increase in disrupted learning. And we know that trauma is a factor, but let me tell you what that looks like. That looks like a 2-year-old being dropped off at midnight at our home with the flu. That looks like DCF calling us on a regular basis to take in more kids, even though we're already, there's no more room at the inn. Let's just put it that way. And so what does that look like? 100% or more increase in the number of kids coming into care in our community. And as you might guess, those children oftentimes have higher needs. So the 2-year-old that I spoke of was not able to articulate mom or dad or the people that she knew she was wanting to have soothe her, and couldn't say things like ow or no. And what does that look like? We know that years down the road when she goes to school, she's going to need some additional services to get her through and to make her the best possible citizen that we can have in our community.
30 seconds.
What does this have to do with the weighting study? We need to ensure equity for our current and future students. There's a great deal that I cannot do, but one thing I can do is ask that you factor the impact that implementing Act 173 block grants without the weighting study would have on schools that are working diligently to prepare what our most vulnerable students need. They've done a tremendous amount of work, but I think we're really just bracing for impact right now. And as we look at how the block grants are implemented, we really have to consider the coming storm. Thank you.
Sean McMahon. Thank you again for your hospitality yesterday.
Thanks for coming to visit us. So I want to express enthusiastic support for the recommendations of the Pupil Weighting Factors Report and urge immediate action from this committee and all other legislators. The study reports that under the current funding formula, quote, some communities may be either unable or unwilling to pay for the additional resources necessary to ensure an adequate education for its students, end quote. Indeed, low-wealth communities like Winooski, which support a high percentage of students with complex needs, have been losing in Vermont for decades. While we work hard to provide a more than adequate education that is fiscally responsible to our taxpayers, the current funding structure leaves the Winooski School Board, administration, staff, and community in a position of frozen inequity and unable to meet the needs of our students, families, and staff. I support these recommendations in the report for a student I'll call Kay, whose family came halfway across the world, having lived in a refugee camp so that he could get a high-quality education and the opportunities that go with it. When he entered Winooski School District as a first-year student in high school, he spoke no English. He credits the high-quality educational support he received in our district in helping him to get a full scholarship to UVM, where he's now working toward a medical degree. Or another student, S, who grew up living in a basement because her family couldn't afford housing. Her mother's unable to work because the youngest of her 8 children has autism and she's unable to afford full-time care. S says being able to participate in fun and educational after-school activities helps keep her away from a stressful situation at home and on the right path.
30 seconds.
While these 2 students are overcoming tremendous challenges and improving their lives, we do not have the adequate resources to ensure this for all of our students. To fully support our students, all of our students, we need more linguistic cultural liaisons, a fully staffed ELL department, more math and literacy coaches to adequately support all struggling students, and the time to allow our students who come from non-traditional educational backgrounds to catch up so they can graduate college and career ready. All Vermonters deserve a system that fully accounts for the financial needs of educating our low-wealth students and English language learners. These changes are necessary to create a truly equitable system. I fully recommend that you implement the recommendations of the Pupil Weighting Factors Report in a quick and thoughtful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Kelly.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is David Kelly. I'm an attorney from Greensboro, Vermont. For the better part of 30 years, I've practiced law in the Northeast Kingdom. I've done bankruptcies, divorces, relief from abuse petitions, emergency guardianships, Social Security claims, disability claims, worker comp claims, and I think I've had an opportunity to become intimately familiar with poverty in the Northeast Kingdom. I have become convinced that the longest, most fruitless war in American history was not the war in Vietnam or the war in Iraq, but the so-called war on poverty. If you look at the Northeast Kingdom and you look at our schools, at Hazen, 80% of the students are on free and reduced lunch. At Champlain Valley, only 10%. If you look at Champlain Valley or South Burlington, their teachers are being paid 25% more than the teachers at Hazen. But a classroom with 8 out of 10 students on free and reduced lunch is substantially more challenging than a classroom with only 1 student on free and reduced lunch. If we do not turn the tide of poverty around, the cost going forward for the next generation in terms of jail, Section 8 housing, behavioral supports, special education only goes up. We have an opportunity to take a big step forward in areas like Lowell, Hardwick, Glover, and other small rural communities that I'm familiar with. We have an opportunity to begin to turn the tide in a war that poverty has been winning for the last 30 years. I would urge you to accept the recommendations of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Bonsagiorno. How do I do?
Perfect.
Bonsagiorno?
Bonsagiorno, yes. I'm Jennifer Bonsagiorno. I'm the superintendent of Kingdom East School District in the Northeast Kingdom. I'm here today to share some data points. 31 teachers in our sparsely populated district have emergency or provisional licenses. That means our content areas are taught by people who are not yet fully qualified. 177 days of our elementary school students' year, they sit next to sewage ejection pumps because we have not yet been able to fix our HVAC system. 177 days, our middle school students do not have access to a makerspace or a STEM lab because the space is full of lead, mold, and brackish water. Back to the first one. 20% on average of our teachers leave our high poverty schools each year. They exit the region because of low pay rates and the lack of available amenities in our rural areas. 37 days of teaching and learning were interrupted or completely halted due to unsafe buildings, school day closures due to air quality, septic, plays, sporting events, concerts, and talent shows canceled due to safety of our buildings, PE classes held in hallways. Can you imagine if your child's school had 20% of its teachers leave every year, or 37 days of learning interrupted? These data points tell a tale of 2 Vermonts. The Vermont Constitution guarantees education for all children. 365 days a year. This is how many days we should be committed to equitable education from Burke Hollow to Brattleboro, from Canaan to Colchester. Please take action on the Pupil Weighting Factors Report of this legislative session. Thank you.
Elaine Collins.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the waiting study. I am the principal of Newport City Elementary School. This is my 4th year there. It's in the North Country Supervisory Union District, and the waiting study work is very relevant for our work at Newport City. In our school of 370 students, pre-K to 6, nearly 80% of them live in poverty, and over 30% of them qualify for an IEP or 504. This is my 30th year coming back to school as an adult, and the work has changed. Poverty, drug addiction, trauma are all creating pressures on our schools and making our work more complex. We have an alarming number of students who are experiencing mental health crises, trauma, challenges with emotional regulation, and behavioral challenges. If we don't meet their needs, nobody's able to learn. Nobody. Even the kids who are ready to learn aren't able to learn. 4 years ago, I came to a school that was in crisis. We've wrapped a lot of supports, social emotional supports around our students, and there are significant costs associated with this. Behavior specialists, behavior team assistants, intensive case managers, home to school coordinators, 7 special ed teachers, the list goes on and on. Because of the lack of community resources, we have to do this as a school. It is our moral imperative to make these changes for our students because no one else is going to do it.
30 seconds.
Last year, or in the height of our work, we had in one school year 890 escorts, restraints, and seclusions. Sit with that for a moment. 890 and 175 days. This year we are at 87. It's impactful and positive and important work, but we have to have money in order to do it. Please take action on the waiting study as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. John Castle.
Good afternoon. I greatly appreciate the Senate Education Committee taking testimony today. I currently serve as Superintendent of Schools for North Country Supervisory Union. I'm proud to serve our supervisory union where a board member summed it up in 5 words in reference to the increase in assessment for our supervisory union special services budget. They are all our children. It is my hope that your committee and our General Assembly cares deeply about all our children across the state. We address the needs that may exist in one school differently than another, as we address the needs of a classroom or a particular student differently. Likewise, our legislature must recognize the variation of need between districts and regions for that matter. We have disparity of opportunity given our economic circumstances and a variation in need due to the same. A high percentage of students with needs, especially in small rural schools, and our supervisory union require substantial supports to meet those collective needs. Issues of equity transcend districts or supervisory unions and must be addressed as a state. The needs being illustrated in testimony today are real. I believe this testimony, in concert with the waiting study, clearly shines a light on the need for more resources to support students living in poverty. I recognize the call for more resources is counter to the narrative of declining enrollment, having too many cars in the school parking lot, and property taxes being too high. The reality is schools need more capacity, a robust social service organization to partner with, and to shift the tide of families, we need those resources now.
30 seconds.
We've lived complacently while the forces of poverty have adversely impacted far more people than our current public health crisis. Where is the sense of urgency and call for action that is justified to support the financial, social, emotional, and mental health needs that for too long have disrupted, diminished, and devastated the lives of our children? Justice too long delayed is justice denied. I truly hope that our legislature believes they are all our children.
Thank you. Kathy Olwell.
Hello. Thank you for taking my testimony. I am a retired social worker who spent the past 24 years working with Burlington's middle school population, running a youth center after-school program, and Burlington and Winooski combined middle school summer program. We know poverty creates high-risk environment that increases probability of learning problems. That can lead to learning socio-emotional disabilities. Burlington has one of Vermont's highest concentrations of poverty with 49%, which leads the district to have 19% of its children on IEPs or 504 plans. Burlington is also home to one of this state's largest English learner populations at 16%. All of the above risk factors lead to higher costs to educate our students. As a member of the Burlington Schools Commission, it is glaringly clear to me how the present formula works to the detriment of the students we serve in Burlington. The result of per pupil weighting study and the new weighting formula it proposes can only right the wrongs that have burdened Burlington's children for the past 20 years. I would ask this committee to please fully implement the new formula immediately and do not phase it in. The children who have lived with this underfunding need a swift remedy. Their education needs must be met now. Thank you.
Claire Wolf.
Thank you. I stand here in unity with all our communities present, sharing their testimony, and those unable to attend but who will share their support for immediate action via email correspondence. When I hear the word rural, I want to also include Burlington and Winooski as we share concern for our most vulnerable learning population. Thank you for hearing our testimony today. And I also want to thank the AOE for commissioning this study and for the UVM educator Tammy Colby for her work, research, and time spent this summer speaking with myself and our Burlington leadership team. Relative to most of our neighboring school districts in Chittenden County, Burlington serves a high percentage of students in poverty, as Kathy all will share, over 49%. Our student population is on the rise. Our two middle schools are at times over capacity. We are an anomaly in Vermont, and also with more housing being built in Burlington. This study proves unequivocally students with the greatest needs require substantially greater educational resources and services. Our Burlington School Board and City Council this month sent the Vermont State Legislature joint resolutions recognizing and supporting this AOE study, proposing action to change the Vermont State Ed Fund weighting pupil formula. In a sanctuary city and a school district fiercely proud to hear 45 native languages spoken throughout our school communities, our current Vermont antiquated educational funding formula developed 20 years ago is essentially artifacts, said researcher Tammy Colby, who's present here today, and could find no evidence that they were empirically derived. Thank you to all of you serving on the Education Committee and Senator Baruth. The citizens of Burlington and the Vermonters you serve admire your recent public statement. A top priority this session would be to pass something out of this committee changing the weighting formula based on the report recommendations. I think it's an extremely important thing, and I was sent here to do extremely important things that make the system work in a better, fairer way. All of us present here today couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Pillsbury.
I'm Keith Pillsbury. I'm sorry I didn't dress. I just picked up because I've been on the school board in Burlington for 25 years. And this is a story I've had to talk to my constituents every year as we have to go through the tax increase about the equalized formula. And they always, they're very aware that some of our students are in poverty and some of our students in EL cost far more than the state is giving us. And I think they have been very generous over the years. I went back and looked at it yet, but in a report in 2010-11, we asked for a 10.4% tax increase. I remember the governor was mad at us, the mayor didn't support us, the free press was just whatever. Anyway, the citizens of Burlington understood that we had a population that needed to be served. They were generous, and they've been generous for a long time. But I think it's time now that the state step up and look at our needs as a city that's not as wealthy as everybody thinks. We have a high level of poverty, we have a high level of children who English is a second language, English is a language they're learning because we have been generous in bringing them into our community. Just some facts. We have the non-free and reduced lunch students on the CPAC math test, 6% were proficient. The free and reduced lunch people, students got 20% of that. That's the kind of problem, that's kind of the challenge we have for our teachers in our district, making sure that all of our children become proficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Coelho.
I feel abstained. I thought that was just a sign-in sheet, not a speaker.
Oh, you'd prefer not to speak?
No. I'm basically from the Wyndham area, and the individuals that spoke earlier, they were pretty much, they said everything I would be saying, so thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Green. Deborah Green.
Question.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
My name is Debbie Green. I'm 54 years old. I work full-time and own a home with my retired 80-year-old mother in Wyndham, Vermont. We own an average-sized modular home on 1 acre of land. Our taxes have increased substantially each year. In 2019, our municipal tax was $1,595.07, and our education tax was $3,979.42, for a total of $5,574.42. I was just financially able to pay the balance off this past February. I'm told that Wyndham, along with other small towns, are penalized because the number of students that attend our schools is below state regulations or something to that effect, and that Wyndham will see another increase in 2020. I work and I play in Vermont, and I'm pleading with the state for change for the better to take place so less populated towns with schools geographically necessary stop being taxed so unconstitutionally. The continued tax increases has placed me in a financial hardship, and I fear the time for me to sell my home and move out of Vermont is quickly approaching, simply because I can't afford the taxes. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I appreciate it.
Margaret Kier.
I'm from Huntington, Vermont, part of the wealthy Chittenden County, but I am in support of helping those communities who most need additional help. First of all, Education Committee. Vermont's economic health depends on intelligent, well-adjusted workforce with diverse skills. Tell your fellow senators and citizens, we need well-educated, well-adjusted, well-skilled citizens to meet diverse requirements throughout the state's economy. We benefit most if we can find these workers within the state instead of importing them. I'm not going to read you everything I've written, but basically, we know that depressed economies, unfortunately, are still associated with poor education outcomes. I'd like to suggest there are at least 2 areas where we could dramatically improve the situation for those most at risk. The current weighting formula, which you are trying to improve, thank you, is based on research that indicates it costs more to educate high school students. Is this an assumption that is still valid in the 2020s? What considerations are not built into this assumption? The successful achievement of high school students depends, and high school graduates, depends not only what happens in high school. Students arrive in high school with deficiencies in reading, math, science, social studies, as well as other problems. Those students will continue to struggle to overcome these deficiencies. Low achievers in middle school are very likely those who are left.
30 seconds.
Okay. So you need to look at the whole picture. And the second area where you need to consider is the taboo subject of paying teachers across the state a fairly equitable wage. This is a taboo subject. Nobody wants to talk about having a state organized teacher wages. But I think that as long as teachers in wealthy districts get more, that is where they're going to go. As long as the most experienced teachers get more in wages, in salaries, that's where they're going to go. And those who are getting their training in their first few years, many of them will seek to go to wealthier districts. Not all, obviously. So I think you need to look at those two things, and I would ask you to read the longer version of what I said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the end of people who signed up to speak, but it often happens that people think of something midway through. Anybody who'd like to come up who wasn't on this? Please. Yes, please. And then we'll have the next. And if you could just, since I don't have your name, if you could just introduce it in the record and your town of residence.
Okay. I'm Martha Hafner. I'm from Randolph. I am somebody with 40 plus years of experience in the educational systems. I've worn just about every hat there is, preschool to college and everything in between. And my father was involved in 34 years in the school board, so there's a wide assortment of educational experience that I've invented. But I fully agree. There are a lot of students that we call them in the classroom as the three-first, where they should count as 3 students instead of 1, where their special needs that are engaged and so on. But a piece that I would like to inject into this conversation that is perhaps viewed as a tangent, but really I feel very much relates. Marijuana in Pueblo, Colorado is making it so that there are 38% chronic absenteeism in their schools, where they used to see 1 child in a classroom in a Head Start that had autism. Now, after legalized and commercialized marijuana, they're seeing 6 to 8. If you want to diminish the number of students that are coming into our world with special needs, this is an area that you really should consider investigating. It's a lot worse than most people begin to realize. I've seen the student that was
30 seconds.
Almost dead on the gym floor in Bethel because of the little dab that will do you. Our students need to be protected in this arena too. And that vote is coming up soon.
Thank you, ma'am. And please, come on up. William Mathis.
Yes. Good afternoon. You'll have to bear with my scratchy voice, and I'll be brief. First off is we were plaintiffs in the Brigham case. I've taught educational finance for 20 years. I'm the managing director of the National Educational Policy Center and on the State Board of Education. I wish to say that I'm not speaking for the State Board. They're meeting next Wednesday. Our chair is here. And we'll want to talk with you later after the board meets. First thing I say is I really would commend you for what you've done in terms of commissioning this study. It was very well needed, and it really is going to have some hard decisions for you. But remember, and if you will, that this is for the common good. It is not an individual thing. It is for everybody. And that's what our Constitution says, and that's what we must hold on to. Something I'd mentioned is the report deals a great deal with poverty, and that is correct. I don't think we can solve the education problem unless we solve the poverty problem. It's just that simple, and I'd be glad to spend more time with you at a later time dealing with that. And I'm really pleased to see the emphasis that was given to that in the report. Also, rurality got a great deal of attention in the report. I'm very glad to see that because that is part and parcel of the problems that we face. And I just simply close these brief remarks by saying that this isn't something that's nice to do. It's our constitutional obligation to treat every child properly and with care and with love and affection.
Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Gross. I'm from Middlebury, Vermont. I'm a professor emeritus of educational leadership and policy studies at Temple University, and I've served as chief of curriculum and instruction for the state of Vermont many years ago. When I work with my students, when I talk to my neighbors, when people ask me what is the root fundamentals of education, it is in our country, how do we raise up the next generation of Americans to take our very imperfect democracy and improve it, at least handle it. And when I think of the impediments that keep us from being able to do that properly or even reasonably attempt, poverty comes up as the number one issue. I think for a long time, circles in education have gotten it exactly backwards. And that has said that if only the schools did their jobs properly, we wouldn't have poverty. The fact is, the research shows quite the opposite is the case, that when we deal with poverty, all of a sudden, magically, things happen for our students and their achievement improves. I want to commend not only yourselves, but the researchers from the University of Vermont who have made an important contribution towards our recognition of what the facts are and being able to respond to them effectively. We often say the devil is in the details. I believe the devil lives in two places, in the details, but also in our being able to conceptualize the problem. If we place the evolution of democracy and the betterment of democracy first, and realize that it is poverty ourselves itself that is at the heart of our issues, I think we'll be a long way down the road to being able to respond effectively. Thank you so much for this time.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm Eric Lamontagne, Executive Director at Campaign for Vermont. Just a few quick things. First, general statement in support of implementing these changes. A few things that I haven't heard addressed, though, is a lot of folks here have been talking about this as a tax relief measure. There's nothing in the bill to guarantee that the extra money into the community is going to be used that way. Communities could still choose to keep the tax rates and just take this money as additional money. So it should be addressed in that mechanism. There's also needs to be accountability measures to make sure that the additional money that's being given to these communities that need it is being used to support the students who need it the most. Just generally throwing money at a problem isn't always the best solution unless there's a specific plan to ensure that that money is really going to go to the people who need it most. And then the last point is to the JFO prediction numbers. Through their study, they said that there might be upwards of $10 million in additional revenue generated by this proposal. I haven't heard anything as to where that money is going to go. Is that money going to be used to hold harmless some of these communities that can expect significant tax increases? Will it be further given to the schools in support of some of these infrastructure changes that need to be made? There needs to be a plan for this extra money so it just doesn't get lost in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, as we say in the Senate, we will adjourn. Before we do that, I want to thank all of you for traveling to be here. It's important on something like this. We're talking about a system in which changes to one community's weighting affect other communities very directly. So it's good to get as much public input as we can. I know that all of you made the choice that we made after the thinking and thought process that we had, which was coronavirus, all of those concerns, should I go, should we meet, and you came up with the solution that it was important enough for you to be here. We appreciate that doubly in this day and age. So thank you. We will do our work as efficiently as we can. Friday is what we call crossover. It's the day by which any Senate committee has to have their work out to have the bill remain alive this session without all kinds of special operations being done by leadership. So Friday is the day we're shooting for. We will very much keep what you've said in mind. If we have any further questions, there are some of you whose contact information we have. If you have further information to share with us, Jeannie Lowell, our administrative assistant, is happy to get anything to us that you send her. So thanks very much, and we'll adjourn with that.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday, March 17th, 2020, Select Board meeting, which is in turbulent times, I have to tell you. It's an interesting situation. A lot is going on. I'm Tim. I'm your captain tonight. And I just wanted to let you know that we know the meeting has been properly warned because we assembled it at 5:15 to go do interviews, but actually the interviews didn't happen. A little bit more on that later. And then we went into executive session to address some issues. So at this point, I just want to see if anyone could make a motion to approve the minutes of February 18th.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes from February 18th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and that's 3-0. Well, I just found out recently I was becoming chairing today, so I don't have really fully formed remarks, but I do want to say a couple words that we're all going through a lot of emotional distress right now, I think. Speaking for my family and a lot of the people I know, there is a lot to think about and a lot coming at us as far as information. The way I kind of see this, and I'm sure everybody's heard this phrase, is that this is sort of a long rolling snowstorm that we can't see. It's like an invisible storm that we are all weathering. I think it's a great time to live that edict that we are Vermont strong. We want to check in on our neighbors. We want to take care of each other in a lot of the same ways we would take care of each other for a natural disaster. But we also want to stay calm because we need to really be there for people and to be there for our families and each other and our neighbors. We need to be informed, but we don't need to panic. I have learned a lot, I'm sure a lot of us have learned a lot about COVID-19, which we're all dealing with. And I want to remind people that it's not an airborne pathogen like measles is. For all we know about it, which is still, there's a lot to be discovered, it's not like measles, where you could be in the same room with someone and contract the virus just by being near them. The distancing is because there can be surfaces that get droplets, and you touch surfaces and you share and you touch your face. And I think that's something really important to remember, because I see a lot on social media and just being out in the public a little bit, talking to people, of people kind of being afraid of each other and afraid of the normal interactions. And I really think we should resist that. There's other ways to safely interact. You see that we're spaced a little bit further apart here, and everybody's doing, different kinds of elbow bumps or live long and prospers and things like that. But there's a lot of vulnerable people in our community that still need our help, and we're figuring out ways to do that. And we're here tonight, and you're here. Thank you, the public who is here tonight, because we are weighing risks, and risks, you can't eliminate risk anywhere in your life. That's just a misnomer that some people have. So what we're trying to do is reduce risk and still get the essential functions of the town going. And let's keep our first responders in our thoughts and our medical professionals, because their risk is way up here. And we're all here moving the town forward and taking a little bit of a risk to be together. And that's a good thing, I think. So let's just keep our heads together, and I think we're going to come out stronger on the other end. And that's all I have to say. I'm kind of rambling now, but that's the chair's remarks today. And I was also buying time because Peter had to grab
Thank you very much for buying time and for inspirational remarks. Yeah, I apologize. I had an important couple of papers that were back in the office, so I needed to run and grab them. I have done that. And I don't have town manager's comments about general topics this evening. I'll have plenty to say about COVID-19 under the agenda item.
Great. Do we have any other fellow select board members' comments or committee reports? Nope. Only three of us. That's weird to get used to once in a while. How about in our public here at our meeting room. Anyone would like to say anything that doesn't have to do with an agenda item that's already coming later in the meeting? Anybody at all? No? Oh, right to the mic. Yes, if you don't mind. Again, it won't amplify your voice, but it will allow everyone viewing remotely, which may be a few people tonight. Just remind us your name and where you live.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Howes. I'm a resident of Brattleboro. I reside in the South Main Street neighborhood. And I've been thinking that it would be good to liberate the neighborhood of the drop-in center activities and to relocate those needs to another address in town, perhaps the CF Church building for offices and case management, or to project further south, further north, to an area opposite the Hannafords, or to allow for an expanded housing unit, which I think is what is declared for the 54 address in South Main Street, that it would be large enough and would not be a large enough area, land area, would not be imposing upon the neighborhood. I've been on South Main Street for 23, 24 years, and I think it's time to liberate the neighborhood to believe in it as a residential area. I really, just the other day, I was walking down towards the co-op, and I must have picked up 85 cigarette butts littered both sides of the street like, like breadcrumbs all the way down. It just seems sort of, it's just tedious, a little thing, but it's so constant, and it's been constant for over these decades. I feel that the neighborhood needs to be able to think of it, the neighborhood, as residential. While the town still applies to the needs of persons who feel a need to be collective winter housing, as in the Austin campus, which I think it's good. They're a sector of population, of people, a time in your life when you just don't want to do anything. You just want to be able to lay down at night and just be able to be undisturbed during the day. It's I think we need to keep the Austin campus in mind. I think it's been good, and it's not that much of a burden to the community, to the grants for support for the drop-in center provisions. And then to move on, well, the second or the future address for drop-in center may be Home Depot. It's a very big building. And maybe across the street, a brand new spot right next to China Garden. There hasn't been anything there for decades, and it hasn't even been a parking lot. And it's just flat and wide open, and it could take a housing square very nicely. My second issue is during these rinsing of the public virus, that we consider the needs of the pets, perhaps through like a town ordinance, that our pets are treated for any wandering viruses that they may be carrying, that we consider cortisone treatments or antiviral treatments in the form of food drops that you could put on like a little biscuit or a little administer at meal times. That the pets, that we raise our awareness about pet health and consider that our pets need as much attention as are total strangers who are not really sure where to begin with treatment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone else like to say anything about anything else that's not on the agenda? No? I think we're hoping to do a slight change in the agenda if no one has any objections. I think everyone wants to hear our COVID-19 update, if that's all right with my fellow members. And then we'll move into the water and sewer commissioners.
Great.
So, Peter?
Thank you. So first and foremost, what I want to strongly encourage everyone to do in terms of access to accurate, reliable, current information about this, and particularly about how it is affecting us in town, because there's so much information in so many different places about literally worldwide impacts and certainly national impacts. I want to urge everyone to rely on the town's website, and I want to acknowledge that that we have a website that is in many ways out of date and kind of clunky, and we've talked about it here, and it's a priority for us in town government moving forward that we need to do a total overhaul of the website to make it more user-friendly. There's a lot of really valuable information there. But it can be sometimes hard to find that information. And so what I want to do is make sure that the community is aware that we have fixed that as it relates to COVID-19. It's going to be a longer haul to fix it in total. But for this moment, when it's so important, there's so much flying around and so much of that information is not current or accurate or reliable. We feel like it's really critically important that people know that there's a source here locally where you can go and check in daily and learn about what is happening, what is changing, what's moving on. And so we've built it in a way where on the town's homepage, smack in the center of it, there's a set of boxes related to COVID-19 and some summary information there, but mostly what it is access. Down 3 boxes on the right-hand side, you can get to the Vermont Department of Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on the national level, and the World Health Organization for the worldwide perspective. So those sites are being updated all the time by teams of experts. So on the health side of this, what we know, what we don't know, how it's spreading, what people can do about it to protect themselves. There's 3 direct links there, depending on whether you want to go into the state level, the national level, or the world level. On the left-hand side, there's a town updates box. And there is information, 2 other boxes where there's information specific to businesses and resources that businesses can access because of the significant concerns we'll speak about in more detail in a few moments about the impact that this will have on our economy. And also for individuals and families, a separate box to resources that people in the community can draw upon for human needs that are not organizational needs, but are at the family and individual level. Those 2 areas are going to be built up as time goes on. There's already some information there, and as time goes on, we're going to be making sure that well-vetted, valuable, accurate information gets added for the resources available to businesses and the resources available to individuals. The town's update portion, we are producing now a daily update of what's happening in town government, both over these last few days. The major emphasis has been on how we have been gearing down normal functions of town government and gearing up emergency functions of town government. And as we go forward, it'll be relatively more stable information from day to day, but you can go there every single afternoon and see an update. Anything that is new today is highlighted in yellow, so it jumps right off the page. And then there'll continue to be the summaries of what's happening. And we've divided it into emergency services and non-emergency and administrative support services. So welcome to any input that we might receive from the community about ways in which this could be enhanced, things that might make it even better. But our purpose in establishing it over the last couple of days has been to make sure that there is one site here in town provided by town government that's available for people to go to and know they can rely on that as being accurate information. From today's update, posted a couple of hours ago, back at 2:45 today, the main information I want to share, there's a couple of new developments today. We made a decision earlier today to suspend parking enforcement for the foreseeable future. So until further notice is a term we're going to be really familiar with here, because there's just no way of knowing, whether this is a weeks-long or months-long situation we're going to be dealing with. We know it's going to be a marathon and not a sprint. And so, so we're using just, the things that we're suspending from normal operations, we're just saying until further notice. We'll be really transparent and use our community megaphone to make sure that we push out loudly into the community when things are gearing back up to something more normal. But parking enforcement is something we decided today to discontinue until further notice. By tomorrow, the equipment out there will actually be showing people that parking is free. But in the meantime, earlier today, we stopped patrolling for parking and issuing tickets. And there's a separate news release that's out that I won't go further into the details of that right now, but that describes how we will still continue to enforce for things that aren't about timed parking, but are about things like not parking by hydrants and safety issues like that. So anyway, there's details about that that'll be coming out to the community, hopefully in the media tomorrow. And then we also have effective tomorrow morning, so basically effective immediately since the offices are closed for today, we won't be selling pay-as-you-throw bags individually anymore at the Gibson-Aiken Center and here at the Treasurer's Office in the Municipal Center. And the reason we won't be doing that is because all of our town facilities will be closed to the public beginning tomorrow morning. Many places actually closed yesterday based on the additional reduced numbers, the advice that's coming from the health experts about how many people should gather in a particular place. We didn't do that because we had this meeting tonight and we didn't want there to be confusion about whether or not the building would be open for people to come. So we made Wednesday morning the effective time of our closing of all of our public facilities. But they will be closed until further notice. Town government will go on. We're inviting people, please, to remain in touch with us for the things you need from us, by mail, by phone, by email. There are ways in which we will still be providing services from town facilities, but the public won't be able to come into town facilities in order to, again, just reduce the risk and hopefully help to flatten the curve of the spread of the virus. Because of that, the town has always maintained these two locations where we sell individual bags so people don't have to go to a retail establishment and buy them 5 at a time. For the time being, we just won't be able to offer that service. That's going to be something where people will need to go to the retail establishments. The retail establishments will still be selling the bags, and they can be purchased in packets of 5. Beyond that, reminders from today. So those are the two things that were new today. Tomorrow, as I said, is when the closures go into full effect. Just a couple of reminders that have been in this report for the last couple of days, but for people who may not have been reading it, we want you to know that dispatch is now screening every call that comes in for potential COVID-19 implications so that word can be transferred out to the first responders about how to put the special procedures into place when necessary to protect themselves and the broader public when dealing with a case that might be COVID-19. And as the first responders arrive at any of these calls where there is potential hazard, they're going to go into a home and they don't know for sure exactly what they're encountering. They're doing what they call doorway assessments. Upon arrival, they're making sure that they have a better understanding of who needs what kind of help and what the experience of that household has been related to this virus. On non-emergency and administrative support functions, a couple of highlights. There's quite a lot more information in this daily update that we're putting out, so I'd urge people to go and take a look at that. But a couple of highlights that we thought people should be aware of are that the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment facilities are both operating under special procedures that have been established in close communication with health authorities and the regulatory authorities at the state. It takes very specialized skills and training to operate these facilities, and obviously they are critically important to community health, to have the water plant continue to function effectively, providing the clean and potable water for us, and then wastewater treatment on the outflow side. And so we're making sure that the relatively small teams in a small community like ours are healthy, but based on how we're rotating shifts and how we're also communicating with other providers and with the state to make sure that backup resources are available should that become necessary. There'll be ways in which communities are collaborating throughout this, actually, in all different kinds of functions, in ways that we see often in mutual aid for public safety, less often in municipal collaboration around non-emergency services. We'll see more of it as we deal with COVID-19. So we wanted to reassure everybody that special actions have been taken to protect the functioning of the water treatment operation and the wastewater treatment operation. And then on the enrichment side, as opposed to the basic services side, both the library and the recreation and parks programming are closed, unfortunately. It's just not safe for us to be inviting people to come together for the purposes that those important institutions provide. The Recreation and Parks Department is still taking registration online and by mail. And the library is providing services, takeout services. So if you communicate with the library and you reserve a book or some other resource they have available, someone will come out and meet you at the door to hand it to you so that people can still at least borrow from the library. Everything's being really thoroughly cleaned, obviously, in between uses. But the institutions themselves, the buildings and the activities that go on that are so vital to our community life are closed until further notice. We are communicating, town officials are, in a variety of ways, select board members, staff members, with various people and organizations in the community around how they're coping with this and different levels of support that are being provided in all different kinds of ways in our community. Some people have just organically created new networks of folks that are helping to support one another through this. And then there's also sort of reliable institutions in our community that have been set up to provide a safety net and support for various types of individuals and organizations, and those are obviously in place in a very active way, and the town government is interacting and supporting those efforts and trying to make sure that needs that go far beyond our normal sort of community needs are being met. We also have canceled until further notice any meeting of a town board, committee, or commission other than this select board and the action that this select board will be taking later this evening regarding representative town meeting. So representative town meeting hasn't been officially canceled, but it will need to be because of the prohibition of having a gathering of anything more than 50 people. The board will be taking that official action this evening. And then for the time being, until further notice, the select board meetings will be the only meetings of public meetings of town boards that will be ongoing. These are necessary, obviously, in order to keep the business of government operational through these extraordinary times. As we come up with ways to provide electronic access to the public and potentially for electronic functioning of the members of boards and commissions, then there will be a ramping back up of the operations of those groups as well. But at this time, for the foreseeable future, for this moment, it's just the select board. I'd like to ask Mike Bacassi to come up and speak to the emergency service delivery and to the supplemental community services that are being activated through the fire department and other town services. And before Mike speaks, I just want to make something really clear to the community that is clear and very appreciated to all of us on the town team. While you know him as the fire chief, we know him that way too, but also as the town's emergency management director, and that's usually a really quiet role that has to do with a lot of planning and sometimes some training. At this moment in time and extraordinary moments like this, we look to Mike for the leadership that he provides and is providing related to COVID-19 to make sure that in a broader than normal way, our emergency services are delivered to the community to meet the high demands of such extraordinary circumstances. So thank you, Mike, for the incredible job you're doing, and please inform us about what that entails on the emergency side.
Thank you. Though I've got to say this hasn't come without a lot of help from outside agencies and within my own department. Assistant Chief Howard's been a huge help. BMH and Rescue Inc. both have had a lot of input into what's happening in the town. I hope to give you that that broad perspective of what is going on in town. I really don't want to get down into the weeds. Things are changing very, very rapidly. I sent the town manager our town situational report at about 2 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock, the first update came out from the state, and things are different already. From 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, things have changed a lot. On the local side, for the local update, I'm glad to say, and I think this is very important, that we have no known cases of COVID-19 in Brattleboro. Though we may not know about them if it happens, usually we pick up on it, but right now there's absolutely no sign that it's in town as far as patients. Local EMS, we've responded to several cases that sounded good, if you will, sounded very close to the symptoms. They've all proved negative. A plan's being developed to get out to the elderly and to the medically compromised. These are the high-risk groups for this virus. Assistant Chief Howard is leading that program. He's developing a plan and an outreach to see what we can do to help them. A lot of them I'm sure we're going to see down the road, they're afraid to go out, and we want to be there to help that group to get the needs that that they need, such as medicines, even groceries. If we need to figure out a way to get them food, we'll make it happen. There's a group that's being pulled together, led by Rihanna from Groundworks. It's being called the Homeless Response Team. Our first meeting was Monday. What's today? Yeah. Was yesterday, and
it was like a week ago.
Yeah. That's going to be it's going to be a grassroots group, I think, led by Rihanna and Groundworks. So far, I think that's been our speed bump in all of this, is that we're having some issues pulling the plans together for that. But we're starting to get some leads on how we can work through that, and I think that hopefully by this time tomorrow we'll have a better direction on where that's all going. Some of the municipal actions that I've kind of highlighted, being very cautious not to speak for all the other emergency departments, but yet to give a broad statement that there has been no interruption in emergency response in this town. We have taken steps to minimize exposure of our staffs to, if you will, to the public. We're trying to minimize the social gatherings, the social contact. Some of the things that we're doing to help as a reach out, as of this morning, it's all been confirmed. We're using both fire stations starting tomorrow as distribution points for the school lunch program. They're going to be set up. Lunches will be brought in and handed out from both fire stations by the school district with the help of staff. Captain Emery is doing the organizing with the school district on that program, and all three captains on the days they're on duty will oversee it. BCTV has graciously given us remote access to their software, and we are now putting informational messages and a scrolling banner on both of their channels to keep the public informed of information they may need to reach out to different agencies where they can get help. and obviously emergency messages. They may come up. So like I said, the emergency services, there's no interruptions. We're operating normally. There's been some adjustments. Some of the support service functions, if you will, inspections on the police side, car unlocks, VIN checks, all of that stuff has been suspended for now. And dispatch, as the town manager said, they're screening every single call now that comes into dispatch. They're screening for COVID. And the reason for that is because a couple of times now we've kind of had a scare where a call's come in a different way. EMS has got there, and in talking to the patient, they actually screened very close to COVID symptoms. So we've decided every single call will get screened, and that's why we're doing the doorway assessments when it's not life-threatening. All of the essential services, if you will, either have or they're presently working on staffing plans for continuity of operations. So if a majority of our staff goes down, we have backup plans to keep all of those services not only staffed safely but operational. Brattleboro Memorial Hospital has taken several steps during this. They have now activated their ELC and put their incident command system in place. They are doing drive-up testing, and that's being done as an outpatient service, and only when it's ordered by a patient's primary care physician. So you can't drive up and just request a test. It needs to be ordered by the doctor. And as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon, they've administered approximately 75 tests. Access to the hospital has been limited to the main entrance of the hospital and the ER. Everything else has been locked up. At the front ER entry, all people going into the ER are being screened, and if they screen positive for possible COVID, then they're sent back around to the outside of the building, to the emergency ambulance docks, where they've got the testing set up there before they're allowed into the hospital. And then there's a lot of other safety steps. One of the big things that I learned today, BMH now has an agreement with Grace Cottage to handle overflow. So if this really blows up in our faces, and I hope I can explain this right so it's not confusing. The simplest way to explain this is that BMH is going to keep all of the COVID patients here in Brattleboro. All of the inpatients, for whatever reason, are going to go to Grace Cottage. And the reason for that is because BMH has the abilities to draw negative pressure on 2 of their ER rooms, and then a good portion of the second floor can be pulled into negative pressure, which will contain the virus there. Rescue Inc. has taken a lot of the same steps we have. Their quarters is closed to the public. All of their on-site classes have been canceled. Obviously, they've implemented a lot of infection control measures, and like us, they're limiting the number of providers that are coming in contact with a patient that screens positive. Some of the numbers, I'm sure, do you have this update in front of you? I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. No, Peter says. As of 1 o'clock this afternoon, the count in Vermont has gone up to 10 cases that have tested positive. And at 1 o'clock, they had 4 non-residents that had tested positive. We're now up to 7 as of just before I came here. Some of those non-residents are being isolated in Vermont homes, and others have gone back to their main home. In the United States, very quickly, total death count, if you will, is now 75 people, which is up from 68 from the last. One of the things I would say we keep hitting a speed bump on, and we're working very hard on this one because it's going to take a little bit of planning, is the isolation, monitoring, and quarantine of the homeless if they get sick or are exposed to the virus. We're working on sites and how to staff those sites. We've been in contact with the state. Rihanna's reached out to a lot of private entities, and we still have a couple to contact, and hopefully we'll get some of that solved tomorrow. I don't know if you want to say any more on that, Rihanna, or?
I'm happy to, and I know we're speaking a little later, so.
I think it would be fine, yeah. If you'd like to say a couple words on that subject. I have a feeling maybe there might be a couple other questions, and it's all related to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So speak now versus later.
Sure, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm Rihanna from Groundworks. So to kind of sum up all of our programs as a whole, we moved last week to start restricting external visitors into our programs and started making lots of changes rapidly. Over the weekend, we were one of the homeless shelters identified. There's 4 areas across the state based on the capacity and the number of folks that we serve that were identified as high risk. And so we started moving folks from our spaces who are identified as hyper vulnerable, so over the age of 60 or experiencing underlying medical conditions, to motel rooms where they could isolate if need be. I do want to emphasize that no one in our programs are sick or showing any signs of symptoms at the moment. So we moved folks out of our programs to reduce the number of people so we could align with state guidance that we're receiving about how many folks we should be serving in our programs and precautions that we can take. Things like making sure in our year-round shelter that folks can have individual bedrooms as much as possible should people get sick, and that we're protecting those who are most at risk. Changes as of today, we closed the drop-in center and moved to the seasonal overflow shelter, where we're now running that shelter 24/7 in order to reduce the number of sites that we have, to make sure that we are staying fully staffed as things continue to change, and to cut down on the transportation back and forth. So our shelters, folks are moving in and out of, but in kind of greatly reduced amounts, so that we're trying to have folks have less contact with the community at large and lower the risk that way. One of the pieces, to Chief Bukassi's point, is that we convened a homeless response team. There is also a statewide homeless response task force that we are connected to, and I am the liaison to that group and then to the community at large. Out of that group, we have a number of committees, so working on general communications to try to streamline information and the delivery of that information to the community at large. A food committee working on food across the continuum from seniors down to kiddos. Our food shelf moved to a delivery-only model for its beginning this week, and so we have volunteers that we screen who are now delivering food to folks to cut down on the travel of folks and make sure everyone has food. Other committees include working on a congregate site should people get sick, what that would look like, and we're working with state partners who've given guidance around that, and working to identify a site and to ensure that we have backup staffing for all of our shelters should things start to look more dire. So lots of precautionary measures to be as safe as possible while also still operating programs and caring for folks at the same time. I think those are all the main pieces I have.
Thank you both. I actually had a question for, well, actually it could be either of you, because I think Liz and I were both lucky enough to be able to attend your first meeting, and thank you for facilitating that. I meant to bring a note, and in the rush to come here, I forgot to bring it, but there was some information passed along that I think is really important for anybody who doesn't have a primary care provider, which is a shockingly large number. I don't know the number, but a lot of people out there fall through the cracks of having a PCP. And without the PCP, it's sometimes questionable whether you can get the test approved. Do you happen to have that? There's a number that people can call?
Yes, so there's a couple of pieces, which reminds me of the other piece. In terms of volunteer management, we're really working to streamline volunteers, not just related to folks who are struggling with homelessness, for the community at large. And so Jen Jacobs has a great survey with a team of folks that she's put together. We have a volunteer management committee, and we're really trying to direct people to that survey, both to express if they can volunteer and also for community members in need of support, regardless of what that support need is, to that one central place, and then working on how information is shared from there.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but right there, while folks are paying attention to that point, I want to say that a link to that survey is in the information for individuals and families on the town's website. So if folks want to participate in that, either offering services or if folks need services, they can access that survey by going to the town site.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another thing I wanted to add was that so many of the volunteers for Meals on Wheels and so forth are over 60 now. And so you're looking for people who are under 60.
Yep, so we're screening volunteers out, much as we love and appreciate them. Our volunteer population at large in our community is largely in the at-risk population, so over 60 are struggling with underlying medical needs. And so we're asking those folks to please stay at home and let us help care for them, and asking younger folks who may have more time and capacity to step into those roles. And so that's part of the screening process that we're using, and additional processes to make sure we're not kind of furthering potential spread of how volunteers are dropping off and those sorts of things. To Tim's point, the piece around medical care is that BMH offers access to their team of providers, so through all of their practices, through the centralized scheduling department. I could look up the direct number for that, but
I have the number.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful.
It's 251-8777.
Yes. So folks can call to access getting a primary care provider set up. Typically that comes with a pretty lengthy application. In the meantime, folks without a primary care provider can call, get connected to an acute care visit if needed, or get advice about what next steps they should take if they are exhibiting symptoms, rather than showing up at the emergency department. And if folks are struggling with needing health insurance or getting connected to a PCP, connecting with us at Groundworks, we can help get them out to the right person or provide that support directly to folks.
Thank you. And thank you for all your work on your end around this. It's been great. And also I wanted to say happy birthday, because I happen to know that you're...
Thank you. Strangest birthday of all time. Yeah. I'll look forward to celebrating next year.
Well, try to all celebrate with you when we're through this next year. Mike, do you have more to add? Thank you for that.
That's the short story of a whole lot of information that is constantly changing. I'll go out on a limb here, and I'll say that I feel good about where we are right now as far as our planning in the town government and for the town itself. Department-wise, the only fear I have is protective equipment. But we haven't used a whole lot yet. I think we're going to, and there's truly a shortage out there. The state has requested surplus from the national stockpile, but I think that their priority is going to be for the hospitals, understandably. So we're just going to do our best, and we'll figure it out going along.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's always tough. We've been getting, the select board has been getting all of these pieces of information, and just to bring it all together and decide what's important, what's not important can be difficult. So thank you, Mike.
A couple of things to finish up.
I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention one quick thing that segues from the description about the supplemental community services that we've just been discussing, and then hit a couple of other very specific pieces of this that are of great concern to a lot of folks in the community, and I've had a lot of inquiries about. The one additional tidbit is one of the services that has changed but is still being provided is the senior meals. And so while the senior center has to be closed for obvious reasons, for the protection of the clients there, and because it's part of the town facilities that are closed overall, still the service is being provided both through takeout and some delivery of the meals. And today they had a total of over 125 meals. So the folks who are making that program happen are still making it happen in a way that's having a significant positive impact for some of the most highly at-risk people in our community. And then two additional things I wanted to address are the concerns about the devastating impact that this can have for businesses in our community and every community, and the question about electronic communication, specifically as it relates to the holding of public meetings. So I want to just let folks know where we are related to those two items. The business piece is daunting. There are businesses in this community whose very existence is threatened by the magnitude of this crisis. And that's going to be true in every community across the country, which means then, the federal resources that are brought to bear and the state resources that are brought to bear around Vermont, all are going to have to factor in the fact that there is some degree to which the magnitude of the threat that this poses to our economy, and, saying it's the economy is a really sort of big amorphous thing, but when we drill down to street level in small communities and small businesses operating on a particularly small margin, the threat to real people and the fabric of our community is there. So that's a real threat, and it's not a threat that we can just mitigate in the way that we can some other aspects of this by just being smart and taking some unusual actions. But there are efforts that are underway already, recognizing that situation and knowing that there's going to be great need. Under the federal and state emergency declarations and emergency legislation that is being developed, some of it has already been acted upon. A good bit more is just in the works. At both the federal and the state level, it appears that there is some help on the way, but it will at least initially be loans, not grants. And so businesses that apply for and receive that help will be taking on some additional burden as they operate into the future. But it's early in this crisis, and there's a lot of uncertainty about exactly what the details of that help from higher levels of government is going to be. In order to make sure that we at least have local businesses well informed and able to plug into the resources that will become available, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, BDCC, which is the economic development agency for our region, is leading a regional effort to plug into those services. It involves the town, it involves the Chamber of Commerce, the DBA, and a variety of other organizations and local, state, and federal officials who together are trying to make sure that we have up-to-date, accurate information and are pushing that out in an effective manner to the businesses so that folks can connect to the local and state, or rather the state and federal resources that are becoming available. The big question that we're being asked is, what about local resources? Can't the town jump in to provide direct assistance to businesses here in town? And the challenge there for us is that we're so very early in a very long process, most of which we can't predict how it's going to unfold, either for individual businesses, the business community collectively, or the community more broadly. And so with the town's limited resources, making decisions literally in the first week of the full-on emergency that we're experiencing in Brattleboro. Some other places are farther along, but it's really, when you think about a week ago, Wednesday night, 6 nights ago, we were at Academy School holding the information meeting for town meeting. We knew that it was only a matter of time. We knew this thing was coming, but it's really in those last 6 days and more in the last 4 days or so that it is just suddenly, the world upside down for us. And so being this early in this process makes it difficult for the town to make concrete decisions of applying the limited resources that we have to do this or to do that. And so we have taken some limited action. There's another proposal that we have before the select board this evening related to some direct things that we can do because of ongoing relationships we have with certain businesses where the town has provided funding to assist those businesses in either starting up or expanding. But in the broader perspective, what we're trying to do is be a constructive part of the communication right now to help businesses access the help that is going to become available through the federal government and the state government, and then over time see, in the broader context of everything that's going to need to be done for the health, safety, and welfare of the whole community, what resources the town may be able to provide in specific ways further down the road in this emergency to local businesses. So those will be things that will definitely be still interacting with the business community around, and the Select Board certainly will be considering as we go forward. On the electronic communications piece, we've had a lot of communication from folks. I know there's a level of frustration for some people in the community tonight, so if you're one of those people and you're listening on BCTV right now, I say to you, I understand that there are tools available where people can plug into a meeting like this remotely, and I want to make really clear why the town has moved cautiously in implementing those tools. So while there's a variety of different ways, some of them really powerful to connect people individually and in private meetings and organizations, those don't involve, those connections don't involve the open meetings law. We've got an obligation to make sure that we hold public meetings where we're doing the public's business in a manner that complies with Vermont's open meetings law, not just because that's the right thing to do, and government should set the right example by following all of the rules that are applicable to us, just as we expect people in the community to follow the rules that we make. But also specifically because the intent of that rule is to make sure that our public decision-making processes are open and fair, and that people in the community have an opportunity, an equal opportunity to participate. And our great concern is that for meetings of the magnitude that we hold with that special public obligation, we need to be sure that we can honor the letter of the law as it relates to the open meetings law. But we also need to be sure that the tool we use actually can allow for a manageable meeting, that the person who's in charge of calling on people can be calling on people in an orderly manner so that everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. And so that the decision makers actually all are equally participating, hearing everything that's being said, and in a position where their votes can be counted. So there may come a time as this evolves where even the decision-making participants of the meeting are remote. But as of right now, Vermont law requires that public meetings be held in a physical location. It does allow that those meetings in a physical location can allow people to connect in remotely. And we are actively researching the tools that are available to allow people to connect in remotely, so that by the time we actually commit to one, we have a very high level of confidence it won't lead to chaos, but rather will lead to orderly, constructive community participation in the meetings. So for tonight, we did this the old-fashioned way, and thank you to those of you who have come. To those of you who felt you had to stay home, we totally understand that. We hope that as soon as 3 weeks from tonight, when the next regularly scheduled Select Board meeting is on the calendar for April 7th, that by that time and maybe sooner, we'll be in a position where we know what tool we will use to allow for remote communication into these meetings, so that we can make sure that it is easier and safer for people to participate.
Thank you.
Having said all of that, we have 3 actions that we are asking the Select Board to take tonight, and then a 4th that we want to make sure is understood to be available to the board. One of these will require action as water and sewer commissioners, so I'm going to speak to the first 2 and the catch-all item. And then when your water and sewer commissioners here in a few minutes, we can address the other recommendation. Staff is recommending the cancellation of the representative town meeting scheduled for Saturday, March 21st, because of the fact that it would violate, and aside from the fact that it's just, I think, common sense at this point, given the necessity of social distancing, it actually would violate the governor's order at this point that no public gatherings exceed a maximum of 50 people. So we'd ask that you take that official action. Our plan will be, if you do agree with this way of moving forward, we can't be sure that we would be able to hold a representative town meeting by May 9th, but obviously we will need to hold one as soon as we are able to hold one safely and in accordance with the emergency regulations. And so if the situation improves quickly enough that we're able to hold a representative town meeting on May 9th, we think you should. And the reason for that is beyond May 9th, there are technical details I don't think we need to go into tonight, but related to the town's own obligation under our charter and our statutory obligation, where there's timeframes after town meeting acts when certain things are appealable. And in order to now allow enough time for those other processes to play out if necessary, May 9th would be the last time we could hold a representative town meeting this year and still have those other processes be completed by the beginning of the new fiscal year on July 1st. So we can go deeper into those weeds when you're actually having to make a decision about warning the town meeting. What we want to do is just make sure that the community is aware. We're keenly looking at those deadlines and at holding the representative town meeting at the first opportunity. But for now, because we don't really know when that opportunity will be, we think you should just cancel Saturday's meeting. And we are hopeful that the circumstances will be appropriate, that we can bring you a warning for the April 7th meeting, which would give the proper more than 30 and less than 40 days notice for a May 9th representative town meeting.
Did you want to go through these recommendations?
Absolutely.
Totally, because I would love to hit the pause button, just make sure that everybody here has a chance to ask any questions, make sure the fellow board members have
That's a good point.
So if you want to just outline for us, and then we'll just take it all as just a open question period.
Sure. So the second action we're asking for is that you authorize that recipients of small business assistant program loans from the town's program income be allowed to defer their loan payments until further notice. So this is one of those actions I mentioned in my comments earlier where because we are the maker of the loan, it's a action that is readily available to us, that doesn't involve creating some kind of new program of the town or a commitment to one segment of the community at the expense of another segment of the community. We have these loans out, we're going to be repaid. One of the ways in which we can actually increase the likelihood of being repaid is to help the businesses stay afloat, but more practically, because every business is going to be stressed by this, we think that this is low-hanging fruit and the appropriate thing for the town to do. And we're just asking that it be until further notice for the same reason as everything else is until further notice. We can't reasonably predict a time when it will be appropriate to bring the monthly payments of these loans back into action. We will work through this with those businesses and with you and bring that action back to you at an appropriate time. For tonight, we're asking that you just act to allow the recipients to cease paying on those loans until further notice. When you are water and sewer commissioners in a few minutes, we're going to ask that you suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence of non-payment of utility fees. As a matter of fairness, it's one of the harder things we do in town government. It doesn't give anyone any pleasure to ever shut off water to a household or a business. But as a matter of fairness to all the ratepayers, we have to have requirements to pay or else the service ceases. There are ways in which folks can go onto payment plans and extend the time to get back in good standing. But when those fail, we have procedures for warning folks that there's going to be a shutoff and then actually shutting off the water. We believe that in these extraordinary times, especially where hygiene is central to the community's well-being, but more generally just when there's going to be folks struggling economically in lots of different ways for lots of different reasons throughout the community, we believe the appropriate thing to do is to suspend any shutting off of water service until further notice. And the last action that we are not proposing, but sort of making sure is known, the select board members certainly know their role within the community. We just wanted to make sure that in these times when things are moving and changing so fast and there's a lot of action, a lot of decisions being made, Under the declaration of emergency by Governor Scott, the town, as a subdivision of the state, is exercising some power to make decisions and take actions that are outside of the normal boundaries of our day-to-day operations. And so it's important in the oversight role that the select board has over town government that we make sure that it's clear that if you choose to provide any other direction as a select board to me and the town staff regarding modifying or adding to any of the emergency actions staff has taken, that we appreciate receiving that from you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that was a lot, but this is in the spirit of how everything's moving these days. A lot happens all at once. So I just to first open it up, I guess, to select board comment on any of the points of our COVID-19 update we just heard from Peter and Mike and Rihanna.
You go.
Now I got a list. Yeah, so as has already been said, you know, a lot has happened in the last several days, and it feels like a long time since we sat here, and it's kind of a different world right now. I'm really, really appreciative of all of the town staff for all the work that they're doing right now, in particular to our emergency management team. So I really appreciate the work that's happening. In the community, there are mutual aid efforts going on. Jennifer Jacobs is kind of one was referred to earlier, and just to reiterate what Peter was saying, there's a link on the town website for folks to sign up. So that's like volunteering to provide services to folks in the community. And also, you know, there's a way to communicate needs as well. And I would imagine that the fire department, through the work that they've been doing already, is kind of collecting kind of needs from folks through their non-emergency phone number. Is that right, Lenny? Yeah. And so, you know, it's uncomfortable maybe to say I have a need. I delivered some food for some people yesterday, and they were really grateful. And it was also, you know, it was a kind of an intense moment. And I think it's important that people feel okay to let folks know what their needs are, and there's many, many people in this community that are ready to step up and help out in whatever way they can. So I just want to kind of shine a light on that. The library, you know, is a really important resource in our community, and closing the library is not just about people losing access to reading material as easily as they would have had before. You know, it's also a place where people gather for meetings, but also gather for shelter. And so I'm pretty concerned about how that will impact folks' ability to stay warm, to stay safe. And I think that Rihanna already kind of spoke a little bit to some of the work that's happening there, so I'm really grateful for that. I guess one thing I wanted to kind of flag about the library is, you know, they're doing this takeout book service, and they also have online resources that you can access from your home if you have the internet using your library card. So if you don't have a New York Times subscription, that's fine. You can access it through the library website. They also have a subscription to the Reformer. There are websites where folks can do, you know, homeschooling and whatnot. So I just wanted to make sure people know about that. And then the other things I wanted to say are kind of questions, and some of them might not be answered in this room. I am really concerned about the economic impact of people being laid off from work or having their hours reduced by their work. Those people who are paid employees have recourse, in the most part, I believe, to unemployment insurance. The state has been making some pretty swift changes about unemployment insurance right now. So you can call and you can get in the process of applying for unemployment insurance if that's something that is available to you. And folks should not feel shy about that. I'm pretty concerned about people who aren't eligible for unemployment insurance, but who are losing access to their livelihood. So people who own their own business. We've already kind of talked a little bit about like what will the town's role be, and I know that we don't want to make any hard decisions right now, but I'm wondering what our community will look like in a few months' time after all this hopefully passes as easily as possible. And I hope that we can stay open to being flexible and nimble about our use of town funds to support people in those situations that don't have access to unemployment insurance. I want the BDCC to step up right now and support our local businesses in ways that go beyond just words. I want our state government to do the same thing. And obviously I want our federal government to do the same thing. I have a couple of concerns about vulnerable populations. So you mentioned already about the senior meals program, and I'm glad that that's continuing. I was concerned about that. I know that the fire department has been collecting information months back about folks that aren't able to leave their home as easily with mobility issues. And I hope that we'll continue to check in on those folks and make sure that they're getting what they need. And immunocompromised people in our community are obviously at great risk right now. I work next door to the AIDS Project, and I know that they're continuing to provide services. They also had a lot of people come into their office yesterday who really shouldn't have been coming there. That it would be safer for them to stay home. So I hope that as a community, we will support organizations that are providing meals to seniors, that are helping those with disabilities and those who are immunocompromised to continue to deliver those services, and maybe to even increase those services at this time. And then the other population that I'm concerned about, those people that need to be accessing a medically assisted treatment program like those offered by Habit OPCO. Those folks are required to go to that site on a daily basis, and you can correct me if I get this wrong, please. And I hope that Habit OPCO will step up and make services available for people to take home rather than putting themselves in harm's way. And then the FoodWorks delivery service that you all are doing right now, I participated a little bit in that yesterday, and that's another thing that people should plug into if they can. Final thing I want to say that's about our town business. We talked about not proceeding with any water shutoffs for non-payment, and we talked about deferring small business assistance program loans. I wonder if there are other ways in which we can make it as easy for people right now. So if there are fines for like a late payment of a water and sewer bill, or a fine for late payment of taxes, if we could consider waiving those at this time. If there are other fees or anything that we are charging because of some kind of delinquency, that this might be a good moment to waive that. I'm glad that we're doing the shut off moratorium, I guess, and the free parking. And I want to encourage people to be reasonable about the free parking, right? Folks need to have access, and this isn't the time to just stick your car there and forget about it, and so be nice to each other. It's a crazy time right now, and I'm really hopeful that we will get through it unscathed as much as we can. You want to talk about evictions? I'll talk about evictions. So I don't think that the town of Brattleboro has a role in pausing evictions. Bob, maybe you can speak to that. My understanding is that the state of New Hampshire passed an executive order yesterday that pauses all evictions in that state. And I would like to think that the state of Vermont can follow New Hampshire's lead in that regard.
that would have to come from the legislature on that, as the town does not control the law with respect to evictions. But certainly the legislature could take such an action when they reconvene.
Okay. All right, said my piece.
Okay. Well, I just want to say I'm grateful for all the work that's been done and all the information and everything from going to the website to calling your neighbor are all examples of community, and that's what we're here for, to care for each other. I'm in favor of all these motions, and thank you all very much.
Is anyone out there in our physical audience at the time who would like to speak to any of these discussed motions and ideas and information? Kate? Please let us know who you are.
I know the drill. I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from Brattleboro, and tonight I'm here on behalf of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. And first, I do want to say thanks to the town for giving out concise, real, true information. Your website is great, and if there's anything that the chamber can do to help push out any information, we will do it. We're trying to send out a regular newsletter. We tweet and Facebook and everything. So if there's something that we can do for you, let us know.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate Peter's comments and Daniel's comments about the business community. And that's why I wanted to, come here tonight and just stress and make sure you folks are aware of the anxiety that a lot of the businesses are feeling. As we know, bars and restaurants are closed, and the people that worked at those bars and restaurants are no longer employed. There are also theaters and other performance venues that are closed, and the people that are there aren't taking in a paycheck in most cases. The majority of the businesses in our town are small businesses, which means it's not just sometimes the employee is the owner, which puts an added strain. We've heard from multitude, or whatever the right adjective is, of businesses that they're not closed right now, but if they sell a product that people aren't buying because they either can't come out of their house or they don't have the money to purchase the product anymore, they're about to face laying people off and possible either temporary closure or permanent closure. So what I think we would like, and I was on the call today with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corp, and Peter and Patrick were on it too, and I can tell you, Daniel, I think that BDCC is stepping up. They've not only got Brattleboro involved, because they're a regional economic development organization, and they put all of us, the Downtown Alliance was on the call, the town of Brattleboro was on the call, the Brattleboro Chamber was on the call, as were representatives from Wilmington and Bellows Falls and Wyndham Regional Commission. And the problem that I think we're all having right now is there's so much information that's coming from so many places, and you turn on the TV and now there's going to $1 trillion from Congress. Hopefully that will pass and get somewhere. But I think what would be helpful from the Chamber's perspective, and I suspect from the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance's perspective, is if we could start the conversation with the town now about what the needs of the business community are. Because as I think Peter referenced, this is something, and both of you referenced in different ways, Daniel was saying this is a need that's now, and it's also going to be a need that's 3 months from now, 6 months from now, and how many months down the way. So I'll just tell Peter maybe I could give him a call tomorrow, and possibly we could sit down and really start thinking it through now, because if we don't plan now, it's just going to, this whole thing is going to get worse for everybody. But if we can know what the end game or what our midpoint game is, working with the business community, it may alleviate a lot of the stress that people are feeling at this particular moment. So I appreciate your comments, and we'd love to work together and start working now. And I'll reiterate, if there's anything that the chamber can do to help the town, I tweeted out about free parking, anything like that is just helpful, we will do it. And I say that to Groundworks and anybody that's listening. If there's something that they need people to know and the chamber can help amplify that message, we will be there to do it.
Thank you.
So I'll call you tomorrow.
Good.
Mic drop.
I should have been the one that knows not to do that.
Anyone else would like to say anything about that big package of information and ideas just then? No? I think I just wanted to say that it feels like at the moment nothing that we have control over, which is a lot of people need to understand we have limited control in some areas and limited abilities in some areas. But I don't think anything that we have control over is off the table. We want to be talking about this stuff to the business community and our vulnerable populations and everybody who just is trying to survive this. That's the thing. I mean, I've talked to several business owners of restaurants today, actually, and they let me know that they're all sending out info via social media, whatever, personal appeals to support. If you can still afford to support your local restaurants through takeout, if they're still offering it, please do, because it's going to be a lifeline to get them through this time, hopefully. But even with that support, it's probably, some of them won't be able to hold out too long. So we hear this, is all I wanted to say. So with this big list that we have, I think one of the easy decisions at the moment is maybe considering RTM. So I would entertain a motion for that portion of our recent discussion. Anybody want to?
Okay, Tim.
Thank you.
I move to cancel the representative town meeting scheduled for March 21st, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
All right. Liz, this feels like a big thing. You know, it really is.
It is a big thing.
But it's something we have to do. If there's no other commentary on that, we have a motion to cancel representative town meetings, which is scheduled for March 21st. This is this coming Saturday at 8:30 a.m., which now seems completely impossible. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0. Jan? We also, I would entertain a motion concerning our small business assistance loan program.
I guess I'll do that one. I move to allow recipients of Small Business Assistance Program loans to defer loan payments until further notice.
All right, Daniel has made a motion to allow small business assistance loan program participants to defer their loan payments until further notice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0 as well. Does anyone feel the move that we should go ahead and make any other further motions amongst the board at this time, recognizing that it is very early in the landscape? So I think that's one of the things that I really am feeling right now. Things are moving so fast as far as the federal and the state support. We're not sure what we would be supporting or not supporting, but I think very soon we'll have a clearer picture of that. So, great. So that sort of does it with this COVID-19 section. Thanks for your patience, those of you who are here for other items. And our next item, item B, has to be postponed because we don't have... We're going to go back to...
Yeah, we need to go back to water and sewer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm leaping ahead. We're going back to water and sewer commissioners. So do I have a motion to convene as water and sewer commissioners?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We are now water and sewer commissioners, and we have a couple of items that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think if it's okay with the board, I'd like to see you take action on the suspension of the shutoffs, because we've talked a lot about that already, and then we can move into the one item that had been agendaed for tonight.
Indeed. Indeed. And whose turn is it?
Shall I make a motion?
Certainly. Thank you, Liz.
I move to suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence for non-payment of utility fees.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to suspend until further notice the shutoff of water service as a consequence for non-payment of utility fees. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's
Thank you.
3-0. Thank you.
So the item that had been agenda for tonight is a routine purchase of an important piece of equipment that likely will cause a smile and maybe giggles. It's a sewer rotter. And a sewer rotter, as you might imagine by its name, is used to clear clogged sewer lines. We've all seen plumbers use those in our homes, I expect. I certainly have seen that in my home. But this is a sort of industrial-sized, industrial-strength sewer rotter that the utilities department uses when there are roots growing into sewer lines in town and other kinds of blockages. So the rotter that we had is worn out. We went out to bid to purchase a new one. And actually, I should correct that for the record. Rather than actually bidding it, we used a membership system that does collective bidding on behalf of lots of utilities that we belong to, called Sourcewell. And using that Sourcewell membership for the procurement of this, we have identified the rotter that we need to be provided by J.F. McDermott Corporation, and the cost would be $61,824.16. We recommend your approval.
All right. And so we're a little bit over the budgeted purchase.
$60,000 was budgeted, slightly over that. But we would still recommend $1,800 extra to buy the right piece of equipment that's needed. We recommend your approval. Okay. The fund has money to cover it.
Comments, questions, anybody?
Nope. I'll just note that it really isn't over budget because they had anticipated selling back their old equipment and it was apparently worthless.
So that means there's like an old sewer rotter kicking around that you can take home.
Or bring into the parade on July 4th.
July 4th. Sure.
I wonder how many people would be required to carry that.
I think the Strolling the Heifers, that's sooner.
We could gift it. We could gift it. Okay.
Yeah.
Enough. Well, I guess I would take a motion if anyone is
I'd love to make
so
a motion.
moved.
I am moving to approve the purchase of a sewer rotter in the amount of $61,824.16 from J.F. McDermott Corporation.
Thank you, Daniel. You have moved to approve a purchase of a sewer rotter. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Great, thank you. Now I think I can say that item B on the agenda is going to be...
Should we adjourn this?
Oh gosh, Daniel, thank you. Jan was about to yell at me. May we adjourn?
Please. I move that we adjourn as water and sewer.
The three really throws us off.
And I'm sitting in a whole different wing over here.
I know, she's on the wrong side.
I don't have my buddy.
Okay, all those in favor of adjourning as water and sewer commissioners?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now we have shed that burden. And now, can I say that item B is going to for the amusement of our audience, due to, just complications. Item C is something that many of us up here and many of us in our community are very excited about. I'm not going to tell you what it is because...
See if you can guess by looking at who's coming to the table.
Yes. All three of you could come up.
So, good evening.
Good evening.
Trying to calibrate my excitement here.
We need something exciting.
Yeah, that's right, in light of all that's going on in the community. But this is a very exciting time for the department and the basic committee because we had a bid opening and we've been raising money for years. And years and years and years. And the time has come where I think we can put the shovel in the ground upon your approval this evening. About 13 days ago, we had bid opening for the skate park project. We received 2 bids. One bid from Parker Construction of Hardwick, Vermont for $280,000 with deducts of $4,000 250. I'll go into what those deducts are in just a quick moment. And the second one was from Bernie LaRock and Sons of Guilford for $288,800 with deducts of $4,700. The deducts are something that we can do within the department. It's seeding and loaming and planting some trees around the parking areas and around the walkways, pathways that will be leading to the skate park. When we put this out to bid, as I mentioned there, with the low bid coming in at $280,000 minus those deducts, and then we got to add some few things in because as we sat before you a few months back, we were talking about ways that we can look at the RFP and recalibrate things so that it would fit into the money that we have raised. The basic committee, prior to probably an hour ago, had raised what's in your package this evening of $279,765. Since we were sitting here this evening, we raised another $2,000. So in the last 13 days, the basic committee has raised $9,400, which is about $200 shy of what is needed to meet the contract to Parker Construction. So what I'm asking you this evening is to, there's a lot of different numbers here, numbers of the deduct, but the bottom line, what we're asking you to do is to enter into a contract with Parker Construction, and on top of that, we are asking for the board to consider $10,000 to be used towards a contingency up to $10,000 because this has taken all the money that's been raised, and nobody wants to go into a project not knowing what could happen. And we all know anything can happen at any time. So what I'm requesting of you this evening, as I said, is to enter into a contract with Parker Construction for $275,750. And we're also requesting authorization of the $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary.
Thank you. Jeff, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just happy to be here. It's been a long road.
We're happy you're here too.
I'm very happy, and I know I really appreciate everybody sticking with it as their boys have become young men. They're still in the committee, so that's wonderful, and I'm glad we're all at this point.
I don't know about this skate park. I don't know. It's great. I'm glad that I get to be on the board at this time, and maybe we can all get shovels and do that whole thing.
Sure. Oh yeah.
And Josh Steele, if you're watching, ye of little faith, you said it wasn't going to happen. I said it would happen, Josh. Now look. So let's go ahead and make that motion. You got a question?
I do. I don't have any paperwork about it. We're supposed to sign something?
No, you're authorizing us to
Oh, very
proceed.
good.
I'll execute the contract and we'll get started as soon as the circumstances allow.
Yeah, well, it's amazing that we're here because a lot of us have had little parts to play along the years. And back when I first joined the board, we brought it up again. John Allen and I were talking about it a lot, and we committed some town money then. And it pushed us along, and then we stepped back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. But you guys have been with it from the beginning, literally, and we so appreciate that. And my 2-year-old son, who when I started getting involved didn't exist, or I had no idea he'd exist, he's excited about it. He's not able to say skateboard yet. But, so I think I speak for a lot of people in saying that thank you. And it's a nice moment we're having right now to focus on something positive and something we can see, hopefully in the warmer months, start to come to fruition. So thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
You should do it.
I move to award the bid for construction of the skate park at Living Memorial Park in the amount of $275,750 to Parker Construction, and to authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to award the bid for the skate park at Living Memorial Park in the amount of $275,750. I almost want to say, and 15 cents, because that used to drive John Allen crazy, to Parker Construction, and to authorize an amount not to exceed $10,000 to be expended from the capital fund balance if necessary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0.
Aye. Thank you very much. This is just when we go, woo-hoo, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But you could keep raising money, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no
you never
problem.
know.
Don't let up on that, gas. Let's see. Oh, we have a...
Cemetery bid.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I expected Carol to be with us, but...
Yeah.
Carol,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
gonna
Thank you.
All that excitement.
All of that excitement, I need to stick around.
I'm just happy that wasn't my fault for once.
That's
Thank
not
you,
like
Carol.
me. Sorry about that. I'm off my game tonight. Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Okay, so we'll go to a different type of subject. And that's cemeteries. You go
It's
from a high...
Great circle of
A
life.
big circle of life is right.
We're dying for both of them.
Right. Again, I apologize for my early exit. With that, we had a bid opening on March 5th for cemetery maintenance. That is for both Morningside Cemetery and Prospect Hill Cemetery. This year we received 3 bids ranging from $17,000 up to $19,985. As I've mentioned in years past, the cemetery bids are kind of unique because they fall in two different fiscal years. So there is enough money in the current year to get us through April, May, June, and then going forward to the second part of the contract. I'd recommend this evening that we move forward with awarding the contract to Independent Landscape and Property Management of Newfane, Vermont. They are a new company. I checked their references and had a lot of conversation with them about the type of work, what the expectation is, and I do feel comfortable this evening recommending to you that we go forward.
Great. Any questions?
I actually do have questions.
Excellent.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to, but it turns out that I do. So you said, the type of work and the expectations. Can you say a little bit more about the type of work and expectations?
Yeah, what we do, we put this out to bid for, I believe there's 19 mowings over the course of the year. Includes spring cleanup, includes fall cleanup, includes trimming of hedges at the cemeteries. And so we wanted to, we probably have close to 40 acres of cemeteries that you're maintaining. So when a lot of these people, some of their big projects are 6 and 7 acre projects. So going from a 6 or 7, your biggest projects are 6 or 7 acres to 40 acres. Part of doing my due diligence was, do you have the equipment that you can go forward and maintain that type of work? But this is mostly just mowing and trimming.
Okay.
And Prospect Hill is probably our most challenging cemetery because the equipment is getting bigger and bigger. And there's still just so much room to get between those headstones, which takes a lot of man hours to get that work done. So by the time you get to one end of the cemetery, it's time to start back over at the other side. I hope that answers your questions. If
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I have an additional one. It's kind of a sensitive question, and I'll just ask it. A community member said to me that they felt that they found a large number of needles in Morningside Cemetery. I wanted to know whether that was accurate And if so, like what the trends are about that and what some possible solutions are.
That's true. We do have, we have some encampments that take place throughout our cemeteries. We work with Groundworks from time to time to help us out managing that. And so we do that. We pick them, we do see them, we pick them up and try to make the area, because a lot of people use mostly Morningside, more so Morningside than Prospect Hill for a lot of exercise, you know, walking the roadways and stuff. And we try to get down there as much as we can as Rec and Parks, but also that part of the contract when they are down there. And I was pretty upfront with them. I'm like, you are going to see this and you will need to make sure that, you know, you're cleaning it up and training your staff and to do so safely under the guidelines of the Vermont Health Department.
Okay, thanks. And I'm not saying that to necessarily point blame at any place. Like, I think that people in our communities use drugs, and some of those drugs require needles. And if we had safe places for people to do that and a plan for like where to put that refuse, then maybe we'd handle it better. So, you know, I'm not saying that's an action the board needs to take, but like, I've been spending a lot of time these last few days reading Johann Hari's book, Chasing the Scream, which is about the history of the drug war. And it's a good municipal read. Would recommend.
Okay.
But this bid sounds pretty good to me.
It's a tough transition.
Yeah. What can you think?
So, how good does it sound to you?
It sounds like I would like to make a motion about it.
That was my lead.
So I move to award the bid for seasonal maintenance of Prospect Hill Cemetery and Morningside Cemetery to Independent Landscape and Property Management in the amount of $17,000.
Thank you, Daniel, for making a motion to award the bid for maintenance of Prospect Hill Cemetery and Morningside Cemetery to Independent Landscape and Property Management in the exact amount of $17,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank you, Jan. And thank you, Carol.
Okay, take two. Thank you.
Now, since we don't have Steve, I believe I'm going to pass it over to Peter for our
Thank
next
you.
agenda item.
Yes, so this one is follow along to something you did really very recently. I think it was the end of January 28th. You authorized that we move forward in partnership with VTrans for the construction of a sidewalk and the modification of the intersection. So the sidewalk will run along the eastern side of Route 142 from the new Hinsdale Bridge once it's constructed down the slope there to the intersection with Royal Road, which is the access into Morningside Commons neighborhood. And then this project also involves the modification of that intersection so that the signal will allow, there'll be crosswalks added or a crosswalk added, and the signal will allow for safe pedestrian crossing of the street. So we've been through the purpose of the project and some of the history of why it's been a tough project to get defined and priced well enough for us to be able to move forward with, but yet earlier this winter we were able to arrive at a way for the town to be able to afford its share of this. When we talked back in January about the fact that our share would be $70,000 out of a total project cost of about $535,000. So the lion's share of this is being paid by the state using federal highway funds. That makes the federal highway fund usage makes the process that's followed to complete the project a bit more cumbersome than it otherwise would be. There's steps that have to be taken and well documented in order to keep the state in good standing with the feds so that the money keeps coming into Vermont to fund these kinds of projects. We knew that also heading into this, but some of the details weren't known when we first approached you about this. So the memo that I've provided to you dated March 11th provides a little bit more detail about that, about how we're going to share the responsibilities with VTrans. It does not change in any way the financial split. We're still looking at approximately $70,000 as a town cost. We will be providing, we told you back in January, in-kind labor as a contribution to the project. We now have a much better handle on what that in-kind labor is, and I want to be clear that it's substantial. Dan Tyler, who is our superintendent of utilities and highway, will be the project manager for this and is familiar with the requirements, and he, along with others of us on the town staff, will make sure that we dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We think that the substantial investment of in-kind services is well worth it to be able to accomplish this improvement for just $70,000, money which is available for this project in the capital fund. And so we're asking you tonight to authorize me to sign on behalf of the town the project agreement that will, the grant agreement that will be the official kickoff of the partnership with the state.
I just had a question. So Mr. Tyler's services are in addition to the $70,000?
That is correct. Yes, the $70,000 is cash out of our capital account, our capital fund, into the project, and then Dan's time will be substantial. Others of us will be giving less substantial, but still, time to the project because of the fact that it is the procedural requirements are more rigorous than if we were just deciding to do this ourselves.
And I would see his time and input as a benefit to the community because that means that it's built the way we want it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Daniel, any questions?
No, it's a good thing.
I had a quick question. It's already been authorized through town meeting. You made a note of, correct? Because of it's going to be coming from sidewalk?
Yes, so to be clear, there is funding for sidewalk construction in the capital fund, has been for the last 4 years at least, that is authorized by town meeting without it being specific to exactly where those sidewalks will be constructed. We will be using those funds to build a sidewalk in this location.
From last year's town meeting?
Actually from accumulated funds. So it's because of how the capital fund works, there are times when there's more than just this year's allocation in there because of whatever circumstances led us not to spend all of it last year. But we carefully account for sidewalk money to be spent for sidewalks and bridge money to be spent for bridges and so on.
Just that you don't need the meeting we just canceled.
Correct. We don't need any additional authorization of funds. We have what we need for us to honor our commitment through this agreement to pay $70,000 for this sidewalk.
Great.
Thank you. And if anybody out there is wondering if this would impact our ability to repair and replace existing sidewalks, what would the answer be?
Thank you so much for asking, Tim. The answer to that would be
someone's out there thinking.
In our operating budget, we also have been increasing in recent years the commitment to of funding to repair and replace small sections of sidewalks. So the capital funds the creation or replacement of significant sections like this one, and the operating fund sidewalk money does like a couple of squares at a time here or there where there's need for safing up a sidewalk.
Thank you.
Well, it sounds like a great idea because it's going to take that Royal Road neighborhood and incorporate more into the community.
Exactly.
And, anticipate the new bridge work and incorporate that into the community as well.
Exactly. And yeah, just, speaking to that, it's not just good infrastructure for the safety that it provides. It actually is going to encourage folks to walk. It'll be a connecting section now so that folks from the neighborhood at Morningside Commons can walk all the way into Main Street, which I'm sure they have done, but they've done at their own peril up until now because of the lack of sidewalk through this section.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or indeed to be able to walk up the bridge, correct?
And up onto the bridge to
there are a
catch
couple
the
of
beautiful views.
planned viewing areas.
It's true.
And there's a lot of truck traffic on that road.
But no fishing, probably, from that bridge.
Don't know.
Okay, let's not go there. But another exciting thing for the future of Brattleboro, that's a little bit of a break from our current issues that we're dealing with. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I move to authorize the town manager, Peter Elwell, to execute a grant agreement with the Vermont Agency of Transportation for the transportation project known as Brattleboro STP BP 1917 to provide pedestrian improvements between the Morningside Commons neighborhood and the new Hinsdale Bridge.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize Peter Elwell to execute a grant agreement, and that is for providing of pedestrian improvements between Morningside Commons neighborhood and the new Hinsdale Bridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 3-0. Thank you. We are now listening to Peter once again.
Sorry.
As we are wont to do. We like that. For a procurement of engineering services.
Yes, indeed. So we talked at length during the budget process about the increased burden to municipalities that stormwater management represents based on the adoption of the state's Act 64 to improve water quality throughout Vermont. And this is one of the ramifications of that, implementing additional, very detailed, very complex planning about the work that's going to need to be done in various locations in order to comply with the regulations. So we're asking tonight that you authorize us to spend an amount not to exceed $30,900 to engage Stevens and Associates to provide several different pieces of engineering in different locations for different purposes. So there's actually 5 separate aspects to this engagement, each of them small in their own right, but together they exceeded my $10,000 authority, which is why the matter is before you tonight. I should note, because of one of the other things we talked about related to this broader topic throughout the budget process, is the importance of us preparing to and then moving forward with the creation of a stormwater utility as the funding mechanism for meeting these much more significant requirements for stormwater management. That this is not related to that. This is, more minor investment in specific improvements that need to be done here on the near term that will not be part of the creation of that better mechanism for getting this work done. We do expect to be back in the months ahead. Exactly when is hard to predict right now because of COVID-19. We were preparing to probably bring you something in April on this topic. It's likely to be a little later on now. But we do plan to come to you by, say, summertime with more details about how we would move forward to create that stormwater utility. And at that time, we will need to authorize additional engineering funds to move that process forward. But for tonight, this is specific location, specific work, and we're asking for $30,900, not to exceed $30,900 for this engineering.
Thank you. Would Daniel or Liz like to? Liz, would you like to comment on? Well, you have considerable expertise with this area. So.
I've read all 5 of the applications, and they all looked kosher to me, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Good.
As you were mentioning the budget, I was like, oh yeah, the budget. Remember the budget?
Yeah. The trauma we sometimes forget very soon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all good.
Well, who would like to make a motion?
I suppose I would. I move to approve proposals from Stevens and Associates for stormwater related services for a fee not to exceed $30,900.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to approve proposals from Stevens and Associates for stormwater related services for a fee not to exceed $30,900. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
3-0. Thank you. And we have a finally, well, not finally, but we do have a financial report to squeeze in.
We do.
Would you like to give
Sure.
us a...
So the financial report is good. I'm going to give a couple of highlights from it as usual, but then I want to speak more broadly to town finances and the circumstances we find ourselves in with COVID-19 again, topic of import in terms of lots of different impacts, one of which will be financial for the town. So through the first, how many months of the year? 8 months of the fiscal year, we are in solid shape where our expenditures are below the threshold for 2/3 of the year. We've spent 64. When you prorate the large annual expenses and create a monthly flow, we're at 64.1% expended. That's about normal for this time of year. We usually end up somewhere north of 96% expended, but not fully expended. That's obviously the way we want to manage the budget. So we're on track for that in the general fund, and likewise in the utility funds and the utility fund and the parking fund, where we are at 63%, 64% in the utility fund, and the parking fund is right at 67.8. It doesn't involve those prorations, but revenues in the parking fund up until this 8th-month report have been running well, and so that also was, everything here is a nothing to be alarmed about report. It has also, for folks who may want to look at it on the town's website, it has the normal monthly information about the status of our loans and stuff. But rather than spending time on that, what I'd like to do is put in perspective the fact that, this was chugging along until this past week as a relatively normal year, some unexpected expenses, but also some ways in which we could save on certain things. And the spending was in line with reasonable expectations for being 2/3 of the way through a fiscal year. Our revenues all are in good shape. So in all of the three funds, we were just solid, steady as we go. That has completely changed in this past several days. In parking, because of the decision we made tonight, the revenues are going to be significantly below target. Our expenses will probably be lower than the target, but they won't go down by as much. The largest single expense in the parking operation, just as it is for all of town government as a labor-intensive service delivery organization, are salaries that we're going to be continuing to pay during the time when our revenues are not coming in. And so that's not going to put us in any kind of a precarious long-term position related to the parking fund, but it means we're going to end fiscal year 20 not in the position that we shoot for. We will spend more money than we collect in the parking fund this year. The utility fund may end up the same way. It's got a much more complex set of circumstances there. The action you took tonight related to the utility fund was to suspend shutoffs. We expect that when the May payment comes, actually one thing I'd like to just digress on for a minute. I almost spoke to it when you brought up delinquencies, Daniel, and I thought, no, I can wait for another night. But there's not much to say that we're fortunate about, but in the context of all that is misfortune all over this COVID-19 thing, there are glimmers of bright sides here or there about details of it. And one is the timing of how this happened is coming right after a payment due date. So we just had February 15th as the last time that taxes and utility fees were owed to the town. We had normal collections at that time, no surprises. The next time they're going to be due is May 15th. We don't expect May 15th to be normal. We expect that there's going to be quite a few more people and organizations that are strained and may not be able to make their payment at that time, but we'll see how that turns out. Maybe this will be shorter lived. Maybe it'll be weeks and not months, and folks will get back on their feet and we won't have such an impact. But I think we should expect that there will be more non-payment at the May 15th timeframe than normal. And so we may end up upside down also in the utility fund at the end of the year. But again, in a situation where we've got substantial enough reserves and a solid enough overall financial condition to not be a long-term concern. But in the short term, we may end this fiscal year in a deficit position. In the general fund, the same thing might happen, but we will be carefully and separately accounting for the emergency-related expenses. So in order to make sure that our documentation is really clear for the federal authorities who may be coming to audit our books in order to make refunds available through FEMA processes or other government processes where we might be eligible to receive reimbursement for some of the extraordinary expenses we're going to incur. We will document that well as we go along so as to be able to be well positioned for that recovery after the emergency is over. That will all get reconciled in a way where it will be a
general fund burden in the end. There's no other funding source for those expenses other than the grants that we might receive, and we might not. And so there's just a lot we don't know about that at this point. We'll keep you well informed as it unfolds. But again, all of that is, the unfortunate but necessary word of warning that while, when this was prepared on March 4th, we were in a normal, solid position. We now have a lot that's unknown, and the likelihood that some of our financial operating condition at the end of this fiscal year will be in deficit. Overall, for the long term, we're in still a very solid financial condition.
So as the state and federal government do whatever they're going to do,
yes,
does municipality have people to help us decipher what aid might be coming to us? Is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns a group that would help us make sure that we're getting what we're entitled to? And
sure. So yes, they will do that. We also, as you know, we're in between finance directors right now, but we have the interim finance director is somebody who actually has audited Vermont books, municipal books. And so she's a person who will be familiar with how, whether it's Irene related or some of the more minor emergencies that have happened, it's not uncommon that on small scale emergencies that are not affecting our whole society like this, that there are, virtually every year, some municipalities that are affected by some smaller scale disasters. And if there's enough impact to those areas from those storms usually or other incidents, then a presidential declaration will make them eligible to receive reimbursement for some of the expenses incurred. And so that's a process we're all pretty familiar with. Fortunately, we don't have to go through it every year. But those of us who've been in municipal government for a while know how those processes work. And to the degree that there are sort of arcane accounting details related to that, we'll have Lori to provide the guidance to the town about how to make sure we first document the information correctly. And then by the time we're applying for reimbursement on any of this, we'll have a new finance director on board.
Super.
Thank you.
Something you mentioned reminded me of a question I forgot to ask a little earlier, so I'd like to just ask that.
Mm-hmm.
The employees of the parking,
yes.
What will they be doing?
So there will be, to some degree, some repurposing, and this is not just in parking, it's kind of spotlight on parking because of the fact that we're going to stop issuing tickets. It's a small, that particular group is a small group. There are larger groups of employees in some other town departments that will actually be, for a while, not needing to do their normal function. And they will either do sort of special project things that we don't normally have time for that are going to be valuable to the department and to the town more broadly over the longer haul, and or be repurposed to assist with some of the community work that we're doing, to food delivery or other kinds of support for what we ourselves in town government are doing and what others in the community are doing to just keep things happening, to keep people who have needs supported in the community. So there will be a variety of different ways in which that happens. There will be some days when neither one of those things is necessary, and there'll be employees who are sent home for their own safety and for the safety of others in terms of social distancing, and will be paid for that because we're sending them home. But there will be as little of that as possible in order to make sure that either through regular town operations or through the extraordinary needs that we're facing right now, folks are part of delivering the service to the community.
Great. Yeah, I mean, of course, that's the answer we wanted to hear, because Daniel laid out a very good list of all the community efforts happening, and if we can plug safely into some of those.
Absolutely.
Yep. That's what we should do. Thank you. Well, thank you for that report. Anyone
Do we
else?
need to have a break for the...
Oh, gosh, I didn't even think of it. Do you folks need a break? You guys? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I know there's a couple of people here that have been waiting for the next item, but if we could just take a strict 5-minute break, I think we'll do that, and we'll reconvene at 8:25. Thank you. I wonder whether I should do that for reopening, but you've joined us back after a quick 5-minute break, and we are at letter H, as Daniel loves to say, because he's from a strange part of the world.
Australia.
Australia, that's right.
Well, down under.
We have a couple guests. Would you like to join us up at our table of inquisition? Came up with
Presentation.
table of honor. I'm going to call it that.
That sounds kinder.
Would you mind introducing yourselves?
Sure. I'm Rihanna Kendrick from Groundworks Collaborative.
Thank you.
Josh Davis from Groundworks Collaborative.
Why are you giving me that look? Not everybody who's watching knows exactly who everyone is.
I'm happy to introduce myself. I also live in Brattleboro proudly, and so.
Ditto.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. Peter, would you like to?
Actually, I'd like Patrick
Oh, that's right.
give us an overview of the situation. I think while the action item tonight is really clean and clear, it comes with a good bit of history attached to it. So we'd like Patrick to kind of lay that out and certainly hear from the Groundworks leadership about it as well.
And Patrick wrote an excellent memo, so please.
Well, thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
And thank you, Peter. I'll just take a couple of minutes before we turn it over to Rihanna and Josh, and just talk a little bit about the project, the role that the town has played in this project, actions that the board have already taken in support of the project, and of course, why we're here tonight and the reason for staff's recommendation. So the project is called 54-60 South Main Street. And while the project will do a number of things for the organization in terms of enhancing its efficiency of its operations, its principal function is to develop a permanent home for the seasonal overflow shelter. As many folks will recall, the seasonal overflow shelter for years was situated on Main Street at the Baptist Church. That building was sold. That use could no longer continue at that location. That put Groundworks in a bit of a pinch. The town of Brattleboro worked closely with Groundworks, looking at any number of different locations around town where we might be able to, situate that type of service. They found a temporary solution, temporary in a couple of years, up at the Winston Prouty on the Austin campus. But of course, that too has come to a conclusion, and so almost by process of elimination, their existing location at 60 South Main Street became the focus of the permanent home for the seasonal overflow shelter. So it was at the beginning of 2019 that the board authorized submission of a grant application to the Vermont Community Development Program. The grant application was in the amount of $500,000, at which point in time the town contributed from a revolving loan from program income, $50,000. That was received well by the state, but funded to the tune of $400,000. And because of the challenges around fundraising for this effort, at a subsequent action, the the select board authorized an additional supplementary commitment of $100,000, raising the town's contribution on this project from $50,000 up to $150,000. So that's where we were the last time the board took this matter up. The project continued to move forward. Consultants and engineers working for the project secured all the necessary permits, and the only remaining item that needed to be completed in order for the final phase of the project to begin is the remainder of the fundraising. And while their fundraising efforts have been successful and are ongoing, we have reached a point in time where the organization needs to pull the trigger on this project. In order to be ready for next winter, which I believe starts sometime in November, there's a 6 months construction project that needs to occur. And in order for that to happen, Groundworks needs to execute a contract for construction by early April. So we're at a time crunch. We're at a point in time where it's time to decide, are we doing this project? And I believe the answer to that is a wholehearted yes. There is currently, as of the date of the memo in the board's packet, excuse me, about $506,000 of funds remaining to be raised. And we've been working with Groundworks and some of the other project partners to try and go back to each funding source and see if perhaps there's a little bit more that could be had. The town submitted on their behalf a enhancement request to the Vermont Community Development for an additional $100,000. I believe that's likely to be funded, especially if tonight's action moves forward. The USDA and the incentives to be provided by Green Mountain Power are, we believe, all but certain. There are other funding sources that the organization is looking at, some opportunity zone tax credits, and then actually as a worst case scenario, there is borrowing against assets of the organization. And we think with this combination of final pieces of this $3.1 million project, after your action and after the action that will be done up at the state in consideration of the enhancement request, we think that positions Groundworks to be able to execute this contract in order to be ready for next season. Does that seem about right?
Yeah, that's fantastic. I would just update one thing. Since we submitted this memo to you, we've raised an additional $28,000. So that brings the bottom line to the gap to $478,000. And so, like Patrick said, we've been continuing to fundraise, but really thorough overview both of the history and our current status and the urgency that we have to start this project just as soon as we can in April so that we can be into our new space in November. The schedule is extremely tight.
Do you want to give us just a very quick overview of what the new facility will look like and the services it'll provide?
Sure. It will really bring all of the vast majority of our services under one roof. So we'll have a expanded, adequately sized day shelter. And in that program, we'll have a kitchen so that folks can cook meals. We'll have a pantry that will be stocked. We'll have multiple bathrooms with showers. We'll have office space. We'll have meeting space in the new building. Also upstairs, there'll be a second floor where we'll have our administrative offices. Now that space will convert at night into the shelter space. And so we'll have storage at both ends that will allow beds to come out and unfold, and really we're using every nook and cranny for shelter space as well. Also be a mezzanine in the main area that'll be open, that'll have 4 bunk beds that will be available anytime. Those won't break down and set up again, and so if folks need to sleep during the day, they can access those. 60 South Main, circa 1780s building, will be updated for our HealthWorks team to do their work out of there, and that's our embedded provider from the Brattleboro Retreat, our RN from Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, and our HCRS provider will be working out of there along with our case management team and representative payee program.
Great.
Well, I just wanted to mention you're continuing to fundraise, and do you have a matching grant?
We have a matching grant. We do from the
Vermont Country Store.
Thank you, Vermont Country Store.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with this fundraising that we've done, we've almost captured all of that match, but we're continuing to set up matching grants and work with folks to close this gap. We've been really successful.
I just thought that the people in the community want to know in case they want to contribute.
Absolutely. And I would say a deep sense of gratitude both to be back here because the town has already been very generous in the support of this project. The state has already been generous in the support. And so I really appreciate the fact that you're entertaining an additional ask for this project because we think it's really worthy. But I'd also underscore that individuals and businesses in this town primarily have given $1.5 million or pledged $1.5 million to this project, which I think is a testament to the importance of this project, the support of this organization, and the support of the people that we serve. So I don't want that to go unnoticed. That's almost 50% of the project is coming from local support. So thanks for pointing that out, Liz.
Thank you. Well, I feel it's someone's duty, and I think it'll be mine at the moment, to just point out to people watching that this, if approved, comes from our community program income. which originally, and Patrick, tell me if I'm wrong, originally as federal, state pass-through grants. It also is a fund that gets loaned out to businesses, for instance, and gets replenished periodically as they pay off. It's been very successful for multi-purposes in our town.
Yes.
And it is restricted to housing and community economic development.
Correct.
And certainly what you guys provide helps, really you could argue, in both those arenas, but certainly in housing, which is a critical need that we have right now. Especially given recent events, we have all kinds of housing on top of our minds. And people need a home to go home to and sometimes to isolate in. And that's one of the problems we're addressing with COVID-19 right now. Just wanted to throw that out there, that this is not general fund money that we're considering.
Meaning that it's not from the taxpayers.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. Do you anticipate any expansion of services or any changes in that regard coming up?
You
want to comment on that at all?
Expansion of services with the new project?
Well, expansion of capability of expanding services.
I think an efficiency that we have, and also, being under one roof is going to dramatically change our programs. Right now, we are pieced out across the community, and so being able to do what we do under one roof is not only going to have great outcomes for the people that we serve, but also the people that work at the organization. In terms of expanding services, that's the question. Yes, absolutely. Talking about having a shelter, we're getting into the spring. Now is the time that we start to close down our seasonal overflow shelter. And for years, we've talked about the hardship that comes with that, the fact that we pass out tents, and that tenting is part of our emergency housing system. And so with this building, we'll be able to go back in our strategic plan. When we started the groundworks, we put in that strategic plan to have a year-round shelter. And so it's been a question of location, and then also a question of resources. And with this, we answer the question of location, because this will be our building. We won't be renting from anyone. It'll be a secure building for us to provide our services for years on end. However, it'll be a question of the resources that will be needed to operate this program year-round. Given our current capabilities and support that we're seeing from the community for the work that we do, I foresee in the very near future that that is something that we would be able to provide the community as year-round services.
Great. I think that's great news, because year-round services is not only something that we all want to see, it's absolutely necessary.
Absolutely.
For our clients.
I just have a completely different question, more about COVID-19. The state sends warming funds, and they're about to end. Will that be extended because of the virus?
Yep, the state task force is looking at the capacity of all warming shelters to extend their services. So last days have all blended together at this point. Friday evening, they surveyed every warming shelter in the state to determine a wide variety of things, and that was one of the questions they looked at, is do we have the capacity to continue to stay open for longer? And we certainly do, and are working closely with our partners at Winston Prouty, where we're not the only tenant at that space, and so far have received significant support, not only from them, but from all of the tenants on the Winston Prouty campus. So I anticipate it's highly likely that that's something that we'll be doing this year.
I think one of the few positive things that could come out of the virus is that the community's understanding of the need for your work.
Good point. Well,
How do we feel? Well, indeed.
Motion? Is it my turn?
I think it is.
All right then. I move to approve a grant in the amount of $100,000 from the town's revolving loan fund program income to Groundworks Collaborative in support of the project located at 5460 South Main Street to establish a permanent seasonal overflow shelter.
Thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve a grant in the amount of $100,000 from our revolving loan fund to Groundworks Collaborative in support of 5460 South Main Street and their permanent seasonal overflow shelter. All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your work.
And thank you, Patrick, for the support.
Hey, my pleasure. Thank you.
We have a small grant to reallocate.
We do.
Item
So
H.
it's a reallocation of Homeland Security funds that we were made aware of. So we applied for a very specific, very small amount, $1,600, to enable the town to purchase 2 multi-purpose devices that are used when doing swiftwater rescue activities for the fire department. We were in front of you, if this sounds eerily familiar, it's because it was only about a month ago we were in front of you to ask for permission to apply for this, but almost as soon as we sent in the letter, they sent one back and said, yes, you got it. And so what's before you tonight is the acceptance and appropriation of a grant for $1,600 from the Vermont Department of Public Safety for the town to buy those 2 multi-purpose devices.
Great.
They sound very useful.
They are, in multiple ways.
Yes. Let's get one.
At least as useful as they were
Let's
just a few weeks ago. Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move to accept and appropriate a $1,600 reallocation of 2017 funds as a state Homeland Security grant from the Vermont Department of Public Safety.
Great. Thank you for that motion to accept an appropriate $1,600 reallocation of funds as a state Homeland Security grant from the Vermont Department of Public Safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that's 3-0. Jane. So we get to committee matters. We had some appointments to interview committee members earlier today. However, none of them could make it.
Yes.
So, go ahead.
Well, if I may, so because the individuals weren't able to be here to be interviewed, and because we've temporarily suspended the operation of town committees, and because this particular committee has enough members on it right now so that if we resume that activity before you make these appointments, they still can function, it might be appropriate that you postpone action on these applications until such time as the emergency has settled down and the individuals can come be interviewed by you and you can make an informed choice.
I was thinking that too. Was anyone else? Yes.
Peter's a mind reader.
And we do have 4 applicants for 1 vacancy, which is terrific.
Which is unusual. Yeah.
We love that. Would anyone like to announce other? We don't have to make a motion to do that, do we? No.
You can just agree to move past it. Yes.
So agreed.
Consensus.
Do you want to add the tree to that announcement?
To the announcement? Sure, since it's still open.
Since it's still
Yes,
open.
please. Yep.
Sure. I don't mind doing it. Would you like me to read the vacancies?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So we do have, people are invited to apply for some remaining committee vacancies, one of which is still the tree committee, which has 1 vacancy. And then there is the ADA committee has 1 vacancy. All of these have, oh no, sorry. The arts, I was trying to make it simple. The arts committee has 1 vacancy. The CPCC, which is the Citizen Police Communications Committee, has 1 vacancy. The Conservation Commission has 1. The Developmental Review Board alternate has 2. And the Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood is also searching for a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed inspector. So, but just 1.
Maybe there's a squirrel somewhere.
I don't know what. I guess it's getting late and I'm getting
getting punchy.
May I speak to K&L, please?
Oh, yes, certainly.
We're almost done.
Certainly.
And the last 2 items on the agenda tonight both related to annual business that is done around the time of town meeting, and both of these actually relate to the timing of town meeting, and so they have become moot tonight by the virtue of the action that you had to take to cancel town meeting. So,
Indeed.
Unless you have something else you want to talk about tonight, we're done.
No, unless there's any other commentary, that brings us.
I move to adjourn.
Oh. Good idea. Liz has moved to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank
Wash
you
your
very
hands.
much. And Pretty TV
And
for
thoroughly.
providing safe viewing for all of our citizens.
Good morning. I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. Joined with me today is my Chief of Staff, Charity Clark, Chief of my Public Protection Division, Chris Curtis, Assistant Attorney Generals Jill Abrams, Ryan Krieger, and Justin Colbert. We are here today because the state of Vermont just filed a lawsuit to protect Vermonters' privacy. We filed a lawsuit against Clearview AI. Clearview AI is a company that has collected billions of photos off the internet by screen scraping, applying artificial intelligence technology, biometric data to these photos and selling them, including photos of Vermonters and their children without Vermonters' consent. We believe this is a violation of Vermonters' privacy. We've sued today. We've also filed a motion for preliminary injunction asking the court to enjoin Clearview from stop collecting Vermonters' photos, applying this technology, essentially mapping their faces, including Vermont's children's, and stop selling it without Vermonters' consent. We have a proud tradition of protecting Vermonters' privacy in this state. It is a value since the founding of this state. And the right to privacy, the right to be free, the right to be anonymous, the right to walk our streets, the right to walk down Church Street, the right to assemble. These fundamental freedoms that we hold true as Americans are put in jeopardy by this technology without people's consent that has created a constant state of surveillance by this company, by collecting this information, by probing Vermonters, by taking their photos off the internet, by mapping their faces, including children's, and selling it without Vermonters' consent. We say today that's against Vermont's law. That violates the Vermont's Consumer Protection Statute. It's a violation of our data broker registry, and we say no more. And I want to be clear, as a parent, and I think I speak for all parents in this state of Vermont, you want to take something from our kids, you better ask us, or you're going to hear from us. And today, this company has heard from us through the Attorney General's office to stop violating Vermont's children's rights. We're asking the court to put an end to this practice. Now, I want to be clear about what biometric data is. It's a unique identifier to a certain somebody's identity. Think about somebody's fingerprint. Think about DNA. That's biometric data. You have to get a court order to get somebody's fingerprint or DNA. And this company is using this technology to map people's faces, to apply that biometric data, and then to sell it to companies to make a profit without Vermonters' consent. When you talk about surveillance, we think about law enforcement, and I understand that, but we have guardrails and safeguards, namely the Fourth Amendment, when we talk about surveillance. What this company has done, what this technology does without those safeguards, without those guardrails, is to create a surveillance economy. Vermonters have rights, we need protections, we need guardrails, we need to protect people's privacy. So with that, let me turn it over to my Chief of my Public Protection Division, Chris Curtis. Again, I want to thank his team, Ryan Krieger, Justin Colbert, and Jill Abrams, for their great work to talk more about this lawsuit and our motion for a preliminary injunction, which has been filed earlier today. Chris.
Thank you, Attorney General Donovan. Again, my name is Christopher Curtis. I'm the Chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. And I want to thank the General for assigning us this task to be stewards of Vermonters' privacy interests in the context of our Consumer Protection Act. That act protects us against unfair or deceptive acts or practices in commerce. This company has gone out violating terms of service and taken photographs unbeknownst to the general public, amassed a multi-billion photograph database without anyone's consent, and is now using that to sell it to the highest bidder. That's just wrong, as the Attorney General made clear. And I couldn't be more proud of our team our Consumer Protection Unit Director, Jill Abrams, Assistant Attorneys General, Ryan Krieger, and Justin Kolber, for pulling together this complaint and a request to the court to stop this practice. Imagine, just imagine, photographs from all walks of life, your home, your workplace, out in the community, that you had no expectation, not only that somebody would have access to and compile and be putting out there for sale, unbeknownst to you, but that actually pulls them all together to create a unique dossier of all of your activities from all walks of life. It's not just wrong, it's frankly offensive, particularly when you think about children that may be swept into this database with unique biometric data that can follow them for the rest of their lives. It's wrong. We're calling for this practice to end. And with that, I want to turn it over to Assistant Attorney General Krieger, who can talk a little bit more about the specifics of the complaint and the request for preliminary injunction.
I'm Ryan Krieger, Assistant Attorney General. So this case is about privacy. It is about how you cannot have privacy without a certain degree of anonymity, the ability to go about your day without people automatically being able to identify you. Now, you may think when you walk down the street, well, you might be identified, and that's fine. When you walk around your own neighborhood, then people who know you might know who you are. But if you go to Montreal or New York City, no one's going to know who you are. Ask any celebrity, and they will tell you there is a big difference between being able to go out to lunch and not being identified and being able to be identified anywhere that you go. I think that this lawsuit is going to confront a lot of myths that have arisen around privacy, like the notion that privacy is dead, that our data is already out there everywhere, and so what does it matter? That's a myth. Our information isn't all out there. The folks who want to take all of our data want us to think that there's no sense in trying to protect our privacy anymore. A myth that once you put a photo out on the internet, you lose all rights to anything that happens with that photo. If you post a photo on Facebook and you say it's public, you are consenting to make that photo public. You can remove consent. That's a fundamental aspect of privacy. You can remove consent and say, no, I want that to be private again. Just because you put a photo on Facebook does not mean that anyone can come and download it and apply facial recognition to it and share it with anybody, or collect all of your photos together from across the internet. So in our complaint, we allege that that is basically what Clearview has done. Clearview has used screen scraping technology, which is a technology where you basically go on a website and you just collect all of the information. You download it all at once. Many websites like Facebook, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, they have clear policies saying you're not allowed to do that. And when you upload your photo to these websites, you expect other people to interact with those websites in that way. Not that they'll just come in and download all of the information all at once, which is what this company has done. You certainly don't expect that they are going to download all the information at once and then apply facial recognition technology to them and share that information with anybody who wants it, or sell that information with anybody who wants it. The critical aspect of biometrics, which is creating an identifier about you from your physical being or from your behavioral traits, like the way you walk or the way you write or the way you look. The thing about biometrics is you can't change that about yourself. If you lose your password or your ID, you can get a new one issued. You haven't just given up your privacy forever. But once someone has mapped your face, it's in a database forever. Once someone has mapped a child's face, that child is in that database forever and can't be removed from it. So it's this permanent aspect. You can't change your genes, you can't change your fingerprints, you can't change your facial recognition absent, what, putting on a mask every time you go out in public, something like that. So in our preliminary injunction motion, what we have asked the court to do is to force or demand that Clearview AI remove all Vermonters from its database, and especially the children, and to stop collecting Vermonters and Vermont children using screen scraping from the internet. And that's all we want. We said, you do not consent to have us put in this database, and so we want you to remove us from this database. That is the relief that we are requesting from the court, and we are expressing to the court that this is urgent because they are continuing to share our information. And in addition, by putting all this information in one place, you are creating a threat that someone will come along and try to steal that information, that there will be a data breach. And there has already been a data breach with Clearview AI. There was a data breach 2 weeks ago in which their entire client list was stolen. So clearly this is not a company that has the best data security available. And we see all the time, Equifax was a major data breach in which we got more complaints in our office than in a shorter time than we had ever received before. Over 700 complaints. Vermonters care when companies collect their data and then lose their data. And we want to make sure that that does not happen in this case, which is why we are moving so quickly and with such urgency. Thank you.
I just want to say one last thing, that this is truly about consent. Vermonters have rights. Vermonters have a right to know that this type of information, particularly about their kids, is being collected and sold. Vermonters have a right to know, and Vermonters have a right to privacy and to say no if they choose. That's why we're asking the court to stop this. And I want to say one last thing about this type of technology and biometric data. You can't see folks or recognize them by the naked eye, but this technology allows you to be identified where you seek to be anonymous, where you seek to be private. That's a fundamental freedom of this state, of this country. And we are in a brave new world and involved in a digital economy. I understand that. But the right to privacy is timeless, and it's not going away. And we need to draw the line and hold the line here in Vermont to say that privacy matters in the online world. That's what we've asked the court to do today, to simply say that privacy still matters and people still have a right to privacy, particularly to their children, particularly to the essence of who they are. That's why we filed this lawsuit. That's why we filed a preliminary injunction today asking the court to stop and enjoin this company from collecting Vermonters' information and selling it. Happy to answer questions.
When did you learn of this company in the first place?
About a month ago, I think. I know there's some articles, obviously, in the New York Times, and I should have said this earlier. You know, we passed this data broker law 2 years ago, which are third-party data brokers that you got to register with the state of Vermont. Third-party data brokers, you don't have a direct relationship with the consumer. You're buying and selling people's data. It's big business. Vermonters have a right to know about that too, in my opinion. That's why we said you got to have a registry. And in that, you got to disclose. Are you collecting information about kids? They registered, albeit a little bit late if I have that right, and disclosed that they were collecting this information about kids. So these are the protections. It was a sequence of events to answer your question. Certainly, I think the New York Times had some articles. We got some questions. The data broker registry, the disclosure about children. And this first started really from a law enforcement perspective, whether or not Vermont law enforcement was utilizing this type of technology. I can tell you that, to the best of my knowledge, Vermont law enforcement is not using this technology. I can tell you specifically the Vermont State Police is not using this technology. And I think there's issues with that in law enforcement. But as Mr. Krieger said, this isn't just law enforcement. We know from the data breach that this is going everywhere. This product is being sold to businesses, to universities. And the fact of the matter is, Vermonters can't just be swept up in this without their consent. People have a right to know. That's why we've sued.
When you talk about the scraping,
screen scraping, yeah.
Screen scraping. How do they do that? I mean, where do they go to get the info? Are they going to like?
That's a tech question, Pat. So let me get Ryan Krieger to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Are they going to Facebook pages? Are they going to newspaper pages? I mean, where do they collect all this from?
As far as we understand right now, the collection is fairly indiscriminate. They've collected from many, it's been reported, millions of websites. We have a strong belief that YouTube, Google, Venmo, LinkedIn, Facebook were scraped, partly because they've sent cease and desist letters to Clearview saying stop violating our terms of service. And basically screen scraping is when you create a computer program, a script, an automated process to just go out, access the website, and then just download everything on the website, which these companies have terms of service that explicitly say you may not use bots to do what you are doing. And they violated those terms of service.
So is Vermont's new law, the data law that went into effect, the data broker law, is this the only law across the country that holds a chance of being able to bring these guys to court to stop them?
So the data broker law had two key elements for this case. One is it created this registry which required these third-party data brokers who otherwise you would have no idea who they are or that they're collecting your data to register in Vermont, so that they have to come into the sunlight. And California actually, in January of this year, passed its own data broker registry modeled on ours. It has another aspect of it which has a specific prohibition against fraudulent acquisition of data. It prohibits fraudulent acquisition of data and acquiring data in order to engage in stalking, harassing, discrimination, other acts like that. We have alleged in our complaint that their screen scraping constitutes fraudulent acquisition of data. As far as I know, I don't think any other states have that specific law. That's not the law we're entirely basing our complaint on. We're also saying they're engaging in unfair acts, which all 50 states have laws that prohibit unfair and deceptive acts. But we are the only state that has asserted this particular claim, and I think it's in part because we have this history with the data broker registry, with this fraudulent acquisition law, and we've been kind of laying the groundwork for being able to protect consumers' privacy for quite some time in this area.
Now, I think TJ mentioned that they had registered. They are an out-of-state company though, right?
Correct.
TJ, you mentioned you don't think any law enforcement in Vermont are using this. I mean, do you think it's a tool that law enforcement should be using?
I think there's got to be safeguards, and I think the New Jersey Attorney General essentially put out a memo directing all New Jersey law enforcement to stop using this type of technology until there's protections and guardrails in place. And you talk about it in the criminal justice realm. The Fourth Amendment is the guardrail. In the consumer protection realm, we don't have those guardrails. We have the consumer protection law, but if you don't know about it, how are you getting? This has been going on. So I think right now we have had a conversation with Colonel Birmingham, the Vermont State Police. Unequivocally, they are not using it. To the best of my knowledge, no other law enforcement agency in the state of Vermont is using it. If they are, I think I'd have concerns about that.
Do you think that I mean, my understanding from what I've read about Clearview's technology is that what the state is asking for in terms of removing Vermonters from their database, that even opting out is not really maybe even possible with the way their software is built. Do you believe that's even a possibility that they could do that? And if not, what is the remedy then?
That's not our problem that they don't have the technology. That's the harm to Vermonters, that they've collected it, they've mapped people, and now they're selling these images of Vermont kids without parents' consent. And then they're going to say, well, we don't have the technology, too bad. That's why we're going to court saying stop this. That's their burden. That's a question for the court to answer. But I've heard the same thing, and that's a question that's going to be answered here in the state of Vermont, in this courthouse.
Do you think there's a possibility other states might join your lawsuit? Because you said it's not entirely involving the Vermont's data broker law.
Look, I can't speculate what other states are going to do. I think Vermont is unique in our history and tradition of privacy, that is a value that I think we hold dear in this state. It is in our Constitution. We are a state that is, I think, we believe in letting people live their lives and respecting people's privacy and letting people make their own decisions. And in this new online world that we are fully engaged in, we have to set a marker saying privacy still matters. And there's got to be some guardrails put in place. There's got to be protections. And And the fundamental question that we're going to be confronted with, not just on this case, but in many cases going forward, is this: has technology outpaced the law? That is a legitimate question. And are our laws written, in some cases, hundreds of years ago, in some cases 2 years ago, going to be flexible enough to confront this challenge? Because the future of consumer protection is online, because we are engaged in a digital global economy. And this is a commodity that they're using, people's data. Well, it's exactly that. It is people's data. People own it, in my opinion. Particularly our kids. People have a right to say, no, you can't do this. People have a right to be informed, and people have a right to say, you can't do this. You can't take this information from my kids and sell it to a third party without my consent.
My understanding is that Clearview was not registered in Vermont's data broker registry when the New York Times brought them to public attention. Is that correct? And if so, do you know when they registered and why?
So I believe that they registered on January 14th. The article came out the 18th, so I think just ahead of the article they did register. And we said late because we believe they were doing business last year as well, and they did not apply last year. They did not register last year.
So it was not a result of any outreach from this office to...
That is correct. Yeah.
So your complaints against
Clearview. And it's public with the court.
They've already got a lot of this data. How is there any way of stopping where that goes, the proliferation of that data, and what companies already have bought data from them, and to sort of pull that back?
That's a great question, and I mean those are the questions that need to be answered here, and will be addressed in the court. Is what is the technology available to stop this practice, to stop the collection, to stop the selling, and if it has been sold, what recourse exists to protect Vermonters? Those are all good questions. Those are all questions that need to be answered in the court. And here's the bottom line. The court is the appropriate place for this. Because if you're going to engage in the marketplace absent these protections, you're going to hear from folks like me saying, wait a minute, as a parent, I didn't know about this. I didn't give you permission, and I don't agree with it. And now you have to answer my questions, not only as a consumer, but in this case as the Attorney General for the state of Vermont.
Are there other companies that collect biometric data like this that are registered in Vermont?
I'm sure there are other companies that collect biometric data. We know that. I mean, think about your thumbprint to get into your phone.
Sure. I mean,
but the issue is consent and selling it without consent.
But is the data broker law doing kind of its job? I mean, if there are other companies operating that you don't know about, or there are ones operating that are registered that are doing this and you're not able to enforce it, it sort of sounds like Clearview AI came more to your attention after the New York Times wrote about it, less because they registered with the state.
Well, if you don't register, we don't know about it.
Right. So, I mean, is the law adequate enough? Is it providing adequate protection?
It's a great question. I mean, it's a hard question to answer. If it comes to our attention in whatever form, it's going to come to our attention. I'll say this. I am sure there are companies that should be registering with our data broker registry have not registered.
Well,
and if it comes to our attention, we'll deal with it.
Along those lines, though, is this case going to motivate your office to investigate to see if other companies, registered or not, are screen scraping in Vermont?
Well, we're focused on this. And as Mr. Krieger said, the violation of the data broker registry is one count. The two other counts are the consumer protection, unfair and deceptive acts. And so that is, again, collecting the mapping and the selling. And so this isn't just about our data broker registry, but we have always stood up for privacy in this state. This data broker law was championed by my office. Ryan Krieger was a champion of it over in the legislature. We're grateful the legislature passed it. But look, you don't, and you guys know this better than I do, you don't read a story in the paper, you don't read something that's going on in this world without talking about privacy, without talking about data, without talking about the selling of data. Now, and how we define privacy rights in this context is going to be an emerging practice. And I think we're on the front lines here in the state of Vermont because it's a value of Vermont. The right to privacy, the right to be left alone. And when you're walking down the street and you're being surveilled by an individual, by a company that knows where you are, can sell to you, knows where your kids are, could be used by a predator. This thing, you know, I don't want to put on a tinfoil hat, but you know, the consequences of this is pretty disturbing in my opinion. And we have to define people's privacy rights in an online world.
Do you have any information about whether this data is being used in Williston at ICE's
I don't have that information.
Would you have concerns if they were using it?
I would be concerned if federal law enforcement is using this for, I think, Fourth Amendment issues. Obviously, that would be the federal government. I don't have information that they're using it, but I think there are real concerns about Fourth Amendment protections on this. And I think, you know, when you look in the Fourth Amendment jurisprudence, you're really looking at two different cases that have said, wait a minute, privacy matters here. In the Carpenter case, which said you didn't need a warrant to get cell phone records, and cell phone records can tell you where you were. In the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, John Roberts said, the fact that we can figure out with technology, cell phone records in particular, and tell where you were for the last 5 years is a violation of people's right to privacy. Law enforcement, you need a warrant. And you look at that case, you look at this Jones case, which was GPS tracking for, I think, 24/7 for 30 days. You're walking, that car goes up the street and you want law enforcement to follow up the street, you don't need a warrant for that. But if it turns into a process that's so invasive, following somebody for 24 hours a day, for 7 days a week, for 30 days, the court has said that's too invasive. People have privacy rights. So you're starting to see the court say, wait a minute, privacy matters in this online world, particularly the Carpenter case, this Jones case, the Riley case would say, it said, you need a warrant, not just to grab somebody's cell phone, but you need a warrant to get the data from people's cell phones. Those are all cases in the last, I think, 5 to 6 to 7 years. This is going to be another one. And so we look forward to being on the front lines of this fight. This is something that is in the tradition of the state of Vermont, a Vermonter's right to privacy, the right to be left alone. I know Vermonters stand for that. It's something that I grew up with. It's something that I hope my kids get to grow up with in an online world, and we need to draw the line.
There's nothing that Vermonters or parents can do to protect people from this technology.
Not if you don't know about it. That was the problem, and so that's why we're going to court saying you got to stop this. Vermonters have a right to know.
The company does have an opt-out function on its website, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Krieger answer that one.
So the company has stated that you have the right to opt out in jurisdictions where we will honor the right to opt out in jurisdictions which require that right. And there are a very small number of jurisdictions in the United States that have an express right to opt out, California being one of them. There is not an explicit law in Vermont that says you have the right to demand deletion in a situation like this. We are going to argue that the Consumer Protection Act, under its unfairness ambit, does convey those rights. Whether or not Clearview would respect that and honor the opt-out, we don't know at this point.
If I can, let me just make a quick analogy on this, because my understanding is that the opt-out policy that Clearview offers, they would require somebody to submit their own photograph or perhaps a government-issued ID to confirm the person's identity, and then use that to match in their database and then scrub their database of that individual. To draw a parallel, when consumers found out after the Equifax breach that in order to confirm or verify whether or not their information might have been exposed, that one of the first things that the company did was say, give us your social security number. And a lot of people were outraged, saying, I didn't even know you had my information to begin with, and now you're asking me for more information that you just lost. I'm very skeptical of giving you additional information about myself. So to ask consumers to say, in order to exercise their rights to get out of something they never wanted to be a part of in the first place, to provide this company with more information about themselves, I think you would say there would be a very skeptical public.
You know, the last thing I want to say when we talk about what's going on in the Supreme Court, whether it was the Crawford case, that Jones case, or the Riley case, you know, they talked about the history of the Fourth Amendment, and they talked about, you know, going into somebody's house, and maybe you'd search a room and you'd look for their checkbook or their financial ledger, maybe a diary, and maybe you'd find a photo album. And again, that word of particularity drawn throughout the Fourth Amendment, that it's got to be specific, and searching rooms and for all that information. All that information is now here. You can learn everything about anybody by what is on people's phone. And now with this technology, when you're walking around with it, people can find everything about you walking down the street, unbeknownst to you. So that right to privacy, which has been defined as eloquently as anywhere in the history of the law, the right to be left alone, is at risk in this case. That's why we filed this lawsuit. Thanks for coming.
S-187, and hey, why don't you walk us through this? We're gonna vote on this bill over the next couple of minutes, and we'll hold the vote open for anybody who's not here, but I don't sense there's any real issues with it. But just could you walk us through the changes since it was introduced?
Sure. Katie McGlynn, Office of Legislative Counsel. So what you have here is a list of exclusions to the chapter on residential rental agreements, and you're adding a new item to the list, transient occupancy by an occupant placed in a hotel, motel, or lodgings in connection with healthcare treatment or recovery, where the occupancy is paid for by a hospital, an agency designated pursuant for a designation statute, so DA, or a specialized service agency operating under an agreement entered into pursuant to statute, and regardless of whether the occupant is subject to the tax levy, the meals and rooms tax. So since the last time you've seen this language, the only change is on lines the end of 20 and the beginning of 21. You're substituting the word you previously had that, and now you're saying where the occupancy. Right. Do you remember that conversation? And advocates brought that language. So where the occupancy is paid for instead of that is paid for. And other than that, this has not changed since the last time you've seen it.
Okay. And we just wanted it to cover other entities than hospitals as payers because they could possibly have the same situation.
Right. When? Yes.
Where or when?
Is where the right word, or should it read when? Not that it matters that much.
I have run it through the editors, and they gave it their stamp of approval, but if you prefer when, you could make the change. Yeah, I hear the concern.
Minor, I don't think it probably makes much difference.
Let the House fix it. You're the chair of the Congress. Okay, so do I have a motion to pass draft 3.1 S-187?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Shall we do this one? Sure. I think there's several people in the room that could help bring the history to life for you, too. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll hold the vote open. Well, you know,
Rebecca's going to be here.
It's not a roll call anyhow, so unless she wants to close it, we'll just say 4-0-1. Okay, we're going to move on to 237, and there should be, I don't know if we got, I know I emailed you the latest draft.
It's right. Is 6.1 the latest? Yes.
230, yeah, 7:40 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And is Ellen here?
No. But David was planning on being here, I thought.
So is Ellen from 10 to 11, I think. So did you call Ellen's office? Yep.
So Ellen, who's your right?
Yeah, she's Ellen and Dave, but Ellen mostly. I'm just going to get Allison back.
Are you able to do, or I don't know where that is.
We're going to go on without that.
No.
So we need, so I have one minor thing that,
Yes, it's 10:15, it's okay until now.
thing that we can talk about without Ellen. On the first page, if you look at it, it looks kind of weird on line 19 and 20. This is to get more information into the facility plan. I just want to see whether the committee agrees or not. I read it and I asked the drafters whether it was duplicative or not, and then I realized that the reason why it's not duplicative is because they've used a hyphen, it seems.
It's a weird hyphen, though.
I've never seen hyphens used in drafting like that.
It's very strange.
Where are you? 19 and 20.
Well, actually, 1920, yeah, and 21. There's a...
It's basically, I think the way they're trying to write it is water supply, hyphen, lines, facilities, and service areas. And this is sewage disposal, lines, facility, and service areas.
So,
but I think they should probably clean that up. I've never seen one.
Well, it may be cleaning it up because it's an underline under the comma. So they're trying to get rid of the semicolon, actually, and replace it with just simply a comma. It's very strange.
That's lining the period out in the semicolon and putting a comma in.
Yeah, it's to me even worse than discussing shelter bays. That's like, well, at least those are simple.
Oh, it's water supply lines, water, sewage disposal line, facility, and service area. Well, so they should just get rid of everything between supply and lines, right? That would be okay, right?
Well, let's have them explain it before we go.
That's probably what they're doing.
It's water supply, comma, lines, facilities, and services.
No, I think it's water supply, lines, facility, no comma. I think they're getting rid of the comma.
Except that the underline is over the comma, which is puzzling. I've never seen that.
I think they're getting rid of the comma.
Okay.
What's the previous version look like?
That's the way it's always been.
Any early sense from the Natural Resources Committee on?
They're meeting on 11.
Good. Great.
Senator, you're speaking now. It kind of jumps.
Yeah, I've got it.
Ellen, she's coming in at 10:15 because that's actually what it's scheduled for. She said she has to finish one little thing. She's been here 3 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want David here also, or are we going to start with Ellen?
We could start with Ellen, but David can come fairly soon.
Okay.
Okay, let me just tell Rebecca.
So let me tell you, before she goes through the specifics of this, I'm glad David has highlighted some of the yellow sections which are changes. Trying to think if there's any major substantive changes that we could discuss. And as I just told Senator Clarkson, the Natural Resources Committee is looking at this at 11 this morning. My hope would be we'll have some discussion on this between now and 11 and longer if necessary, and then tomorrow hopefully we'll be in a position to vote.
On this bill, I mean, while we're waiting for Ellen, I got feedback on from our regional planning commissions on the amount of money that's in here to plan to help towns with their bylaws. They think it's totally inadequate, particularly because it's going to be a multi-year challenge. It's not going to just be one-time money. And it's going to take a couple of years for towns to do this. This is a big piece of work. And so I at least love the notion. I don't think we have any of the RPCs weighing in on this at the moment, but I'd love to, during the break, maybe I'll give them a ring and find out, what are they talking about? If it's one, because we have 150 in here.
Is there anybody from the administration here? Interesting.
Yeah, at 10:15.
Oh, everything's scheduled for 10:15.
So maybe I'll call Peter right now. I'll call this month. We have 3 minutes.
Well, let's...
Anyway, that was a flag during town meeting.
Chris Cochran had some suggested changes that he emailed me. I was unable to open them until very late last night. They're very small, but...
But I just flagged that as a concern.
Well, and I think that's one-time money, if I'm correct.
Right.
It's in there, and so they would have to come back. If following year if they wanted to continue for a comparable amount of money. I don't think that money's supposed to extend over the future, indefinitely.
Yeah, but their point is that this will take several years to actually roll out fully. I mean, anyway, it was flagged as a concern.
You have to be careful of how much we spend.
I got it. We're spending a lot.
I don't disagree with you, but if the administration has, if they highlighted this as one-time money, then we'll hear from Chris. If they expect that to last for 3 years, I think you're right. If they're saying one time we'll see where we are, and we may come back for another one, then, because you're right, I don't think all the communities will get this done within a year.
Yeah, anyway, that was my one on this bill. Other than everybody delighted that we're doing this bill, that was the one piece of feedback.
You can have a seat. Welcome. We made faster progress than we thought on the other bills, so we're ready for you. And we started talking about
a comma in a
first page. I think we finally understand what 19 and 20 is trying to do.
But maybe explain.
Could I? We're trying to delete the comma after water supply and sewage disposal?
Yep. Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel, yes. Because the intent is to make sure that the municipal plans include water supply, lines, facilities, and service areas, and sewage disposal, lines, facilities, and service areas.
Great. Well, I can't believe it took me 2 months.
It's just requiring more details on the map.
It was because of the striking out of the comma. It looked like the comma was still in there, so, okay. So we're going to try in the next hour to walk through this whole bill and see what questions we have remaining with the hope of voting it tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
So,
I'm going to send it.
11.
Yes. So
that's why you're here now.
Great.
David will come after you. Okay, so the section we're in now is the municipal plan, and section 4412 on page 2 is.
This is when we start talking about municipal bylaws.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. This is the housing one.
So these are the types of bylaws that are required. So you're adding new language to this section. A variety of things are in this section. So
plus we're also changing the accessory dwelling unit thing. So we're striking that, and we're just capturing the whole following section.
Yes. Yes. Oh, so yeah, on page 2, so the previous, are you in subsection 10 on page 2? Yeah.
Are you just to make sure we're off the same draft 6.1?
Yes. Yep. So what we're doing here is we're expanding. So currently the municipal plan is required to reference the permitted accessory dwelling units. So now we're expanding it so that they have to comply with all of the sections in 4412. Which includes all of the sort of density requirements and affordable housing bylaws that you're adding in the next section.
Let's keep going.
All right.
Yep. Okay, we talked about that.
Yeah. Yep.
And tell us what the changes on line 19.
Yep, so now we're in the definition of accessory dwelling unit, and so we had the conversation about if there should be a cap on the size of the accessory dwelling unit, and so down on line 19, it now reads, the unit shall not exceed 30% of the total habitable floor area of a single family dwelling unit, or 900 square feet, whichever is greater. So that was what we talked about shortly before town meeting week and how to capture that size issue.
Good. Is Chris coming, by the way?
Yeah, he's out in the hall.
Okay. Well, you to come and listen to this because he's going to be sort of up next, going with his concerns. Okay. This on page 5 is just a different terminology.
Yes. So this was feedback from the agency. This section was originally titled inclusionary growth, and inclusionary has a specific meaning in other parts of the statute, so to sort of differentiate, it's inclusive development is a slightly different title.
Okay.
But this is the
very optimistic title. I like it.
Great. Great.
We could have done with it in the 50s.
Right, so then this is the section that creates the mandatory program with the ability to opt out. This does have the effective, this section is in effective for 3 years out. So that's in the end in the effective date section, but otherwise this section hasn't changed.
And remind us why we put it 3 years out.
To give a sort of initial period. It was
the bylaw work to be done.
Yes.
But what if they're bylaw ready? What if they're ready to do this?
There are incentives built into this in a couple of pages. So as soon as they have adopted this language, they're eligible for incentives. Priority for funding.
So that doesn't have to wait 3 years. If they are bylaw ready and if they're ready to go, can they start sooner rather than later?
Yes, but yeah, you are correct. The funding actually is part of this, so it is on the 3 years later.
So, well, some communities may be ready to rock and roll soon. Some maybe have these bylaws in place already, or some may be able to.
Right, so they should be eligible for the incentive.
Yeah, earlier than 3 years. Why are we waiting 3 years? Is my question.
Are we waiting 3 years?
Yes, that's what she just said, and that's why I asked the question.
Yeah. So I mean that was I think this was your idea, was to push out the effective date. And so if you want to
it was my idea.
Okay.
The effective date of it being the whole thing being mandatory.
Right.
I didn't know that we were sweeping in. We can fix that. I think
We should be able to fix that. I think that our objective was to not have mandatory immediately. Have mandatory, they get 3 years to have it be voluntary. But if a community has its bylaws in shape and is ready to rock and roll, I think we need to be incenting them immediately.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to, when I suggested that, I was talking about the substantive changes, not the carrots. So we probably have to make specific reference.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we.
All right, so the incentives start on page 8. And so it includes the prioritizing funding as well as the ability to override restrictive covenants and deeds. So that's part of the sort of incentive package. So do you want all of those to be captured in the...
Yes.
Okay.
You mean if they're ready to go? Yes.
So on page 9, yellow.
Yep.
What is 27,545? Right below it. Okay.
Yep. So we had a conversation the last time I was here about the wording of this section being a little confusing, and so I rearranged it.
Okay.
So hopefully it reads a little more clear.
You answered this question because I know Ellen and I spent a long time together before the break. And how is this section any different than the first sentence of 545?
So they work in tandem. So subdivision 4 is part of Title 24, whereas then the section 545 is actually in Title 27, which is the property title. So we tie those two things together.
Okay, so it says the same thing, but you're putting it in two places.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know we had a conversation about on line 11 about the concept of running with the land. And continue to be a little concerned that there could be deed restrictions or covenants that don't run with the land that have a negative effect on density. It could be like a transfer of deed saying as long as you're there, this thing prohibits you from doing, you can't put an accessory dwelling unit there. So it wouldn't run with the land, transfer of deed, just be connected to one possible sale. So I'm just wondering why we need or should have running with the land in there as opposed to deleting that phrase.
I don't know.
Okay, so this was something that was given over to you by the agency? They'll have
Yes.
Okay, we'll ask them.
Did the bankers raise some questions regarding subsection 4 as it was written before, regarding the deed covenants and restrictions?
I think it may have been more in the context of this one, but it could equally apply to the other.
I just want to.
I don't. Yeah, well, we can hear from them. I think any concern they may have would be taken up by line 6 and 7.
Presumably.
Because this is only perspective. And it doesn't make sense, quite frankly, either. In my mind, some of this language is almost, how should I put it, unnecessary, because if you pass a bylaw and you start putting covenants in your deeds that are contrary to the bylaw, they're in some ways illegal. But this simply says it and it can't be enforced. So I think it's in some ways both of these sections are belt and suspenders, but as long as it's perspective only, then I don't think you're dealing with taking the property, the rights. But certainly we can hear from, if we don't get to them today, we can have hallway conversations before tomorrow on that if they have some alternative language. And we'll hear from the agency on this running with the land.
And Ellen, would you be kind enough to just point me, the conserved land concern I had, that's, because I'm finding this sort of dense to read and get any, okay, so it's on 17 and 18, I see it. Yeah, thanks. I found it myself. All right.
And the following one protects that.
Yeah, got it. And then we go into the Act 250 exemption.
Yeah, do you want to move on to the next change isn't until page 15. And this was again, we talked about the language in this subdivision being a little bit confusing. So I just rewrote it so hopefully it's a little more clear.
This is at the bottom?
Yep.
Right.
So when we talked about this, I think you and I shared some concerns that with the language of A through E above, this is a situation whether an existing permit has conditions on an Act 250 permit. Is that right, Act 250 permit? And whether those conditions would carry forward to the municipal permit that might substitute for the Act 250 permit. And it says you can't get rid of any of those conditions unless they fall into one of these criteria.
Yes.
And you raised the concern on C that may be too broad. Someone could say, well, this law doesn't apply, so we'll get rid of the condition. Meanwhile, some neighbors may have fought really hard for this or something like that. Now the condition is gone. Is this 4? Does that help in terms of giving people right to complain about that, or?
No. So I did not rewrite any of the substance of this, but the language in 4 is about providing notice and an opportunity for a hearing. So this is making sure that there is notice given to the statutory parties under the Act 250 process. Right. And so if someone does want to raise an objection, there is a process by which people will receive notice and there will be a hearing on this change of permit. So
on the overall switch over to the municipal permit?
Yes.
Will the Act 250 permit be part of the record so they can see what the conditions have been?
Yes.
Okay.
The permit itself will be gone, but the new municipal permit will be added to the land records, and so hopefully those two things should be tied together, at least in some way.
And how will this be affected by the changes the House is making? Well, they'll get reconciled during the course of this process.
What?
Well, the House is making some changes to some of these reviews, or have they just backed away from all?
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Not the House.
I know. Well, I'm just curious about what's happening.
So yes, so the language in this section is in the House Act 250 bill.
So it's parallel.
It is parallel. The language of this section has not changed in the House bill. However, the House bill did expand the exemption to village centers as well as downtowns and neighborhood development areas, which is what your bill has. Downtowns and neighborhood development areas. Theirs expanded it to include village centers as well.
Okay. Is there, just to play devil's advocate here, is there a reason why this section to limit the removal of conditions is preferable to say all the conditions apply, and if somebody wants to get rid of a condition, they should go through a municipal process, like they would in Act 250 if they wanted to change the condition?
This was the original proposal. I think you could do it other ways, but this was the original proposal.
Okay.
Because I'm still looking at C and thinking that if federal or state law is no longer in effect, then how does a hearing help?
Well, there could be a challenge. The town could say this law was governing this condition, and we think this law doesn't apply anymore, so we get rid of the condition of the permit.
Well, then,
and somebody could disagree with that and say there's other laws that are still impacting.
okay, all right.
So we're changing conditions. We're trying to give the towns more responsibility, but we want to be careful not to change the conditions of the permit unilaterally. The town changing them. If we could have a free for all, where the towns could change the conditions of the Act 250 permit, we'd never get this through.
Well,
yeah.
Correct.
And so here it's saying you can't do it, but in these conditions, these cases you can. And it could be they could make a mistake, or it could be done. They could overextend themselves in terms of removing conditions. The town could do that, and we don't want to.
And I see that.
I think this is a section that Chris could possibly look at too. Not you, the other Chris. Okay. Let's go on.
Sorry. I know. Forgive me, but I somehow had thought, and I clearly was, that we had included village centers. I thought we'd included all downtown and village, designated downtown and village centers. We didn't include village centers in here. And would we like to?
I'd like to get this bill out of here.
I know, but
taking more testimony.
But would we have to take more testimony on that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there. It strikes me as we'll let the House do that. Okay, fine. I just think I thought we had.
Okay, this I remember on line 18. This deals with giving the communities more time to bring their housing, priority housing, preserving their priority housing.
Sure. So on page 18 is the next change, and I made so when last we spoke, because we're changing because we're removing downtowns and neighborhood development areas from Act 250, that designation status shall come